The disciple shook his head. Wangu Wudi does not have big enmity with Huang family's family head Huang Xiaohai. However, no one needs a reason to kill someone. It might be because Wangu Wudi found Huang Xiaohai and the Huang family not pleasing to the eye. In the past several thousand years, the Huang family has controlled the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, and countless families have submitted to them. Huang family had suppressed the Wangu clan, but they finally managed to grow strong thanks to the appearance of Wangu Wudi. After slowly wresting control over the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, they accomplished their goal of suppressing the Huang family 100 years ago. A chilly light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. In the past, when President Huang ascended to the divine world, he managed to subdue the Ghost Refining Gate. With the assistance of the ancient demon race and the support of the Ghost Refining Gate, how could the Wangu clan suppress them? The disciple shook his head and chuckled. Senior brother has definitely been in seclusion for too long. How can you not know that the Ghost Refining Gate has already betrayed the Huang family and thrown themselves under Wangu Wudi's banner? What about the ancient demon race? Huang Xiaolong's face sank. That's right. They turned and allied with Wangu Wudi as well. The disciple thought for a moment before continuing. In the past, President Huang killed the sect master of the Ghost Refining Gate and the old ancestor of the ancient demon race. They have been carrying out massacres on the Huang family's disciples for the past 100 years. A frosty expression appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. Ghost Refining Gate, ancient demon race. Huang Xiaolong had thought that he would be able to return and meet with the Huang family members before taking them away. He had even thought that his journey back would be extremely uneventful. It seemed as though that wouldn't be the case. No matter how skinny the camel, it's still stronger than a horse. Even with the decline in strength, the Huang family can still rely on the Azura Gate's strength and the Buddha Emperor country. They are not at the end of the road yet. The Azura Gate has many 10th Order High God Realm experts, and it won't be easy for Wangu Wudi to exterminate the Huang family. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. When he had ascended, he had assisted Fei Ho, Zhang Fu, Hao Tian, and the Violet Spirit Devouring Monkey in increasing their strength. With the resources he had left behind, all of them had to be at the 10th Order High God Realm by now. However, if Wangu Wudi breaks through the 5th level of the Sacred Dan Temple, he would turn into the Alchemist Grandmaster Union President. The moment he gains control of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, countless families and sects would ally themselves with him. It wouldn't be difficult for him to exterminate the Huang family if he wanted to. Several days ago, Wangu Wudi sent out a message that if Huang Xiaohai refuses to bow down before him and bring the whole Huang family to submit to him, he will exterminate the Huang family the moment he becomes the director of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Even if Huang Xiaohai wishes to submit, there would no longer be a chance for him to survive. The disciple gasped in surprise and continued. When President Huang had yet to ascend, the Huang family was such a glorious existence. In the myriad of worlds, who would have dared to go against them? Who would have thought that they would face extermination in just several thousand years? A smile suddenly broke out on Huang Xiaolong's face. Isn't Wangu Wudi afraid of Huang Xiaolong's return? The disciple was shocked when he heard the question, but he chuckled in response. There are countless experts who ascended to the greater worlds, but no one has ever heard of them coming back. Huang Xiaolong looked at the disciple in the eye before asking him more questions about the Wangu clan and Wangu Wudi. In the past, when Huang Xiaolong had made an abrupt rise, the Wangu clan was the #1 race in the myriad of worlds. Their strength was frightening, but they had submitted to Huang Xiaolong in the end. Since they had never shown signs of hostility towards him, Huang Xiaolong hadn't suppressed them before ascending. Wangu Wudi had appeared out of nowhere, and the strength of the Wangu clan had risen once again. With the assistance of the Ghost Refining Gate and the ancient demon race, the Wangu clan had the power to dominate the myriad of worlds. Without exaggeration, the current Wangu clan was comparable to the Huang family of the past. The disciple who spoke to Huang Xiaolong was called Mu Junyue, and he was a member of the Mu family. Huang Xiaolong was no stranger to the Mu family. During the High God Advancement Tournament, the strongest genius of the Mu family, Mu Qi, had weathered the storms along with him. Who is the current patriarch of the Wangu clan? Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden. In the past, the patriarch of the Wangu clan was called Wangu Yute. The current patriarch of the Wangu clan is Wangu Yanhui. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second, but a smile broke out on his face in the next instant. As it turned out, the current patriarch of the Wangu clan was someone he knew. Wangu Yanhui was the #1 genius in the younger generation. If not for the appearance of Fang Chu and himself, Wangu Yanhui would have gotten first place in the High God Advancement Tournament. I've heard that the current patriarch of the Wangu clan shared some close ties with President Huang. Even though he's the patriarch of the Wangu clan, he can't order Wangu Wudi around. Wangu Wudi's status in the Wangu clan has already surpassed that of Wangu Yanhui. Mu Junyue continued, even if Wangu Wudi wants to exterminate the Huang family, Wangu Yanhui can't do a thing about it. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head silently. Brother, now that you have just left seclusion, are you headed to Divine Dan City? I'm going to the Abundant Deity's Manor, Huang Xiaolong replied. Mu Junyue was dumbfounded. However, a smile broke out on his face soon after. Are you still going to support the Huang family after hearing what I just said? If you really insist on supporting the Huang family, you might as well join my Mu family. You should be a High God realm expert, right? We will definitely welcome you. Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly, and he didn't reply. A disturbance happened in the crowd all of a sudden, and many disciples around them turned to look at the source of the commotion. There's going to be a good show. Disciples of the Wangu clan are fighting with the disciples of the Huang family. The Huang family's disciples are so bad they can only take a beating. Look at them. They look like dogs getting beaten up. Mu Junyue snapped back to attention, and he turned to Huang Xiaolong. Brother, shall we go over and take a look? Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Even if Mu Junyue hadn't suggested going, he would have gone over. As they slowly made their way over to the location of the battle, a massive crowd had already formed around the two parties. Huang Xiaolong ignored everyone as he made his way forward. A path formed for him, and it was as though there was a pair of invisible hands pushing everyone in his way away. Mu Junyue couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva in shock as he followed behind Huang Xiaolong. When they finally arrived before the two parties, Huang Xiaolong saw 6 Huang family disciples kneeling in the air. Their bodies were soaked red in blood, and there were some whose arms had been torn apart. There were even some whose rib cage was blown apart with all their bones shattered. It was a sorry sight. Huang Xiaolong didn't recognize any of them, but he knew that it had to be his younger brother, Huang Xiaohai's later generations. There were several tens of disciples from the Wangu clan staring them down. One of them looked at the Huang family's disciple, whose hand was torn to shreds as he laughed. Huang Cabin, how dare you fight over a woman with me, Wangu Rue? I'll leave you alive today after taking an arm. You had better come to your senses. If you dare to harbor delusions on Zhang Wei, I'll cripple your third leg. Huang Cabin and the other disciples felt rage boiling in their hearts. Wangu Rue, you're a bastard. Huang Cabin yelled in a fury. You ganged upon us. Zhang Wei and I are engaged for 100 years. I can't give up on our marriage now. I won't agree even if I must die. Wangu Rue snorted in contempt. Engaged? All you have is a blank sheet of paper. Tomorrow, the Zhang family will withdraw from the engagement with your Huang family. Do you really think that the Zhang family is stupid enough to go through with the marriage? Your Huang family is about to face extinction. The Zhang family isn't stupid enough to get on board your sinking ship. Since you would rather die than to withdraw from the engagement, I will cripple your third leg right here and now. Let's see if you can still lust over Zhang Wei with your little birdie broken. As soon as he spoke, a malevolent expression appeared on his face. With big steps, he walked towards Huang Cabin. The faces of the other Huang family disciples changed. Wangu Rue, how dare you? Huang Cabin is the grandson of our family head. Our Huang family will never live under the same sky as your Wangu clan. When Wangu Rue heard what they said, a sneer formed on his lips. Do you really think that my Wangu clan has to care about your Huang family's stand on this matter? Wangu Rue approached Huang Cabin under the gaze of everyone present. Mu Junyue shook his head and sighed. If this was when the Huang family was at its peak, who could have dared to speak to them in such a way? Right now, the Huang family is really finished. Wangu Rue roared with laughter as he brought his foot up. He stomped viciously towards Huang Cabine's crotch, and everyone surrounding them couldn't help but turn their heads. Just as everyone was expecting the sound of eggs shattering to fill the air, a miserable shriek entered their ears. Everyone felt a wave of confusion wash over them. The person who had screamed didn't seem to be Huang Cabine. They turned around, and the shock before them knocked them silly. They saw Wangu Rue lying flat on the ground, and the leg that he had wanted to use to stomp on Huang Cabine was mangled beyond belief. It was nothing more than a pile of crushed flesh. When everyone snapped back to attention, they saw a black-haired young man standing in front of Huang Cabine. Of course, the person who had made a move was Huang Xiaolong. Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Even Mu Junyue couldn't help but stare at Huang Xiaolong with a dumbfounded expression. He had failed to catch Huang Xiaolong's movements when he had saved Huang Cabine. He was even more surprised at the fact that Huang Xiaolong had dared to make a move on the members of the Wangu clan. Didn't he explain everything clearly to him on the way there? He shook his head in disbelief. Wangu Rue was a core disciple of the Wangu clan. Now that Huang Xiaolong had crippled Wangu Rue's leg, it was impossible for him to save Huang Xiaolong. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be strong enough to stand up for this newfound brother of his. The other Huang family disciples were no different. They stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. The disciples of the Wangu clan mirrored their actions. Kill him! Tear this dog bastard to pieces! Wangu Rue screamed as he grabbed his right leg in his arms. He pointed towards Huang Xiaolong with his other arm, and he screamed. When all the disciples from the Wangu clan were about to rush towards Huang Xiaolong to carry out Wangu Rue's order, he stopped them. Hold up! Don't kill him! I want you to cripple him before scraping off all the skin on his body. Tear all the flesh off his body, especially his third leg. I want to make him experience a living hell. After you tear his little birdie off, hang it on the city gates. Let it rot under the weather. When you find out which family he is from, kill everyone related to him. A vicious light burst forth from Wangu Rue's eyes. As the core disciple from the Wangu clan and the nephew of Wangu Wudi, how dare someone butt into his affairs? He had even dared to cripple my right leg. After acknowledging Wangu Rue's orders, all of the disciples from the Wangu clan surrounded Huang Xiaolong. Brat, you will soon know the meaning of despair. One of the disciples sneered. He sent a ferocious punch towards Huang Xiaolong's chest. Eternal fatal fist. As power surged out from his fist, killing intent filled the air. The space around his fist started to tremble. The disciple wasn't too weak. He was at peak of the late 10th Order God realm. Despite that, Huang Xiaolong didn't even look at him. He simply slapped out and sent the disciple flying. As the disciple drew a beautiful arc in the sky, everyone saw how a single slap from Huang Xiaolong flattened his face. After his head spun several rounds around his neck, it finally stopped. He faced the back, and his face was no longer recognizable. His mouth was wide open as a scream tried to escape his lips. However, it was too bad he died before he could utter a single word. Everyone felt as though a bomb had gone off in their heads. Wangu Rue, Huang Cabine, Mu Junyue, and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong with their jaws agape. One had to know that even though the disciple Huang Xiaolong had killed didn't possess any sort of special status in the Wangu clan, he was still one of them. Right now, Huang Xiaolong had killed him with a single slap. All the disciples who were about to make a move on Huang Xiaolong froze. You dared to kill him? After taking several deep breaths, Wangu Rue finally processed what had happened before him. He stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Huang Xiaolong stared at him with an indifferent expression. Are you blind? Obviously, I killed him. A trace of rage emerged on Wangu Rue's face. He pointed at Huang Xiaolong, and he snapped. You're dead. Your entire family will die because of you. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and he stared at Wangu Rue before ridiculing. I don't know if you can kill me, But there is something I do know. You will definitely die today. It was as though Huang Xiaolong had decided what to eat for lunch when he pronounced Wangu Rui's death. However, it was as though a bolt of lightning smashed into the minds of everyone present. They stared at Huang Xiaolong with a weird expression on their face. As for Wangu Rui, he broke into laughter. It was as though Huang Xiaolong had cracked the funniest joke in the world. Brat, what did you just say? Someone like you will kill me? Wangu Rui grabbed his stomach as he laughed, as though his leg no longer hurt. Would you really dare to kill me? Are you very sure you would dare to kill me? Before his last word could enter the ears of everyone present, Huang Xiaolong had already waved his arm. Wangu Rui's body was sent flying, and he slammed into a nearby wall. He turned into a human pancake in the blink of an eye. Blood dyed the wall red. Too noisy. Everyone stared at the wall in shock. They didn't dare to believe what they had just witnessed. Wangu Rui was dead. The black-haired young man had really killed him. If Wangu Rui had learned of how Huang Xiaolong had murdered Feng Chan, the young master of the Fiend God Emperor Palace, like he was killing a dog on the street, he probably would have changed the way he had spoken to Huang Xiaolong. After Huang Xiaolong turned around, he stared at the tens of disciples from the Wangu clan. They felt their legs going soft. It seemed as though no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't muster an ounce of energy to go against Huang Xiaolong. You. They opened their mouths, but nothing useful came out. Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to deal with them, and he simply flicked his fingers. All of them shouted instantly, and they burst apart in midair. A rain of blood filled the streets. Only when they started to explode did the other disciples react. Everyone around Huang Xiaolong started to scream and flee. Only one person was left on the street, and it was Mu Junyue who stared at Huang Xiaolong, dumbfounded. You're Mu Junyue, right? A smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. Thanks for filling me in on everything that has happened. No matter how hard Mu Junyue tried to squeeze the smile onto his face, he failed. You're welcome. Mu Junyue tried his best, and he finally forced 3 words out of his mouth. It was the first time he found talking to be so hard. Huang Xiaolong broke into a chuckle. Wait till I kill Wangu Wudi. I'll let you have the first pick of his treasures. Mu Junyue stared at Huang Xiaolong with his jaws nearly touched the ground. Kill Wangu Wudi? When he finally registered what Huang Xiaolong had said, his body started to convulse, and he nearly fell to the ground. Even the Huang family disciples around Huang Cabin felt their minds going blank. Huang Shaoling turned around and spoke to Huang Cabin and the others. Let's go. We shall return to the abundant deity's manor. They finally snapped back to attention and stood up in haste. All of them couldn't say anything to rebut Huang Xiaolong, and they could only agree obediently, yes, senior. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to move, he noticed the injuries on the Huang family's disciples' bodies. With a wave of his arm, radiance energy enveloped them. By the time the light faded, all of them realized that their injuries had already healed. As for the torn arm on Huang Cabin's body, a new arm had already grown out in its place. Huang Cabin stared at his new arm, and a look of disbelief was etched on his face. Even Mu Junyue stared at Huang Xiaolong's miraculous feat with his eyes as wide as saucers. By the time they realized what was happening, Huang Xiaolong had already started walking towards the abundant deity's manor. They hastily rushed to catch up with him. Senior. Huang Cabin couldn't help but stop Huang Xiaolong. No matter how incredible Huang Xiaolong's strength was, he felt that he had the responsibility to remind Huang Xiaolong of the severe consequences of killing the Wangu clan members. Are you Huang Xiaohai's grandson? Huang Xiaolong didn't bother to wait for his question, and he asked one of his own. Yes, senior, I am. Huang Cabin replied in a hurry. Is this mysterious senior familiar with my grandfather? Does senior know my grandfather? Huang Cabin couldn't hold back his curiosity, and he asked. Huang Xiaolong stopped walking all of a sudden and turned around. All the disciples from the Huang family jumped in shock. Just as their thoughts were running wild, Huang Xiaolong gave them an answer. Of course, I know him. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but think of the times he had spent with his brother in the past. In the past, Huang Wei had always bullied Huang Xiaolong's younger siblings, Huang Min and Huang Xiaohai. Only when he had personally killed Huang Wei had their torment ended. Seemingly no longer wanting to bother with the Huang family disciples, Huang Xiaolong continued on his way to the manor. Senior, Wangu Rui is the nephew of Wangu Wudi. Huang Cabin cautiously reminded the absent-minded Huang Xiaolong. So what? Everyone stared at the indifferent Huang Xiaolong in shock. So what? A simple question contained boundless might and confidence. With Wangu Wudi's status in the world right now, there was probably only one person in the world who dared to say something like that. A bitter smile formed on Huang Cabin's face. As Huang Xiaolong made his way to the abundant deity's manor, the news of his killing started to spread. Divine Dan City started to shake. What? Wangu Wudi's nephew was killed. It seems like that person had some connections to Mu Junyue and the Mu family. He also said that after killing Wangu Wudi, he would allow Mu Junyue to pick an item of his liking. Is he crazy? That man is insane. He dared to kill Wangu Wudi's nephew. And he even threatened to kill Wangu Wudi. Insane? I'm afraid that this guy is mentally handicapped. He's dead for sure. However, no one knows how he will die. All the experts who came from all parts of the world started to clamor and discuss among themselves. In the inner hall of the Wangu clan's headquarters in Divine Dan City, all the experts belonging to the Wangu clan sat around a table. After the thousands of years that passed, the elders and ancestors who were about to ascend in the past had already done so. Many of the present experts were new faces. How dare he kill a disciple of my Wangu clan in public? Who gave him the guts to do so? This has never happened before. The Grand Elder of the Wangu clan, Wangu Changlong, harumphed. As the Grand Elder, Wangu Changlong had extraordinary power. He was at the late 10th Order High God realm, and he was definitely one of the 5 strongest individuals in the Wangu clan. Grand Elder, could he be an expert the Huang family invited? He seems to be headed to the abundant deity's manor. Wangu Hanyen, an elder of the Wangu clan, spoke up. Wangu Changlong sneered. The Huang family can't even protect themselves now. Even if this kid is a peak late 10th Order High God realm expert, it won't be enough. Unless he is able to stand up against our entire Wangu clan, he can't protect the Huang family. What a joke! What should we do now? Wangu Mingwen, an elder of the Wangu clan, asked. Right now, you and I shall head over to the Huang family. We will demand that brat to be handed over to us. I don't believe that the Huang family will risk extermination for a stranger. Wangu Changlong stood up, and the aura around his body expanded to cover the hall. We can't fail to recognize an expert at the peak of the late 10th Order High God realm. Since there are many things Grand Elder has to do to prepare for the competition tomorrow, we shall handle it in your stead. Wangu Di, another elder of the Wangu clan, spoke up. Even though he wasn't as strong as Wangu Changlong, he was still one of the 10 strongest experts of the Wangu clan. He was at the mid-10th Order High God realm. Wangu Changlong shook his head in response. No. We shall go together so that I can have peace of mind. Do we need to inform Wudi about this matter? Wangu Di asked all of a sudden. There is no need. Wudi is currently discussing some matters with the doyens of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. There is no need to alarm him for such small matters. Moreover, he has to concentrate on the competition tomorrow. Wangu Changlong thought about it and shot down Wangu Di's idea. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. In a few minutes, under the lead of Wangu Changlong, nearly 100 experts from the Wangu clan charged towards the abundant deity's manor. When the experts of the Wangu clan had left for the manor, Huang Xiaohai, Fei Ho, Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and the violet spirit-devouring monkey had just learned of the death of the disciples of the Wangu clan. Who is he? He not only saved Cabin, but he also killed Wangu Rui. Fei Ho frowned. Some people said that he was someone invited by our Huang family. Huang Xiaohai was curious as he didn't recall hiring any experts. Since he dares to kill Wangu Rui in public, he shouldn't be weak. He should be an enemy of our enemy. I've heard that he's making his way here now with Cabin. They should be here soon. Do we go out to welcome them? Zhao Shu asked in a low voice. Fei Ho, you go. Try to find out his intentions. Huang Xiaohai turned to Fei Ho and said. Fei Ho nodded his head before leaving the main hall. He walked all the way to the main entrance to wait for the mysterious expert. Huang Xiaohai turned to look at the others before sighing. Right now, the Wangu clan is pushing us against the wall. Wangu Wudi will probably obtain the position as the new director. Do we have any ideas? The hall sank into silence. Wangu Wudi is going too far. The violet spirit devouring monkey raged. Why should we submit to him? At worst, we'll go all the way and fight to the death. Fight to the death? A bitter smile formed on Huang Xiaohai's face. We'll definitely be the ones to die. I have exchanged blows with him in the past. His strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid he's no weaker than Big Brother before he ascended. In the past, Huang Xiaolong was at the early 10th Order High God Realm before he had ascended. When Huang Xiaolong was at the mid-9th Order High God Realm, he had killed the strongest expert acknowledged by all of them, the Gate Master of the Ghost Refining Sect. One could only imagine Huang Xiaolong's strength. Since Wangu Wudi's strength was said to be comparable to Huang Xiaolong of the past, it only emphasized how terrifying he was. Everyone fell into silence. An invisible pressure pressed down on everyone in the hall. As they thought about their grim future, Huang Xiaolong had already arrived on the street where the abundant deity's manor was located. The gates of the manor appeared in Huang Xiaolong's field of vision. When he laid eyes on the familiar structure, a myriad of feelings washed over his heart. In the past, he had personally built the manor, and the plaque that was hanging above the main gate was personally inscribed by him. After the multitude of years that had passed, the grandeur of the abundant deity's manor hadn't diminished in the slightest. However, it was clear that it had weathered many storms. Time seemed to have made its mark on the buildings. From the corner of Huang Xiaolong's eye, a figure emerged from the gates. It was a familiar face. It was a face that Huang Xiaolong could never forget. The person who appeared was precisely Fei Ho. He was the person who had served by Huang Xiaolong's side from the very beginning, and the person who had protected Huang Xiaolong when he was still a little kid. When Fei Ho looked at the group of people approaching him, he stood rooted to the ground. His eyes slowly widened as he scanned the face of the person standing behind Huang Cabin's group. Even though thousands of years had already passed, the image of Huang Xiaolong had never faded from his memory. Fei Ho's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant, and indescribable excitement appeared on his face. Without warning, he rushed towards them. When they realized that Fei Ho had appeared before them, the group of disciples nearly died from shock. Fei Ho was in existence. Even the head of their family, Huang Xiaohai, had to be polite to, despite realizing that something was off about Fei Ho's expression. All the disciples couldn't help but fall to their knees to greet him. Greetings to Lord Fei Ho. However, Fei Ho didn't notice their presence, nor their greeting. His soul seemed to have flown away as he walked mindlessly towards Huang Xiaolong. Tears started streaming down his face as he started bawling his eyes out. When Huang Cabin and the others heard how Fei Ho cried, they jumped in fright. They turned around and stared at each other in shock. What in the world is going on? From what they knew, Fei Ho was a peak expert of their Huang family, and he usually wore a deadpan face no matter where he went. This was the first time they had seen him lose his composure. Lord Fei Ho was a 10th Order High God, and his state of mind was supposed to be unshakable. None of them knew the reason behind him crying like a little child before their very eyes. Huang Cabin and the others subconsciously turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Just as Fei Ho was about to fall to his knees, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and shook his head at him. Fei Ho snapped back to attention. He knew that they couldn't leak the news of Huang Xiaolong's return. All of you can leave. Fei Ho suppressed the excitement in his heart and turned to look at Huang Cabin's group behind him. Yes, Lord Fei Ho. Huang Cabin's party didn't dare to go against Fei Ho's order, and they quickly took their leave. After they left, the shocking scene replayed again and again in their heart. Seeing that there was no longer anyone around, Fei Ho fell to his knees, and he started crying all over again. Gate Master, you are finally back. A smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. Why are you crying? Is everyone doing all right? When Huang Xiaolong's question left his lips, the situation that the Huang family was in replayed in his mind. He couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Gate Master, the Wangu clan. I know everything about the Wangu clan. Huang Xiaolong interrupted him, and he nodded his head reassuringly. Let's go in first. Is Xiaohai, Zhao Shu, and Xie Puti still around? Fei Ho nodded his head and bowed respectfully. Everyone is present. Huang Xiaolong casually asked about the changes in the past several thousand years, and Fei Ho replied to all of them without missing out on a single detail. He even found random stuff to talk about, bringing back all his happy memories. Huang Xiaolong was the backbone of the Huang family. His presence alone supported the Huang family, and it was enough to destroy all threats against them. The matter of the Wangu clan was forgotten the instant Fei Ho started chatting with Huang Xiaolong. It took several minutes for Huang Xiaolong to walk all the way to the main hall with Fei Ho, and when he entered, he saw that everyone had their brows tightly knit together as they discussed the matter with the Wangu clan. Who cares about Wangu Wudi? If he really becomes the director of the Alchemist Association, we'll just leave for the divine world. Zhang Fu flung his sleeve, and he raged. Huang Xiaohai shook his head. My parents have already headed to the divine world. They handed the Huang family over to me. If I cause the destruction of the Huang family, I won't be able to face them when I arrive at the divine world. If only my big brother were here. Huang Xiaohai sighed. As the sigh left his lips, his eyes widened in shock as he stared at the entrance of the hall. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief before rubbing them again as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Huang Xiaohai's abrupt change in attitude caused everyone to look at the entrance of the hall. As soon as they saw the figure standing before them, they mirrored whatever he did just a moment ago. Gate, gate, gate. Hao Tian's tongue got tied as his entire body started to tremble. This isn't real, right? Is this an illusion? Before he could continue spouting more nonsense, a slap brought him back to reality. Who hit me? Hao Tian spun around in a rage, but he was met with Zhao Shu's questioning gaze. A smile immediately appeared on his face. It was too bad Zhao Shu couldn't be bothered with him as he got to his feet shakily. He stared at the figure at the entrance, and the corners of his eyes turned moist. Like Zhao Shu, tears formed in Zhang Fu, Xie Puti, Long Huangao, and the others' eyes. Gate Master, you're back. All the members of the Azura Gate kneeled down in unison. Hao Tian stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. I'm not dreaming, am I? In an instant, he fell to his knees. Huang Xiaohai's reaction was even more intense as he lunged towards Huang Xiaolong to grab him with a bear hug. Big brother, it really is you. You're back. You're back to see us. Huang Xiaolong hugged Huang Xiaohai, who was acting like a little kid as a smile appeared on his face. Aren't all of you ancestor-level figures? Why are you crying like kids? I'm not into guys anyway. Huang Xiaolong started to fool around when he realized that Huang Xiaohai had no intentions of letting go. Everyone stared at him in stunned silence for a second before bursting out into laughter. A silly smile appeared on Xie Puti's face as he started giggling nonstop. The gloomy feeling in the hall dispersed in an instant, and everyone started joking around. The oppressive feeling that everyone had felt in their hearts just a moment ago vanished. Huang Xiaohai finally released Huang Xiaolong as a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Huang Xiaolong walked towards the members of the Azura Gate as he personally helped them up. When he was done, he made his way towards Xie Puti and punched him lightly on the arm. Brat, you're finally at the mid-10th order High God realm after so many years. Xie Puti couldn't help but laugh. Do you think that everyone is a freak like you? The two of them burst out laughing instantly. Everything felt so familiar, and nothing in the world seemed to matter. When Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze around everyone in the hall, a frown slowly formed on his face. Xiaohai, where is everyone else? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but realize that a few people were missing. Big brother, you better take a seat first. Huang Xiaohai hastily moved aside as Huang Xiaolong took the main seat in the hall. Nodding his head, Huang Xiaolong made his way towards the main seat. 100 years ago, all of them flew towards the divine world to look for you, Huang Xiaohai explained. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank the moment he heard the news. They didn't wait for the 30,000-year time limit before ascending. 100 years ago. If they left the lower world 100 years ago, it would have been 10 years ago in the divine world. 10 years ago, he had been looking for the myriad curses devil steel and the glazed devil steel in the devil world. Huang Xiaolong sighed. He couldn't help but feel that it was too risky. The divine world wasn't as simple as they thought. Big brother. Huang Xiaohai stared at the complicated look on Huang Xiaolong's face. He couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. Will they run into any trouble? A smile broke out on Huang Xiaolong's face when he saw the worried expression on Huang Xiaohai's face. Don't worry about it. When I return to the divine world, I'll look for them immediately. The divine world might be boundless, but with Huang Xiaolong's ability, it wouldn't be difficult for him to look for a few people. The only thing he was worried about was Xiaofei. Since she had an innate Buddhist physique, things could get troublesome if she ascended for the Buddhist world. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but rub his temples. This is really nerve-wracking. What about my master? Huang Xiaolong asked. The ascending moon old man wasn't present as well. Everyone glanced at each other when they heard his question. Huang Xiaohai finally explained the situation. The ascending moon old man is one of the elders of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. However, Wangu Wudi suddenly decided to summon him to the headquarters. According to our sources, Wangu Wudi and several other elders are planning to relieve him of his position. A chilly light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Wangu Wudi, what rights does he have to dismiss my master? Wangu Wudi might not be the current director of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, but several elders have confidence in him taking up the post after the trial. As such, he has already gained control of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Everything he says is the law, and none of the elders dare to make a fart in front of him. Fart? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Even Zhao Shu and the others laughed out loud. Huang Xiaolong continued to ask about his other master, Feng Yang, and his senior martial brother Lu Yun. He finally relaxed when he learned that they were doing fine. As they chatted amongst each other, Wangu Changlong and the others were leading an army as they sauntered towards the abundant deity's manor. None of them bothered to conceal their auras, and everyone realized their intentions. It's Wangu Changlong of the Wangu clan, Wangu Di, Wangu Hanyen, Wangu Suo, Wangu Fei, Wangu Wutan. There are so many elders. All the elders from their Divine Dan City branch are moving out. It seems like they are headed to the abundant deity's manor. The Huang family's in for it now. Wangi Rue is Wangu Wudi's nephew. Who else are they going to blame other than the Huang family? The Huang family had the chance to submit to the Wangu clan, but it seems like they have thrown it away. Everyone started to discuss among themselves. With Wangu Changlong in the lead, all the experts from the Wangu clan charged towards the abundant deity's manor with a heated gaze. They exuded an unstoppable aura. All of a sudden, Wangu Changlong turned to Wangu Hanyen and said, "Get some people to notify the Zhang family leader. Get him to bring Zhang Wei and the marriage contract to the abundant deity's manor." Wangu Hanyen immediately realized Wangu Changlong's intent. He wanted to annul the marriage Zhang Wei had to the Huang family in front of everyone's eyes. Since the Huang family had slapped them in the face, he was going to do the same. Yes. Wangu Hanyen acknowledged the order and contacted Zhang Zongyang. The moment Zhang Zongyang received the order from Wangu Hanyen, he didn't dare to disobey. He instantly grabbed Zhang Wei and the marriage contract before charging towards the abundant deity's manor. When Wangu Changlong and the others were about to arrive at the abundant deity's manor, the Huang family elders received the news. They ran into the main hall to make their report to Huang Xiaohai. However, all of them were shocked when they entered the hall and saw an unfamiliar face seated on the throne in the center of the room. As all of them were promoted after Huang Xiaolong had already ascended, none of them recognized him. What's going on? Huang Xiaohai asked when he saw everyone charging into the hall in panic. The elders only snapped back to attention after they heard his question. Reporting to family head, Wangu Changlong is leading all the experts from the Wangu clan's branch in Divine Dan City. There are around 100 of them. One of the elders spat out in haste. Despite the shocking news, Huang Xiaohai merely nodded his head before uttering a single, "Oh!" All the elders stared at each other in shock. Family head. The Wangu clan isn't coming in peace. I have even heard that they want you to hand over Wangu Rue's killer. They also want you to kneel in front of everyone to admit your mistakes. The Zhang family's leader is also here, and he has brought Zhang Wei with him. They are here to cancel the marriage agreement between our families in front of everyone. The elder added when he saw that Huang Xiaohai wasn't taking it seriously. A frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaohai's eyes when he heard what the elder said. Before he could react, a soft laughter emerged from Huang Xiaolong's lips. Nearly 100 experts? That's too little. Whatever. We'll kill Wangu Changlong or whatever his name is before killing Wangu Wudi. When we're done with Wangu Wudi, we'll uproot the entire Wangu clan from their homeland. All of the elders felt a bomb going off in their minds when they heard what Huang Xiaolong said. They turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong with a blank expression on their face. Of course, Huang Xiaolong paid them no heed, and he merely turned to Huang Xiaohai before asking a single question. I heard that the leader of the Wangu clan is that little kid, Wangu Yanhui. Is that true? When the elders heard how Huang Xiaolong addressed Wangu Yanhui as that little kid, they couldn't help but frown. They had already felt that he was a retard when he spoke about killing Wangu Wudi and how he wanted to uproot the Wangu clan. Right now, they felt that he wasn't just a retard. He was a crazy, mentally handicapped bastard. Even Wangu Wudi, who was known as the strongest under the heavens, wouldn't dare to call Wangu Yanhui's name, much less address him as a little kid. Huang Xiaohai nodded his head. Yes, Wangu Yanhui became the leader of the Wangu clan several hundred years ago. Even though he's not as strong as Wangu Wudi, he wouldn't be too much weaker. Huang Xiaolong turned around and asked the elder who spoke nonstop since entering the hall. When will the members of the Wangu clan arrive? Despite hearing the question, the elder refused to reply. He hated how Huang Xiaolong spoke as he felt that Huang Xiaolong was nothing more than a braggart. Are you deaf? Why are you keeping silent now? Huang Xiaohai raged when he saw that the elder was keeping mum. Being on the receiving end of Huang Xiaohai's rage, the elder was stunned. He had never seen the family head so angry in his life. Yes, family head. The members of the Wangu clan will be here in a few minutes. No longer daring to show his attitude, the elder replied to the question. Huang Xiaohai turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Getting to his feet, Huang Xiaolong said to everyone in the hall, "Since they will be here soon, we should go out and welcome them. Otherwise, they might say that we are rude." Since Huang Xiaolong had already decided Zhang Fu, Zhao Shu, Huang Xiaohai, and the others didn't dare to dally. They followed behind him as they walked to the entrance of the manor. When the elders saw that even the head of the Huang family and the various experts were walking behind Huang Xiaolong like obedient children, they couldn't help but feel shocked in their hearts. A sense of suspicion flashed through their minds. When Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at the entrance, they saw the group of Wangu clan's experts sauntering towards them. His gaze landed on Wangu Changlong, who was standing in front of everyone. He saw the look of disdain in Wangu Changlong's eyes, and he couldn't help but find it funny. The two groups met each other at the entrance of the abundant deity's manor. Wangu Changlong spotted Huang Xiaolong in an instant, and he snorted, "So you're the mentally handicapped bastard who killed my disciples?" Huang Xiaohai, Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and the others almost erupted with rage. However, Huang Xiaolong stretched out his hand and stopped them before they could do anything. "That's right. I killed them." Wangu Changlong chuckled in a sinister voice. "It's good that you dare to admit it. I thought that you would wet your pants when you saw us. It looks like you're no coward." All the experts from the Wangu clan burst into laughter. "Family head Zhang, where is the marriage contract?" Wangu Changlong turned to look at the black-haired old man behind him and asked. The person he spoke to was precisely Zhang Zongyang, the head of the Zhang family. Without missing a beat, Zhang Zongyang retrieved the marriage contract and said, "Lord Changlong, this is the marriage contract." A golden-colored book appeared in his hand as he passed it to Wangu Changlong. Wangu Changlong didn't bother receiving it, and he snorted in response. "Humph. Right now, you can tell Huang Xiaohai about the matter about dissolving the marriage." Zhang Zongyang bowed before bringing the book to Huang Xiaohai. "Huang family head. This is the marriage contract you had brought over to my Zhang family in the past." As soon as the words left his lips, he turned to look at Huang Xiaolong with a sneer on his face. "But it's too bad a wastrel like Huang Cabin isn't worthy of marrying my daughter. He's nothing but a toad lusting over swan meat. Today, I'm here to cancel the engagement." As though he was afraid Huang Xiaohai wouldn't agree, Zhang Zongyang continued, "Even if you refuse to agree, you don't have a choice." With a wave of his hand, the marriage contract was shredded to bits, and the broken pieces fluttered in the wind. Huang Xiaohai's expression sank. Even though everything happened in front of him, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother stopping it. He stared at the scene without so much as opening his mouth. He didn't even allow Huang Xiaohai or anyone present to stop Zhang Zongyang. When Wangu Changlong looked at the pieces of paper fluttering in the air, a sneer appeared on his face. "I've seen snow fluttering in the air before, and I've even witnessed black-colored rain. However, this is the first time I've seen a marriage contract filling the skies. This is too beautiful. Are you done?" Huang Xiaolong finally opened his mouth. "If you're done, I'll send you on your way now. If you're not, I'll give you another minute to act like clowns in front of me." He shook his head and chided. "To be honest, your performance a moment ago was comparable to trash." Wangu Changlong and the other experts of the Wangu clan stared at Huang Xiaolong, dumbstruck. "Brat, I'll kill you right now." Wangu Di felt fire spilling out from his eyes as he charged at Huang Xiaolong. However, Wangu Changlong reached out and stopped him before Wangu Di could complete his move. "It's a pity to kill him like that. We should tear off all the skin on his body before scraping the flesh off from his bones. We'll rip out his eyeballs and torture him in front of everyone in the city. Things wouldn't be fun otherwise." Wangu Changlong turned to Huang Xiaohai and said, "I don't care about his relationship with all of you. If you continue to cover for him, all the male disciples in your Huang family will suffer the same fate. We'll grab all your female members and turn them all into playthings for our disciples." Too bad Huang Xiaolong had enough of his nonsense as he reached out with a single hand and slapped Wangu Changlong across the face. As Huang Xiaolong didn't bother moving too quickly, Wangu Changlong saw his attack. "Brat, you dare?" However, his expression changed when he spoke up to that point. Under the gaze of everyone present, Huang Xiaolong's slap landed perfectly on his face. With a miserable shriek escaping his lips, Wangu Changlong was sent flying. His fate was the same as Wangu Rui as his face was slapped flat by Huang Xiaolong. His teeth scattered around the ground. His eyes popped out of their sockets. His mouth was torn open and copious amounts of blood emerged from his throat. The initially noisy scene turned deathly silent in an instant. Everyone who was there to watch a good show stared at the scene before them, dumbstruck. As for the other experts from the Wangu clan, they stared at each other, and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. When Huang Cabin charged all the way to the entrance after hearing that the Zhang family leader wanted to renounce the marriage, he was greeted with a shocking scene. His jaws dropped, and his eyes widened to the size of saucers. The various elders of the Huang family who followed behind Huang Xiaohai and the others didn't dare to believe their eyes. When everyone was confused about how to react, Huang Xiaolong spoke up. "Perfect. I told you I would give you another minute to mess around." A minute perfectly passed when Wangu Changlong smashed into the ground after his slap. Huang Xiaolong's voice caused everyone to snap back to attention. Everyone turned to stare at his unfamiliar face. Wangu Changlong died from a single slap. He killed a late 10th Order High God Realm expert with a single slap. You. Wangu Di pointed at Huang Xiaolong, and he stuttered. His finger trembled, and the rest of the words failed to leave his lips. "Who are you?" Wangu Hanyan suppressed the fear in his heart, and he yelled, What is your relationship with the Huang family? When Huang Xiaolong heard the question, he chuckled in a low voice. Your Wangu clan probably knows my relationship with the Huang family. It's too bad you probably won't live to learn of our relationship. He turned to look at Wangu Changlong's corpse and continued, Oh right, I forgot to tell you. Wangu Rue suffered the same fate as that guy. I slapped him to death. The faces of the experts of the Wangu clan turned ugly. Huang Xiaolong didn't care about their anger at all. Instead, he stared at Wangu Di and Wangu Hanyen as he continued, Didn't you say something about tearing off all my skin and scraping my flesh? Weren't you going to dig out my eyeballs? Why are you hesitating now? Huang Xiaolong took a step towards them. The instant his foot struck the ground, the experts from the Wangu clan took a step back in fear. Even though he took a step back in fear, the anger in Wangu Di's heart burned bright. When had members of their Wangu clan ever suffered such humiliation? Don't panic, Wangu Di yelled in a fury. He's merely a peak late 10th order high god. I refuse to believe he can deal with our combined strength. We shall deploy the Wangu formation and crush him to death. Arrange for formation. Wangu Hanyen ordered the other elders behind him. In an instant, their figures started to blur as they hastily tried to set up the Wangu formation before Huang Xiaolong could react. Looking at all of them flying about, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother stopping them. Before long, they managed to set up the Wangu formation. Kill! Flames enveloped Wangu Di's body and killing intent burst out from his eyes. He sent a punch towards Huang Xiaolong's chest, and the god force of all the experts gathered around his fist. The fist shattered the space surrounding it, and the structures around them started to shake from the sheer power contained in it. Everyone felt as though the sky was collapsing around them. The faces of Huang Xiaohai, Zhao Shu, and the others changed. Even though they knew that Huang Xiaolong was an unparalleled existence, the might contained in the fist caused their trust in him to shake. After all, Huang Xiaolong was at the peak of the late 10th order high god realm right now. He was up against a formation arranged by nearly 100 experts of the Wangu clan. Before they could make a move, Huang Xiaolong's voice entered their ears. There's no need for you to do anything. Huang Xiaolong looked at Wangu Di, who was throwing a punch at him, but the deadpan expression on his face didn't disappear. Raising his arm, he flicked a single finger towards Wangu Di, and a trace of energy pierced through whatever energy Wangu Di had gathered. In the next instant, Huang Xiaolong's attack shot through the space between Wangu Di's eyebrows and exited from the back. A line of blood appeared in the sky. An uneventful fight ensued as Wangu Di was sent crashing down towards Wangu Changlong's corpse. Boom! A massive blast blew up the dust and sand on the ground when Wangu Di slammed into the earth beside Wangu Changlong. Looking at Wangu Di's face, there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. It was the feeling he last had before his soul departed from the world. Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they saw how Huang Xiaolong dealt with Wangu Di. He slapped Wangu Changlong to death before killing Wangu Di with a single finger. The sound of saliva being swallowed sounded out behind Huang Xiaolong as the Huang family elders entered a state of shock. The Wangu family experts keeping up the Wangu formation no longer dared to move as boundless fear gripped their hearts after watching how Huang Xiaolong had killed Wangu Di. Ignoring the looks of fear in their eyes, Huang Xiaolong started to walk towards the members of the Wangu clan. With the first step he took, the members of the Wangu clan felt a heaven-crushing pressure slamming into their heart. With the second step he took, the members of the Wangu clan felt their bodies being crushed, and they vomited mouthfuls of fresh blood. With the third step, even a 10th order high god like Wangu Hanyen could no longer defend himself. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood. With the fourth step, the blood vessels in the bodies of all the members of the Wangu clan ruptured. Blood emerged from every single pore in their body. With the fifth step, blood streamed out from every single orifice of their body as their organs turned into mush. Just as they were about to die from the crushing pressure, Huang Xiaolong stopped. The pressure that was smashing down on them disappeared, and they collapsed onto the ground. Their bodies turned into jelly as they gasped for breath. They felt as though they had crawled out from the depths of hell, as the air that entered their lungs never felt fresher. When Huang Xiaolong looked at the bunch of people gasping for air on the ground, he raised his right palm. In the next instant, a palm print larger than a mountain blocked out the sky and came slamming down towards them. Those elders who had barely managed to escape death stared at the massive palm print rushing down towards them, and a horrified expression appeared on their faces. Their fear only lasted for an instant before they lost the ability to feel anything else. When the palm landed, Divine Dan City shook. Everyone around Huang Xiaolong failed to keep their balance as they fell to the ground. After a long while, the earth finally regained its calm. Everyone stared at the scene before them and saw something they would never forget as long as they existed. The massive palm print, several hundreds of miles long, had flattened everything in its path. It had formed a bottomless pit in the ground, and everything in its path was swallowed and turned into nothingness. As for the experts from the Wangu clan, not even their hair remained. Even if everyone around were to use their butts to think, the fate of the members of the Wangu clan was clear to all. As Huang Xiaolong had only made a move on the members of the Wangu clan, the Zhang family leader and the other experts of the Zhang family were left alive. A bone-chilling feeling filled their bodies, and they felt their limbs freezing up. They felt the freezing sensation travel up all the way to their hearts. As for Zhang Wei, she felt the blood draining from her face. A single palm killed nearly 100 experts from the Wangu clan. Most of the experts Huang Xiaolong killed were high-level high gods. They were all elder-level figures in the Wangu clan. It became so silent that the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Ignoring the shock on everyone's face, Huang Xiaolong turned to look at Zhang Zongyang and Zhang Wei. When he saw that Huang Xiaolong was looking at him, Zhang Zongyang's legs turned soft, and he fell to his knees. Tears streamed out from his eyes, and he begged, "Senior, please show mercy. Don't kill me. I had to do what I did because of the pressure coming from the Wangu clan. I had no choice." Zhang Wei and the other experts from the Zhang family fell to their knees in an instant. It was too bad nothing they said could thaw the cold look in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. "We are in-laws. Please, we know our mistakes. Don't kill us." Zhang Zongyuan crawled towards Huang Xiaohai's thighs. It was at that moment he learned that Huang Xiaohai's legs were sturdy enough for him to weather the storms of the world. A look of disgust flashed through Huang Xiaohai's face as he kicked Zhang Zongyuan to the ground. All the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's elders were gathered in the main hall, and an outstanding young man was sitting in the main seat of the room. One person was sitting at the end of the hall, and it was, without a doubt, the Ascending Moon Old Man. A look of fury flashed past the Ascending Moon Old Man's face as he raged at the young man seated at the main seat in the room. "Wangu Wudi, fuck your mother. Who the fuck are you? What rights do you have to dismiss this old man from my position?" Wangu Wudi stared at the Ascending Moon Old Man with a frosty expression. "Ascending Moon Old Fogey, don't think that I won't dare to kill you because you're the master of that bastard Huang Xiaolong or whatever his name is. You are no longer an elder of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. If I really wish to kill you, it won't be any different from me killing a dog on the side of the street." Even though the Ascending Moon Old Man was at the peak of the late 10th Order High God realm, Wangu Wudi didn't see it as a problem. The number of peak late 10th Order High Gods who had died in his hands weren't few. As the Ascending Moon Old Man chuckled in a fury, he spat, "Wangu Wudi, you're a scoundrel. This old man." Before he could complete his sentence, a fist filled with killing intent shot towards him. A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face as he hastily raised his fist to welcome Wangu Wudi's attack. As soon as the fists collided, the furniture in the hall shattered. The Ascending Moon Old Man was sent flying as he started vomiting blood. A single fist caused the Ascending Moon Old Man to suffer serious injuries. Wangu Wudi's strength caused every elder in the hall to gasp in shock. Even though Wangu Wudi was the publicly acknowledged #1 expert under the heavens, he didn't usually display his strength. This was the first time the elders from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union saw him making a move, and it was also the first time they experienced his horrifying strength. When Wangu Wudi's fist slammed into the Ascending Moon Old Man, a cold chuckle escaped his lips. His figure blurred as he appeared right above the old man. His palm turned into claws as he grabbed the figure before him. The ascending moon old man was about to dodge, but the claw seemed to be a python that wrapped itself around his arm. With a jerk, Wangu Wudi ripped his arm off. The ascending moon old man's miserable cry filled the hall as his arm was torn off his body. Wangu Wudi didn't hold back as he sent another fist towards the old man. All the bones in the ascending moon old man's body shattered, and the sound of bones breaking filled the air. Every time Wangu Wudi's fist landed, the ascending moon old man's face turned a little whiter. Blood streamed down from the corner of his lips. Wangu Wudi's became more and more excited as a vicious sneer formed on his lips. Very quickly, the ascending moon old man's chest caved in, and he became a pile of bloody meat. Blood covered his body, and there wasn't a part of his body that was left intact. Despite the gory scene before them, none of the elders from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union pleaded for mercy on behalf of the ascending moon old man. Wangu Wudi wanted to turn the ascending moon old man into an example, and as long as he managed to cripple the old man, no one would dare to go against him. The Alchemist Grandmaster Union would turn into his private property from then on. After shattering every bone in the ascending moon old man's body, Wangu Wudi sneered before sending a punch flying towards the old man's heart. Boom! The ascending moon old man's heart was punched out of his chest, and he was sent flying. As he crashed into the wall, blood flowed from all the openings of his body. His blood stained the walls and the floor red. When the various elders looked at the scene before them, they sucked in a cold breath. Wangu Wudi admired his masterpiece on the wall as though he was appreciating some sort of artwork. Ascending moon old man, why didn't you believe me when I said that I could kill you like killing a dog on the side of the street? He turned to the other elders, and a charming smile appeared on his face. Do you believe me now? Everyone nodded their heads hurriedly. Yes, we do. Wangu Wudi roared with laughter. The feeling of pleasure washed over him, and he felt as though he could control the life and death of every creature in the world. After a full minute of laughter, Wangu Wudi stopped and said to the ascending moon old man, whatever the case, I'm a merciful man. You were once an elder of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, so I'll leave you alive. Go. Throw his body at the entrance of the abundant deity's manor. Wangu Wudi turned and spoke to one of the elders. Without delay, the elder acknowledged. Yes. Despite his agreement, the elder shook his head in his heart. It was clear that Wangu Wudi hadn't held back in the slightest. With the injuries on the ascending moon old man's body, no one at the abundant deity's manor would be able to save him. Under the elder's instruction, several disciples carried the ascending moon old man towards the abundant deity's manor. When everything was taken care of, Wangu Wudi swept his gaze over all the elders in the hall. Enough! Since this situation has been dealt with, we have an empty spot among the elders. I'll make some arrangements for it to be filled. Since there is nothing else, I'll be leaving. I'm going to prepare for the competition tomorrow. It was clear that Wangu Wudi would arrange for someone from the Wangu clan to take over the empty position. However, none of the elders dared to express any dissatisfaction. Under the escort of all the elders, Wangu Wudi left the headquarters of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. As the main hall of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union had always been cut off from the world, Wangu Wudi failed to learn anything about the massive battle that had taken place several minutes ago. After half an hour, Wangu Wudi finally arrived at the residence of the Wangu clan. The instant he entered, a frown formed on his face. Why is nobody here to welcome me? When he entered the hall, he didn't see Wangu Changlong or the rest of the elders. He couldn't help but feel that everything was a little too quiet in the hall. Man! Wangu Wudi sat on the throne in the main room and yelled. In an instant, several lower-level members of the Wangu clan rushed into the hall. Lord Wudi, they greeted as they fell to their knees. We are here to receive your instructions. Where are Wangu Changlong, Wangu Di, and the rest? Wangu Wudi's low voice resounded through the hall. Their bodies trembled as they stuttered. Lord Wudi, did no one report to you about the matter pertaining to Lord Changlong and the others? What are you talking about? Wangu Wudi frowned and asked, what happened to them? The news of Wangu Changlong's death, along with the other experts of the Wangu clan, had already spread throughout Divine Dan City, and nearly everyone knew about what had happened. It was too bad none of them had the authority to report directly to Wangu Wudi. Of course, the news had frightened them so bad that none of them had dared to report the news to Wangu Wudi. As the members of the Wangu clan stared at each other, a look of fear appeared on their faces. They didn't dare to reply to Wangu Wudi's question. Speak! Wangu Wudi yelled in fury when he saw that no one was answering his question. After a moment of hesitation, the members of the Wangu clan spat out everything they had learned. They first reported about Wangu Rue's death before speaking about how Wangu Changlong and the others had led a whole group of experts towards the abundant deity's manor. What did you say? My nephew was killed. Wangu Changlong, Wangu Di, and nearly 100 experts from our Wangu clan were killed. Wangu Wudi didn't dare to believe his ears as he leaped to his feet. Yes, that is correct, Lord Wudi. All of them trembled as they didn't dare to raise their heads to look at him. The killing intent on Wangu Wudi's body rose, and a suffocating feeling filled the hall. However, he started laughing in the next instant. Did you say that the Huang family killed my nephew before killing all the experts of my Wangu clan? Wangu Wudi's laughter filled the hall, and it slowly spread throughout the Wangu clan's residence. When the members of the Wangu clan heard Wangu Wudi's tyrannical laughter, all of them crouched closer to the ground. None of them could stop trembling. Those who knew Wangu Wudi would know that his unbridled laughter usually meant that he was incensed. He was about to lose his mind. Tens of years ago, he had laughed uncontrollably when he had exterminated one of the strongest families on Pegasus Galaxy. All 321056 people were killed, down to the last dog. Blood had formed a river, and corpses had littered the streets. Finally, Wangu Wudi's laughter stopped. Huang family, he spat out word by word, and the temperature in the hall seemed to fall below the freezing point. Snow started to form in the air, and the killing intent emitted by Wangu Wudi materialized. It was obvious that he wanted nothing more than to tear the members of the Huang family to shreds. After so many years, this is the first time someone has dared to kill a member of my Wangu clan. He even killed my elders. Huang family, I wanted to give you a chance to surrender to me. You could have been my dog. Since you refused to choose the road to life, I'll turn all of you into dead dogs. Chilling killing intent shot out from Wangu Wudi's eyes. The plaque hanging at the entrance shattered into a million pieces as Wangu Wudi no longer held his aura back. After taking several deep breaths, he started to suppress the killing intent in his body. He looked at the trembling disciples below him and said, "Get up!" Despite an order from Wangu Wudi, none of them dared to move. "This subordinate doesn't dare," one of the disciples said. Wangu Wudi raised his arm, and a hole was blasted through the brain of the disciple who had spoken. He collapsed without uttering another word. The rest of the disciples felt their legs turning soft when they saw what had happened to their fellow disciple. If I tell you to get up, get up. If I tell you to kill yourself, kill yourself. If I want you to dig out your eyes, you will do it. Wangu Wudi snapped at them. I do not wish to repeat myself. Is that clear? Yes, Lord Wudi. The disciples trembling on the ground crawled to their feet, and cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Did you say that the person who killed my nephew might be someone hired by the Huang family? Even though Wangu Wudi's killing intent had already pierced through the heavens, he wasn't a rash person. He wanted to get to the bottom of the matter before making a move. He knew that the Huang family wasn't an existence any random superpower could dream of matching. He had to make preparations before he could exterminate the Huang family once and for all. He would never give them a chance to recover. Yes, Lord Wudi, one of the disciples replied respectfully. The news has been spreading around Divine Dan City. The person who killed young Master Wangu Rue left for the abundant deity's manor with Huang Cabin. A light flashed in Wangu Wudi's eyes. Is there still no news on how Wangu Changlong, Wangu Di, and Wangu Hanyan died? Everyone looked at each other in silence. Even though there were many people present, none of them dared to talk about what happened. One of the disciples replied. Even Zhang Zongyang of the Zhang family refuses to speak of the matter. It's as though either all of them have been cursed, or they have taken a vow to keep silent about the matter. The disciple who made the guess was spot on. Even though there were a ton of people present, Huang Xiaolong had cursed all of them. Moreover, they had also taken an oath never to reveal what had happened. As such, even though everyone knew that Wangu Changlong, Wangu Di, and the other experts of the Wangu clan had died under Huang Xiaolong's hands, none of them knew the details. Even though there is no solid evidence, this disciple thinks that it was a trap laid down by Huang Shaohai, Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and the others. They probably made a sneak attack when Lord Wangu Changlong and the others entered their range. Wangu Wudi frowned. Could that really be the case? He could feel that things weren't as simple as the disciple thought, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't put his finger on it. After another round of questioning and obtaining nothing else, Wangu Wudi sent them away. When they left, they dragged the body of the dead disciple out of the hall. After they were gone, Wangu Wudi took out a transmission symbol and contacted the Wangu clan in the Wangu galaxy. He ordered them to send over several experts to Divine Dan City. He then contacted the Ghost Refining Gate and the Ancient Demon Race. He asked them to send their experts over. Not feeling reassured yet, he contacted all the leaders of the families under the Wangu clan and several old ancestors for help. When he was done contacting them, he finally relaxed. Huang Shaohai, I don't care what hidden strength you have at your disposal. If I fail to destroy your Huang family, I'll change my family name. Wangu Wudi chuckled sinisterly. Just a moment ago, he gathered all the superpowers from all the galaxies surrounding them. He was going to make his move after their arrival. When that happened, he was sure that the Huang family would be destroyed. With so many experts at his disposal, it was enough to drown everyone in the Huang family, even if all the experts were to spit on them once. When everyone was gathering their strength to answer Wangu Wudi's call, the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's disciples brought the near-dead Ascending Moon Old Man to the entrance of the Abundant Deity's manor. When the guards noticed the Ascending Moon Old Man, they jumped in fright. One of them supported the old man, and the others ran into the main hall to report the situation to Huang Shaohai. As soon as the disciple entered the main hall, he yelled anxiously, "Family head!" The disciples of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union threw Senior Ascending Moon at the entrance of the manor. What? Huang Xiaolong's expression changed. Everyone else also felt a sense of unease in their hearts. As his figure blurred, Huang Xiaolong disappeared from his seat, and the others followed behind him as quickly as possible. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at the entrance and saw how the Ascending Moon Old Man was covered in blood from head to toe, while being supported by a disciple from the Huang family, his heart trembled. Huang Xiaolong rushed towards him, and he circulated the innumerable Buddha King of Supreme Godhead. He poured radiance energy into the Ascending Moon Old Man's body endlessly. "Old man, wake up! Wake up!" Huang Xiaolong's hoarse voice echoed through the air. His hands trembled as he held the Ascending Moon Old Man. He could feel the vitality of the old man seeping away, and there was almost nothing he could do to stop it. When Huang Shaohai and the others arrived at the entrance, their hearts sank. "Go! Bring out the Ginseng King!" Huang Xiaolong yelled as he turned around to look at Huang Shaohai. As he wasn't allowed to bring anything from the upper realm when he had descended, all his spiritual medicines and spiritual pills were left in the divine world. He only knew that the Huang family had the Ginseng King, which could be used to save the Ascending Moon Old Man's life. Huang Shaohai shot towards the inner hall and retrieved the Ginseng King. The body of the herb was transparent, and it emitted a dense aura of vitality. As soon as Huang Shaohai brought it over to Huang Xiaolong circulated his radiance energy to wrap around the Ginseng King. He slowly brought it to the Ascending Moon Old Man's lips. As soon as the Ginseng King entered his mouth, it seemed like the old man's body found a path to survival. Color returned to his ghastly white face. Huang Xiaolong slowly circulated his radiance god force around the old man's body. Finally, they managed to hear the Ascending Moon Old Man's soft breaths again, and he struggled to open his eyes. When he saw Huang Xiaolong's face, a smile formed on his lips. "Little brat Huang, I never thought that I would dream of you before I die." "Goddamn." Huang Xiaohai and the others couldn't help but laugh. "Old man, why are you so sure that you'll die? Are you really tired of living?" A chuckle escaped Huang Xiaolong's lips. "Relax. You're not dreaming. I'm back. And there is no way I'm letting you die." "I'm not dreaming?" The ascending moon old man widened his eyes in shock and scanned his surroundings. He was greeted with the sight of Huang Xiaohai, Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and the others. He finally realized that he was at the entrance of the abundant deity's manor. After his eyes spun one complete round, the ascending moon old man stared at Huang Xiaolong with his eyes wide open. "You, brat, are you truly back?" Huang Xiaolong laughed. "Yes, I'm back." He paused for a moment before continuing. "I'm back to see all of you." The ascending moon old man felt his body tremble, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. "God damn, you're finally back to visit this old man. I thought that I wouldn't be able to see the hair on your lips even after crawling into my coffin." The hair on his lips. Huang Xiaolong forced a bitter smile onto his face as he looked at the old man. He realized that the old man's behavior hadn't changed even after so many years had passed. Everything felt so familiar, as though he had never left. All right, stop talking. Your condition isn't stable yet. I'll help you recover, and you can talk whatever nonsense you want after you recover," Huang Xiaolong said. The injuries on the ascending moon old man's body were really terrifying, and despite using the Ginseng King to heal his wounds, they barely managed to keep him alive. Huang Xiaolong needed to give him proper treatment if he wanted to return to his peak. The ascending moon old man nodded his head and allowed Huang Xiaolong to bring him back into the abundant deity's manor. After choosing one of the secret rooms located in the manor, Huang Xiaolong started to treat the old man's injuries. Huang Xiaohai, Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and the others waited outside patiently. In a flash, night fell. Compared to the bustle in the morning, Divine Dan City quietened down, and it seemed to fall asleep in the night. However, the peace was unnerving as everyone knew that something big was about to go down. In the day, the streets were full, and experts streamed in and out of various shops. Countless beasts stomped about, dragging carts behind them, but all of those were a stark contrast to the sight of the streets at night. Not a single soul could be seen, and even if there were people walking about, they would be sneaking about with anxious looks plastered on their faces. A suppressive air hung above Divine Dan City, and everyone knew that the peaceful night was merely the calm before the storm. When Wangu Rue was killed, no one had felt as though anything big would go down. After all, it was just a disciple of the Wangu clan. However, when all the experts of the Wangu clan's branch in Divine Dan City were wiped out, the hearts of all the present experts shook. They knew that something big was definitely going to happen. In the past 100 years, the Huang family had been suppressed to the point of asphyxiation by the Wangu clan. Could this be their counterattack? Were they finally making a final stand? In the Mu family's branch, all the experts of the Mu family were gathered together in the main hall. "I received news that Wangu Wudi has gathered all the experts under him. More than 100 superpowers are sending their experts over to Divine Dan City as we speak. There are several 100,000 of them." The Grand Elder of the Mu family, Mu Rong, said in a solemn voice. An elder, Mu Jingji, shook his head and said, "I have no idea what the Huang family is thinking. Why would they kill all the experts from the Wangu clan stationed in Divine Dan City after killing Wangu Rue? Are they tired of living? With so many experts, Wangu Wudi is definitely going to exterminate the Huang family. Almost 100 superpowers. That was the collective strength Wangu Wudi has gathered to deal with the Huang family. Their scalps turned numb just thinking about it. The combined strength of all of them would be able to destroy anything in their path. Even a heavenly god would fall at their hands. This matter has alarmed our old ancestor Mu Qi. I've heard that all of them are making their way to Divine Dan City as we speak," Mu Rong said. "What? Ancestor Mu Qi is coming here?" The other elders swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. Mu Qi was the strongest expert in their Mu family, and he hadn't appeared for several hundreds of years. No one had expected him to personally head over to Divine Dan City. Mu Rong nodded his head before he continued. I've heard that ancestor Mu Rong had a pretty good relationship with the previous director, Huang Xiaolong. He is probably coming over to plead on behalf of the Huang family. If that is the case, things will go south really quickly. Wangu Wudi has already warned that he would destroy every family who dares to plead for mercy on behalf of the Huang family. Despite the Mu family being part of the 10 strongest superpowers, they severely lacked when it came to the #1 ranked Wangu clan. Looks of panic appeared on the faces of all the present elders. What? I hope ancestor Mu Qi doesn't do anything stupid. The sun eventually rose, and a new day started. The day of the competition arrived. People filled the streets, and it seemed as though the entire population of Divine Dan City was headed in the same direction. Wangu Wudi left his residence early in the morning. He led whatever remained of his disciples towards the competition venue. We greet Lord Wudi, Senior Wudi. On the way, many people greeted Wangu Wudi fervently. Wangu Wudi scanned his surroundings like an emperor surveying his subjects and nodded with satisfaction. I've heard that several disciples from the Huang family have enrolled in the competition. Wangu Wudi turned and asked an elder from the union. Yes, Lord Wudi, that is indeed the case. Cancel their participation rights. They should not appear on the competition grounds. After he spoke, he thought for a moment before relaying another order. Pass down my order. No Huang family's disciple is allowed 1,000 meters from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Yes, the elder didn't dare to refute, and he immediately left to convey Wangu Wudi's order. In the secret room of the Huang family, Huang Xiaolong released a long sigh. After all his efforts, he had finally managed to stabilize the ascending moon old man's condition. When he saw that the old man was fast asleep, Huang Xiaolong got to his feet and left the secret room. Big brother, we managed to gather news that it was Wangu Wudi who dismissed the ascending moon old man from his position. When the senior ascending moon scolded him, Wangu Wudi began his ruthless attacks. Huang Xiaohai revealed everything he had managed to learn about the situation the moment Huang Xiaolong appeared. Huang Xiaolong's face sank. Is today the day of the Alchemist Association's competition? That's right. Wangu Wudi is taking part in it. Huang Xiaohai replied. Let's go. We'll take a look at that scoundrel bastard. Huang Xiaolong's frosty voice echoed through the air. Great! Huang Xiaohai revealed an excited expression as he laughed. When you arrive, you should tear his head off his neck. We'll all take turns to pee on it. I've long wanted to do something like that. Zhang Fu, Zhao Shu, and the others agreed with Huang Xiaohai's suggestion. Haha, that's right. It's our turn to fuck him up. Do we need to set the cue now? I'll be the first one. Zhao Shu, you're second. Zhang Fu, you'll be the third. Everyone bantered as they mused about Wangu Wudi's miserable fate. For the past 100 years, all of them had endured all sorts of humiliation. Right now, it was time for them to release all their anger and hatred. Huang Xiaolong looked at the bunch of grown-ups acting like kids in front of him, and he couldn't help but turn speechless. Big brother, is Senior Ascending Moon all right? Huang Xiaohai asked out of the blue. He's fine. His condition is stable right now. However, if he wants to return to his peak, it might take some time. Huang Xiaolong shifted the topic away from the old man, and he continued, Let's go. We'll head over to the Alchemist Grandmaster Union right now. Wait for me. When they were about to leave, a feeble voice sounded behind them. They turned around only to be greeted with the sight of the ascending moon old man hobbling out of the secret room. Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes in shock, and he rushed over to support the old man. Old man, you're not even recovered. A smile appeared on the ascending moon old man's face. With you around, there is no way I'll die. How can I miss such an exciting show? I really want to see you tear that scoundrel bastard's head off. I'm going to be the first to pee on his skull. No one can fight with me for the chance. Huang Xiaohai, Zhao Shu, and Zhang Fu nodded their heads obediently. Since the ascending moon old man's injuries were all healed, he wouldn't be in danger as long as he didn't make a move. In half a minute, Huang Xiaolong brought along everyone as they left the abundant deity's manor. They strolled down the street as they made their way to the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Since the union wasn't located too far away, they managed to arrive in less than half an hour. Big brother, we managed to receive news that Wangu Wudi has gathered the experts of nearly 100 superpowers. Right now, several 100,000 experts are rushing over from the nearby galaxies. Huang Xiaohai reminded Huang Xiaolong in a solemn voice. I'm afraid there are already several hundred experts who received the summons in Divine Dan City. Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and the others' faces sank in an instant. Over 100 superpowers. Even though they knew that Huang Xiaolong was strong, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. That was over 100 strongest families and sects they were talking about. Could Huang Xiaolong really take them all on by himself? Little brat Huang, do you think you can deal with them? The ascending moon old man asked. Huang Xiaolong laughed. God damn. So what if there are 100 superpowers? I'll fuck them up all the same. Huang Xiaohai and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. The ascending moon old man burst into laughter. That's right. Fuck them up. God damn. Fuck them all up. When they were about to arrive at the venue, nearly all of the participants had arrived at the critical juncture of their refinement process. Wangu Wudi controlled countless medicinal herbs as they flew around in the air. They turned into divine beasts in the air, and a total of 10,000 divine beasts were formed in the air when he was done. This is the 10,000 beasts refining diagram. I've only heard about it in legends. I never thought that I would be able to witness such a legendary art in my life. In the past, Director Huang had managed to refine a 9 Tribulations divine pill with a similar method. The 10,000 beasts refining diagram is split into different levels. Lord Wangu Wudi's technique looks so much more perfect. Many of the experts who had already thrown their lot in with Wangu Wudi praised him to the high heavens. A sneer appeared on their lips. How can Huang Xiaolong be compared to Lord Wudi? That's right. Lord Wudi is the most talented alchemist in the world. Everyone broke out into discussion, and the atmosphere turned lively in an instant. As everyone watching the competition started to clamor, Wangu Wudi ignored everyone as he continued to refine his pill. Very quickly, spirit essence started to gather as his pill started to form. The medicinal fragrance diffused around the plaza, and a heaven-shaking rumble came from the sky. In an instant, the sky lost its color. It's the tribulation lightning. Tribulation lightning is here. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. It is too fast. How could tribulation lightning be drawn out when he had only started to refine his pill? Before they could react, the tribulation lightning gathered to form a lightning dragon before falling towards Wangu Wudi. Despite the incoming lightning, Wangu Wudi remained remarkably composed. He opened his mouth, and a wave of sword chi appeared to scatter the tribulation lightning. However, it didn't stop there. Tribulation lightning fell until the 8th bolt of lightning was destroyed. Wangu Wudi used the sword chi to destroy the tribulation lightning with ease. Everyone felt as though they were looking at an undefeatable god as they watched him. Lord Wangu Wudi is unrivaled. He has to be stronger than a first-order heavenly god. The family head of the Lung family yelled in shock. Finally, the 9th bolt of tribulation lightning fell. Instead of sending out his sword chi, he simply raised his hand to swipe at the lightning dragon. It exploded in mid-air, like beautiful fireworks. Everyone sucked in a cold breath in shock. Great! The Lung family head jumped and started clapping. When he started, everyone snapped back to attention and mirrored his actions. Just as they were waiting for Wangu Wudi to deal with the 10th bolt of lightning, he stopped. Mesmerizing medicinal fragrance assaulted the noses of everyone present, and a pillar of light shot to the skies. Several divine pills appeared in mid-air. 9 tribulation divine pills. When they saw the pills that had appeared, they knew that the first place would belong to Wangu Wudi without a doubt. The moment Wangu Wudi completed his pills, Huang Xiaolong, and the others saw the sea of people standing in the plaza. Cheers rang out from the crowd again and again. Before Huang Xiaolong could lead everyone into the plaza, a disciple of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union flew over and stopped them. Lord Wangu Wudi has ordered that no members of the Huang family are allowed to enter 1,000 meters of the Union. One of the lead disciples sneered at Huang Xiaolong. Huang family head, you better head back. Since the Huang family was about to be finished, he felt that there was no need for him to be polite to Huang Xiaohai. A trace of rage flashed through the eyes of Huang Xiaohai and the others. Huang Xiaolong reached out with his arm, and a terrifying wave of suction force smashed into the lead disciple. He appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Are you sure we can't go in? Huang Xiaolong's eyes were cold as he asked. Huang Xiaolong was still the director of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. He hadn't passed down the position to anyone just yet. How dare Wangu Wudi pass down an order to block the current director from entering 1,000-meter radius of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union? When the lead disciple looked into Huang Xiaolong's eyes, a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. However, it disappeared when he thought about Wangu Wudi. He laughed sinisterly. No one dares to go against Lord Wudi. If you enter, we'll kill you regardless of your identity. Kill us, regardless of our identity? Huang Xiaolong found it funny. Wait, you're right. I'll kill everyone regardless of their identity. As soon as he spoke, he crushed the disciple in his hand. The head of the lead disciple was pushed all the way into his stomach. When the other disciples looked at the scene before them, they stared at Huang Xiaolong with their mouths agape. They had never thought that someone would actually kill a disciple of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. They eventually reacted, and all of them screamed at Huang Xiaolong in rage. How dare you? What do you think you're doing? How dare you kill a disciple of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union? Are you trying to revolt? This is something that will cause your family's destruction. Is your Huang family looking to die? Revolt? My Huang family's destruction. Huang Xiaolong's laughter filled the air. It seems like I've been gone for too long. Even a random disciple of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union had dared to point and scream at the Huang family. He had even dared to curse their Huang family. Huang Xiaolong tossed the disciple's corpse to the others, and he looked at the thousands of disciples who had surrounded them. Kill everyone who dares to block my way. When his words reached the ears of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's disciples, rage filled their minds. One of them pointed at Huang Xiaolong and screamed, "Preposterous! Who do you think you are? No one dares to kill the disciples of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union in their plaza. All of you are dead. Dead!" As soon as he spoke, he was sent flying with a single slap. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother looking at him as he made his way to the plaza. Take them down! Another disciple yelled in fury as his killing intent broke through the skies. Send out the distress signal. Notify all the experts in the Union. In the next instant, a disciple shot out a message flare. Huang Xiaolong stared at them, and he didn't bother to stop them. Boom! The flare exploded in the air like beautiful fireworks. All the experts at the competition venue turned around and stared at the distress signal in shock. As soon as the flare was ignited, the disciples surrounding Huang Xiaolong charged towards him. It was too bad they were sent flying by a formless wind before they could even touch him. All of them fell to the ground and vomited copious amounts of blood, dyeing the ground red. Huang Xiaolong and the rest didn't care about all the disciples as they continued to make their way towards the Union. Seeing how their fellow disciples were beaten to an inch of death, the others roared before charging towards Huang Xiaolong and the others. No one had ever dared to cause trouble at the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Kill! With Lord Wangu Wudi's order, we will kill any Huang family member who steps into the 1,000-meter radius of the Union. More and more disciples charged towards Huang Xiaolong. A chilly light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and divine lightning descended. All the disciples about to move towards him turned into coal. It seemed as though Wangu Wudi thoroughly controlled the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Since that was the case, Huang Xiaolong decided to wash the Union in blood. He would cleanse the union with the blood of their disciples. When people in the plaza saw Huang Xiaolong and the others, they couldn't help but feel shocked in their hearts. It's the Huang family. It's the Huang family patriarch, Huang Xiaohai. Why is he here? How dare he bring his men to attack the Alchemist Grandmaster Union? Is he tired of living? No one has ever attacked the Alchemist Grandmaster Union in the history of the world. Is he trying to become the enemy of everyone under the heavens? Does he really think that the Huang family has lived long enough? As the patriarch of the Huang family, Huang Xiaohai is really too stupid. Several experts shook their heads as they glared at Huang Xiaohai and his party. The Alchemist Grandmaster Union was the gathering point of all the alchemists under the heavens. If anyone dared to attack the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, they would be the public enemy of all the alchemists. With alchemists present in every single superpower, they would be offending the entire world. Is the Huang family declaring war against all the world? Wangu Wudi, who had completed his refinement of the 9 tribulations divine pill, learned of the matter, and he broke into laughter. He felt that the heavens were helping him when the Huang family killed their way into the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Let's go. We'll take a look at Huang Xiaohai's amazing performance. Wangu Wudi laughed as he spoke to the patriarchs of the families who had surrendered to him. Even I, Wangu Wudi, wouldn't dare to attack the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. The Huang family is commendable. Everyone could hear Wangu Wudi's sarcastic tone, and they burst into laughter. The Lung family patriarch chuckled. Those useless dogs of the Huang family can't be compared to the Wangu clan. When it comes to stupidity, I admire Huang Xiaohai. Everyone who heard what he said roared with laughter. That's right. The Huang family has declined. They are nothing compared to the glorious Wangu clan. When Huang Xiaohai lowers himself to clean Lord Wangu Wudi's shoes in a minute, Lord Wangu Wudi might allow him to keep his dog life. Nonsense. Even if he licks Lord Wangu Wudi's shoes, there is no way Lord Wangu Wudi will allow him to live. The Huang family members will not escape their fate. The Lung family patriarch gathered the other patriarchs behind Wangu Wudi as they flew towards the plaza. They couldn't stop laughing at the Huang family's miserable fate along the way. Very quickly, the few of them arrived at the plaza. They met Huang Xiaolong's party, who happened to arrive at the same time. Both groups stopped as they stared at each other. When Wangu Wudi swept his gaze over Huang Xiaolong and Huang Xiaohai, he couldn't help but sneer. It seems like the ascending moon old man didn't die. His lips curled upwards as he continued. Your life is pretty resilient. Whatever. I'll play with you again later. Don't worry. I won't let you off as I did previously. Despite his whole army not being there to back him up, Wangu Wudi felt that it was entirely possible to kill all the present Huang family members with the help of all the family patriarchs behind him. The ascending moon old man sneered. Wangu Wudi, you're just a scoundrel bastard. How can I die when you're still alive? In a bit, we'll tear your head off and pee on it. I'll let you have a taste of my urine. Everyone felt a bomb going off in their heads when they heard what he said. The Lung family patriarch yelled in a fit of rage. Ascending moon old fogey, how dare you scold Lord Wudi? Wangu Wudi raised his arm and stopped the Lung family patriarch from going any further. He wasn't angry in the slightest as he looked at Huang Xiaolong and his group in amusement. When the two parties confronted each other in the plaza, the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's various elders received their disciples' reports. The Huang family is looking to die. Wangu Ruochen, an elder of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, snorted, and he immediately passed down the order. Gather all the strength we have at our disposal. We'll take down all the members of the Huang family right now. Yes, Elder Ruochen. As soon as his order was passed down, all the experts gathered. A frown formed on the face of another elder, Sun Man. He felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Let's go. We're going out to take a look at what is going on. Sun Man yelled in a low voice. The rest of the elders nodded as they shot towards the plaza. Many of the elders who had known Huang Xiaolong were gone by now, but 2 of the elders who knew Huang Xiaolong still remained. Sun Man was one of them, and he was the elder with the most authority in the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. When Sun Man, Wangu Ruachin, and the other elders were making their way to the plaza, Wangu Wudi sneered at Huang Xiaolong's party. Your idea of tearing off my head for you to pee in it is commendable, but the problem is that my head is right here. Which one of you will be tearing it off? Wangu Wudi pointed at Huang Xiaohai and asked, Huang Xiaohai, are you going to do it? Or will it be Zhao Shu? Zhang Fu? Could it be Ao Tai or whoever? I'm afraid none of you have the ability to do it. Huang Xiaohai, you seem to have forgotten how you lost to me in the past. If I hadn't taken pity on you and allowed you to live, do you really think you would have been here talking to me? Wangu Wudi burst into laughter. The family patriarchs behind him didn't keep their mouths idle either, as they also roared with laughter following Wangu Wudi's lead. Huang Xiaohai, Zhao Shu, and everyone else felt their expressions turning gloomy. Before they could say anything, Huang Xiaolong took a step forward. I'll be the one to do it, Huang Xiaolong said with an indifferent expression. However, I'll break all the bones in your body before shattering your heart. I'll make you suffer the same fate as my master. Master? A trace of suspicion flashed through Wangu Wudi's eyes. He stared at the ascending moon old man and chuckled. Old man, when did you accept a disciple? Who would have thought that this brat is your disciple? I thought he was a peak expert. It seems like he's just a junior. He's just a junior who has a mouth full of shit. Everyone burst into laughter once again. No one thought profoundly into the matter. Wangu Wudi, as long as you can take a single move from me, I'll spare your life. Huang Xiaolong spoke up all of a sudden. Everyone felt their jaws dropping in shock. What did we just hear? After Wangu Wudi recovered from his shock, he doubled over in laughter. Ha ha ha! Did all of you hear that? This brat says that he will spare my life. He thinks that I won't be able to take a single hit from him. The Lung family patriarch's laughter became even more exaggerated as he snapped at Huang Xiaolong. Brat, if you can take a single hit from Lord Wudi, he might be happy enough to spare your life. As soon as the words left the Lung family patriarch's lips, Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred. Even though he disappeared, none of them could see how he did it. The instant Huang Xiaolong's figure disappeared, Wangu Wudi felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. His pupils constricted, and circulated all the god force in his body on instinct. He summoned his divine armor to protect himself. The moment his divine armor appeared, Huang Xiaolong materialized before him. Dragon God's 15th move. Huang Xiaolong's voice echoed throughout the plaza, and the Holy Dragon Supreme Godhead in his body started to rotate. Countless dragons emerged from his palm and charged towards Wangu Wudi. The roars of countless dragons filled the plaza. In an instant, everyone lost their sense of hearing. The only sound filling their brains was the deafening dragon roars. Wangu Wudi looked at the myriad of dragons coming towards him, and he screamed before shooting both his fists out. Unrivaled eternal god-killing fist. It was the fist style he had created after learning from thousands upon thousands of fist arts, and it possessed endless might. He had never shown off this move before, as no one had been able to push him into a corner. This was the first time his ultimate technique was unleashed. He was confident that his fist could even take on a heavenly god realm expert. Boom! Wangu Wudi's fists collided with Huang Xiaolong's fists. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking resounded through the air, and a heart-wrenching pain traveled up Wangu Wudi's fists into his brain. A miserable shriek left his lips, as this was the first time he had ever felt so much pain. Everyone saw his arms shattering as blood erupted from the pores of his body. His fist was ground into meat paste, and the divine armor on his body crumbled to dust. Wangu Wudi did several flips in the air before smashing into a stone pillar behind him. The pillar didn't stop his descent, as he crashed into the ground of the plaza a second later. The Lung family patriarch stared at the scene before him in shock. As for the other experts who followed Wangu Wudi to the confrontation, they were shocked as well. The disciples from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union stared at the scene above their heads with barely concealed shocked expressions on their faces. Even the participants in the competition were stunned. The pillar that failed to stop Wangu Wudi slammed into the ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Huang Xiaolong didn't care about the petrified audience as he appeared in the sky above Wangu Wudi. The strongest expert? Huang Xiaolong asked as he stared at Wangu Wudi's sorry figure below him. Huang Xiaolong's voice brought everyone back to reality. The Lung family patriarch stared at Huang Xiaolong with a face full of fear. His arms started to shake as he looked at the monster before him. The other family patriarchs who were mocking the Huang family felt their legs going soft. "Is the person lying on the ground Lord Wangu Wudi?" one of the disciples present in the plaza asked. Even with the truth displayed before him, he didn't dare to believe that Wangu Wudi was defeated. I think so," another disciple replied. However, he hesitated for a moment before adding, "That doesn't seem right." Perhaps it was because of Huang Xiaolong's shocking display of power that no one dared to approach him. Wangu Wudi, who was lying on the ground, struggled to crawl to his feet. He stared at Huang Xiaolong with shock and fear before yelling in disbelief. "I'm the strongest expert under the heavens. I am Wangu Wudi. I can't lose to you. It's not possible." Wangu Wudi was indeed the strongest person under the heavens. It was the reputation he built up painstakingly, and it was also the reason he could defeat the ascending moon old man with ease. Huang Xiaolong had long guessed that Wangu Wudi was a talented individual. However, that didn't mean anything. The supreme geniuses who had died at his hands when roaming the greater worlds were millions, if not billions of times stronger than Wangu Wudi. Huang Xiaolong stared at Wangu Wudi, who was raging with all his might. "Don't worry. I already said that I wouldn't let you die too quickly. I will shatter all the bones in your body before smashing your heart. I'll tear off your head for my master and the rest to pee on." This time, no one dared to laugh at Huang Xiaolong's claim. Wangu Wudi turned silent in an instant before gathering all the god force in this body. Darkness chi flowed out from his body, and a new pair of arms grew out from his shoulders. He turned into a streak of black light as he attacked Huang Xiaolong once again. "Brat, I don't care who you are. You must be dreaming if you think that you can kill me." Wangu Wudi. His fists arrived at Huang Xiaolong's chest in a flash. Huang Xiaolong blocked Wangu Wudi's fists by slowly raising his arm. Wangu Wudi's arms were destroyed once again, but Huang Xiaolong no longer gave him time to mess around. He punched towards Wangu Wudi's chest, dissipating all the god force around his body. The sounds of shattering bones resounded through the air once again. Wangu Wudi's howl reverberated through the plaza. Huang Xiaolong's fist broke through the armor and smashed directly into Wangu Wudi's body. The Lung family patriarch and the others felt their hearts shaking. Huang Xiaolong was as expressionless as ever. He punched out once again, breaking more bones in Wangu Wudi's body. Fist after fist rained on Wangu Wudi. Very quickly, Wangu Wudi became nothing more than a pile of flesh. He suffered the same fate as the ascending moon old man. The plaza fell into silence, and no one dared to speak. The only sound heard was the sound of Wangu Wudi's miserable howls. With every fist Huang Xiaolong landed, Wangu Wudi cried out in pain. The cries only became more miserable when Huang Xiaolong circulated Azura Qi in his attacks. Every time Wangu Wudi screamed, the hearts of the family patriarchs, who had come with him into the battle, trembled. Very quickly, blood covered Wangu Wudi's body. Not a single bone in him was left intact. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to shatter Wangu Wudi's heart, the experts from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union arrived. When they saw the scene playing out in front of them, all the experts from the Alchemist Alliance sucked in a cold breath. When everyone focused their sights on the blood-ridden Wangu Wudi, Sun Man's gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong. When he saw the features on Huang Xiaolong's face, his heart shook. It was as though he had seen a terrifying being, and a look of astonishment filled his face. Even though he hadn't seen Huang Xiaolong in thousands of years, he couldn't forget his familiar figure. The image of Huang Xiaolong was already branded into his soul. He recognized Huang Xiaolong with a single glance. It's Huang. It's Huang. Before he could complete his sentence, Wangu Ruochen glared at Huang Xiaolong with bloodshot eyes. "Brat, you're asking to die. How dare you injure our president? Release him immediately. Men, hurry up and kill this brat for me. Save our president." Even though Wangu Wudi hadn't officially accepted the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's president's position, everyone had already started addressing him as President Wudi. Wangu Ruochen's voice woke all the experts from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. In an instant, countless experts attacked Huang Xiaolong in a crazed fashion. When Sun Man saw what was going down, his expression changed. Fear blossomed in his eyes, and he wanted to stop all of them. However, it was too late. Wangu Ruochen had already started his attack. Looking at Wangu Ruochen throwing himself at him, a mesmerizing smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips. This person wanted him to release their president. The moment Sun Man saw the smile appearing on Huang Xiaolong's lips, his heart nearly stopped beating. Huang Xiaolong raised his fist and punched towards Wangu Wudi's heart. Bang! The moment Huang Xiaolong's fist landed, a bloody hole formed on Wangu Wudi's chest. His heart emerged from his back. Wangu Wudi was sent flying towards Wangu Ruochen at an insane speed. Wangu Ruochen's expression changed, and he hastily reached out to grab Wangu Wudi's body. When the body arrived in his arms, he realized that it contained a horrifying amount of force behind it. A howl left Wangu Ruochen's lips as he circulated all his god force to block the impact from shaking his soil. Even so, he felt as though the blood in his body was flowing in the reverse direction after grabbing Wangu Wudi's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, a figure appeared before him. When he looked up, Huang Xiaolong was already standing in front of him, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Huang Xiaolong sent out another punch, and it landed on Wangu Wudi's body. A fist pierced through Wangu Wudi's body and landed on Wangu Ruochen. Wangu Ruochen felt as though he had slammed into an ancient star, and he was sent flying into the distance. Tyrannical energy wreaked havoc in his body. Pop! An ear-shattering pop sounded in the air, and everyone saw how Wangu Ruochen exploded into a mist of blood above their heads. A burst of crimson filled their vision. Everyone could only stare at the scene before them in shock. Wangu Ruochen was at the peak of the late 10th Order High God realm. He was the third strongest individual in the Wangu race, and he was also the third strongest expert in the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Someone like him was killed with a single punch. Everyone who was about to fight Huang Xiaolong felt their hearts stop. They screeched to a halt in midair. When the experts from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union finally stopped, Sun Man rushed over in a frenzy. He screamed at the top of his lungs. "Stop! All of you! Stop right there!" When they saw how Sun Man was out of breath from screaming at them, all the experts felt as though something was wrong. Sun Man ignored everyone as he approached Huang Xiaolong. Before the gazes of everyone present, he fell to his knees. As his face touched the ground, a voice full of reverence resounded in the air. "President Huang, you're finally back. President Huang, you're finally back." Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong with their mouths agape. As for the various experts from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, they stared at Sun Man trembling on the ground. They failed to react. "President Huang. Wait a minute, President Huang. Could it be?" When they thought of the possibility, the feeling of dread overwhelmed them. They stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. As the elders from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock, the family patriarchs who had accompanied Wangu Wudi felt the blood draining from their faces. They finally realized who the man standing in front of them was. Huang. President Huang. The Lung family patriarch forced his mouth open and greeted Huang Xiaolong. He felt that his teeth were about to drop off from how hard he was grinding them. Everyone felt their legs going soft. They realized how Huang Xiaolong had addressed the ascending moon old man as his master. They had thought nothing of it earlier, but now, they realized that disaster might have fallen on their heads. Wasn't Huang Xiaolong the ascending moon old man's disciple? Huang Xiaolong stared at Sun Man whose face was on the ground, and he laughed. "Ah, Sun Man, I had never expected that you would recognize me after so many years." His smile was warm, and his voice was crisp. It was like a ray of warm sunlight on a cold, snowy day. However, Sun Man felt even colder than before. His body couldn't stop trembling, and his eyes betrayed his fear. He heard the displeasure in Huang Xiaolong's voice. All these old men knew that Wangu Wudi had wanted to destroy the Huang family, but instead of speaking up or stopping him, they had done nothing. President Huang, I. Sun Man failed to complete his sentence no matter how hard he tried. Huang Xiaolong looked at the 7 elders from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, and a sneer formed on his lips. According to the rules of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, one has to pass all 5 tests before one can become the president. Did Wangu Wudi accomplish the fear? He hasn't even completed a single test. I don't understand how he managed to become the chairman of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. The plaza fell into complete silence. Yan Jinwen, an elder of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, tried to reason with Huang Xiaolong. Lord Wangu Wudi has unparalleled talent when it comes to pill refinement. It's a matter of time before he completes the test. It's normal for us to address him as president. Normal. Huang Xiaolong laughed when he heard the excuse Yan Jinwen gave. Huang Xiaolong, you might be strong, but you can't change the current situation alone. One of the other elders, Yu Wuguang, hesitated for a moment before saying, release President Wangu Wudi right now, and we can plead on your behalf. We can ask him to forgive your Huang family. That's right. Huang Xiaolong, the Wangu clan, the Yu family, Yen family, Beitang family, and more than 100 superpowers have all joined forces. Several 100,000 experts are rushing here as we speak. Elder Chun Xinghui yelled at Huang Xiaolong. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to fight against the combined strength of over 100 superpowers. As long as you release President Wangu, we'll try our best to plead for mercy on the Huang family's behalf. After all, you were once the president of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. We will try to keep you alive as well. Elder Chan Xinghui's voice was cold, and it didn't seem like he was begging for mercy. It looked like he was threatening Huang Xiaolong instead. When the words left his lips, Huang Xiaolong roared with laughter. Plead for mercy for the Huang family? Keep me alive? It was as though he had heard the funniest thing in all his years of existence. Huang Xiaolong couldn't stop laughing as his laughter traveled through the entire plaza. It seemed as though his reputation had degraded after he had left the lower worlds. He no longer had the prestige he once had. Even though Chan Xinghui knew about his identity, he dared to address Wangu Wudi as the president of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. He didn't even kneel when seeing Huang Xiaolong. Not only that, he even dared to address Huang Xiaolong by name. Even worse, he even bragged with Huang Xiaolong's life on the line. When Sun Man, who was kneeling before Huang Xiaolong, heard what the others said, his expressions changed. A terrified look appeared on his face. Even though Chun Xinghui, Yan Jinwen, and Yu Wuguang didn't know how terrifying Huang Xiaolong was, Sun Man was different. He knew that Huang Xiaolong was a terrifying character. Huang Xiaolong was a monster in his eyes. When Wangu Wudi, whose heart had been beaten out by Huang Xiaolong, heard what the elders said, he started to chuckle sinisterly. Huang Xiaolong, did you hear that? Right now, you should release me. Get down on your knees and beg me to spare your life. Based on your previous identity as the president of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, I might just spare your life. He paused for a moment before continuing. I know that you want nothing more than to kill me. However, have you thought of the consequences? As soon as I die, all the experts I have gathered will spare no expense to exterminate the Huang family. Do you really think that all your troubles will end with my death? You're too naive. Ha ha ha. Huang Xiaolong, who the fuck cares if you're the strongest individual? Do you really think that you will be able to stand against the combined power of all the families under me? Wangu Wudi laughed till his voice went hoarse. With an expressionless face, Huang Xiaolong said, Several 100,000 experts? I thought that you would be able to gather several 100 million of them. Whatever. As long as I'm here, so what if I have to go against the entire world? A horrifying aura burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body, and it enveloped divine Dan City. Under Huang Xiaolong's boundless aura, the city started to shake. As long as I'm here, so what if I have to go against the entire world? Everyone present stared at Huang Xiaolong's lone figure standing in the middle of the air. Wangu Wudi was stunned for a minute, but louder laughter ensued. He laughed at Huang Xiaolong's overconfidence, naivety, and his ridiculous line of thought. However, he wasn't done laughing when Huang Xiaolong flicked his wrist. He tore Wangu Wudi's head from his neck, and the laughter stopped. Wangu Wudi's smile turned stiff on his face. Everyone stared at the head in Huang Xiaolong's hand, and a look of shock appeared on their faces. That's Wangu Wudi's head. When the elders from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union who were threatening Huang Xiaolong just a moment ago saw what he did, a look of astonishment and rage flashed in their eyes. Huang Xiaolong, you? How dare you kill President Wangu? Yu Wuguang raged. Just wait for your Huang family to be exterminated. Huang Xiaolong ignored him and threw Wangu Wudi's head to the members of the Huang family behind him. Master Xiaohai, you can deal with the head as you see fit. How would the ascending moon old man, Huang Xiaohai, and the others fail to notice the meaning behind Huang Xiaolong's words? Little brat, don't worry about us. We'll take care of his head really well. The ascending moon old man's booming laughter shook the hearts of everyone present. Shhhhhhh. All of a sudden, the sound of flowing water entered the ears of everyone present. Under the dumbfounded gaze of countless spectators, the ascending moon old man urinated on Wangu Wudi's head. Urine splattered everywhere, and he made a huge mess. Even though Huang Xiaolong had ripped off Wangu Wudi's head, his life force was immense. Hence, Wangu Wudi hadn't died immediately. Howls of rage filled the air. Of course, that was the stupidest thing he could have done when the ascending moon old man was urinating on him. As soon as he opened his mouth, stinky liquid entered his mouth and nearly choked him to death. This is the best. This is the best, I'm telling you. The ascending moon old man's booming laughter shook the world. Elder Yu Wuguang stared at the scene in shock, and he continued to yell. This is preposterous. Ascending moon old man, you and all the Huang family disciples will die a horrible death. You'll pay the price several folds over. Hurry up. Save President Wangu Wudi. Yu Wuguang's yell broke everyone out of their stupor. He took the lead and rushed towards the ascending moon old man while the rest of the elders followed him. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong sent him flying before he could approach the old man. With a single slap from Huang Xiaolong, Yu Wuguang tumbled through the air as he spat mouthful after mouthful of fresh blood. Huang Xiaolong's body blurred, and every time he reappeared, an elder was sent flying. Yan Jinwen was the next, followed by Chun Xinghui. The other elders were sent flying soon after. When they landed on the ground, their bodies had already split apart, and their organs had turned into mush. When the other elders of superfamilies saw what had happened to the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's elders, they threw caution to the wind and rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. A frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and 1,000 arms appeared behind him. Godly Shumi Art. Sun Man, who was still kneeling on the ground, screamed in shock. As soon as the words left his lips, the arms behind Huang Xiaolong started to move. Divine Dragon's 15th move. Azura Blade Art. Azura Demon Claws. Soul-breaking finger. Divine Void Fist. Boom! Radiance erupted from his body as the entire city was lit up. Under Huang Xiaolong's bombardment, the city shook once again. The Lung family patriarch and the others saw a scene that would stick with them for the rest of their life. Divine dragons soared through the skies, and blades formed like the wind. A terrifying devil that seemed to have crawled out from hell appeared before them, and countless golden palms covered the sky. Everyone who surrounded Huang Xiaolong revealed unrestrained fear in their eyes as a sense of hopelessness washed over them. They were swallowed by the magnificent attacks Huang Xiaolong unleashed. In an instant, bodies shattered and exploded in midair. They disappeared in the next instant as though they had never existed. Even though there were no longer any opponents, the light that Huang Xiaolong emitted burned bright. It only disappeared after a minute. As soon as the light dissipated, The Lung family patriarch and the rest felt their hearts stop. They stared at the scene before them and realized that Huang Xiaolong had practically leveled the plaza before them. Even the structures surrounding the plaza had turned into a fine dust. As for thousands of experts who had dared to launch their attack on him, they were nowhere to be seen. No one dared to move a single muscle in their body when they witnessed the horrifying scene before them. "Where are the experts from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union?" One of the disciples standing in the plaza asked with a blank expression. As soon as the question left his lips, millions of pairs of eyes glared at him. He was so shocked that he shrunk his body. Huang Xiaolong stared at Yu Wuguang and the others. Raising his feet, he walked towards them. When the several elders noticed Huang Xiaolong walking towards them, a look of uncontrollable fear appeared on their faces. They turned deathly pale. In their eyes, Huang Xiaolong was nothing short of a death god. Even though he had displayed shocking strength when killing Wangu Wudi, they weren't as shocked as when he had killed countless experts in a single second. According to them, Huang Xiaolong was a single entity. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to stand up to the combined strength of 100 superpowers. There was no way he could go against several 100,000 experts by himself. From what they saw, they felt that they were merely delusional. Huang Xiaolong appeared before the few of them, and he spoke to Yu Wuguang. "Are you from the Yu family?" Yu Wuguang nodded his head in haste and replied, "Yes, I am. Didn't Yu Wuye tell you? You can offend anyone you want other than me." Huang Xiaolong. A smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face, and he chuckled in a low voice. "You can offend anyone you want other than me?" Huang Xiaolong. What an oppressive statement. It resounded through the hearts of everyone present in the plaza. Their souls shook when they heard what he said. Despite his overbearing statement, no one dared to make a single peep. None of them felt that it was an overstatement. When Yu Wuguang heard what Huang Xiaolong said, his body started to tremble. The fear in his eyes increased, and despair filled his heart. The person Huang Xiaolong had mentioned was the strongest ancestor of his Yu family. He was an expert from the Yu family who hadn't appeared in the world for several hundred years. "Huang, Senior Huang, can you spare me for the sake of our old ancestor?" Yu Wuguang's voice trembled as he begged for mercy. Everyone turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong denied the request by shaking his head. "For the sake of your old ancestor, I'll allow you to die a quick death." Yu Wuguang felt his body going soft when Huang Xiaolong released his judgment. By this time, Chun Xinghui, Yan Jinwen, and the others had already collapsed. Huang Xiaolong stared at them with a cold face. Wangu Wudi had wanted to exterminate the Huang family, and all of them were his assistants. There was no way he would allow them to live. "After you die, I'll tear your heads off as well. I'll hang all of your heads on the city gates." His chilly voice pierced deep into their hearts. "What?" The Lung family patriarch's expression changed. "Senior Huang, you?" Yu Wuguang was shocked, but he didn't remain surprised for long. Rage filled his heart. "If only you knew what was coming to you. It's too late to regret it now." Huang Xiaolong remained expressionless as he continued. "From the time you decided to plot against the Huang family with Wangu Wudi, you already sealed your fates. Oh right, because of your plans, I'll kill all the upper echelon and direct disciples of your family." Being benevolent to one's enemy was like being ruthless to oneself. In the past, he had spared the ancient demon race and the ghost refining gate. Right now, they were working together with the Wangu family to plot against the Huang family. Huang Xiaolong would never make the same mistake twice. You! Chun Xinghui, Yan Jinwen, and the others roared with rage. "Enough! Do you have any last words?" Huang Xiaolong no longer wanted to drag things out. "You wanted to work together with Wangu Wudi to exterminate my Huang family. I'm only going to kill all your upper echelons and direct disciples. Your family still has a chance to survive. You should be grateful to me." Yu Wuguang and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong, dumbstruck. "Huang Xiaolong, I admit that you are extremely strong. In the lower worlds, you can do as you please. However, you won't be able to do the same in the divine world. My Yu family is a high-ranked family in the divine world, And if you dare to carry out what you said, the experts from my Yu family will definitely hunt you down. Yu Wuguang stared at Huang Xiaolong as a cold light flashed through his eyes. You can wait to be hunted down in the divine world by my Yu family. A high-ranked family? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but laugh when he heard how Yu Wuguang threatened him with a superpower from the divine world. Huang Xiaolong couldn't hold back his laughter. There were countless emperor palaces in the divine world, and a high-ranked family meant fart in front of them. To him, exterminating a high-ranked family was an order away. They would be blown away by his sneeze. A high-ranked family wanted to hunt him down? Despite that, Huang Xiaolong became a little intrigued. He didn't know how Yu Wuguang had managed to gain information on the divine world. Could it be that the divine world envoy had revealed the situation from the greater worlds to him? When Yu Wuguang saw how Huang Xiaolong was laughing, he raged again. Huang Xiaolong, what are you laughing at? You have only ascended for a few thousand years. You have no idea how the divine world works. Let me tell you, my Yu family has several 100,000 heavenly god experts at our beck and call. With your talent, you should probably be at the peak of the heavenly god realm, right? Huang Xiaolong remained silent, and Yu Wuguang felt that he had finally managed to gain the upper hand. Haha! Huang Xiaolong, are you scared now? Yu Wuguang snickered. Several 100,000 heavenly gods. He felt that Huang Xiaolong would be overwhelmed by the strength of his Yu family in the divine world. Huang Xiaolong shook his head in disbelief when he heard what Yu Wuguang said. He was too lazy to speak to Yu Wuguang any longer, and he twisted his head off with a flick of his wrist. He tossed it beside Wangu Wudi's head. Yu Wuguang revealed a face full of shock. He didn't understand the reason behind Huang Xiaolong's decision to kill him after he had revealed the Yu family's terrifying strength in the divine world. After killing Yu Wuguang, Huang Xiaolong walked towards Chen Xinghui. In an instant, different colors flashed past Chen Xinghui's face, and he spat, Huang Xiaolong. Our Chen family has submitted to the peaceful Sea Emperor Palace in the divine world. Our Chen family's old ancestor is one of the generals serving under the peaceful Sea Emperor. Oh, peaceful Sea Emperor. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second. Hadn't he just met the peaceful Sea Emperor before coming here? That's right. Chen Xinghui declared with confidence when he saw that Huang Xiaolong recognized the peaceful Sea Emperor. Before he could continue his sentence, Huang Xiaolong had already torn his head off. Off it went to join Wangu Wudi and Yu Wuguang. Huang Xiaolong walked towards Yan Jinwen and asked, What about you? Are you going to tell me how your Yan family is connected to an emperor palace in the divine world? Yan Jinwen turned deathly pale when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. No longer wasting time, Huang Xiaolong tore out all of their heads and sent them towards Wangu Wudi and the others. The faces of the experts behind the family patriarchs finally changed. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to deal with them. He turned to Huang Shaohai and the others. Kill them all. Even though there were only 200 experts from the Huang family, they were more than enough to destroy the remaining Lung family several times over. In an instant, the Huang family members turned into tigers pouncing into a flock of sheep. Some of their limbs were torn from their bodies, and some of them had holes blasted in their chests. Huang Xiaolong turned around, and his gaze landed on Sun Man. When Sun Man saw that Huang Xiaolong was walking over to him, he felt the blood draining from his face. He shrunk into a ball and stared at Huang Xiaolong with a pitiful look. With so many precedents, Sun Man didn't dare to say a word to Huang Xiaolong. When Huang Xiaolong saw the pitiful expression on Sun Man's face, he found it a little funny. Am I really so scary? Get up, Huang Xiaolong ordered. Sun Man was stunned. Get up. A frown slowly formed on Huang Xiaolong's face, and he repeated himself. If I ask you to get up, get up. Sun Man didn't dare to hesitate as he got to his feet in an instant. He felt like he had barely crawled back from the gates of hell, as he knew that Huang Xiaolong was planning to spare his life. In fact, Huang Xiaolong had already asked Huang Shaohai and the Ascending Moon Old Man about the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's situation before making his way to the plaza. He knew that Sun Man wasn't on Wangu Wudi's side. He didn't support Wangu Wudi's decision to destroy the Huang family, and he was merely trying to protect himself by sitting on the fence. That was the only reason he had managed to keep his life. Of course, Huang Xiaolong couldn't possibly kill all the elders in the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. He still had to leave a few of them to control the overall situation. Pass down my order. Activate the protective formation of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Block off everything from the outside world. Huang Xiaolong's voice resounded through the air. Huang Xiaolong didn't want the news of Wang. If they managed to run away and hide in some desolate corner of the world, it would be a pain to look for all of them. Since most of his relatives had already ascended to the divine world, Huang Xiaolong wanted nothing more than to hurry up and return to their side. He no longer wanted to waste his time in the lower world. Yes, President Huang. Sun Man realized Huang Xiaolong's intentions, and he quickly passed down the order. He ordered for all the disciples to open the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's protective array. As soon as Sun Man turned around to give the order, Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept through everyone present in the plaza. I hope no one will try to leak the events that happened here. I'll kill anyone who does that. As soon as Huang Xiaolong spoke, a cold wind blew through the plaza. Everyone who had their transmission symbols out felt a chill in their heart, and they hastily stopped everything they were doing. Just several minutes ago, no one would have taken Huang Xiaolong seriously. However, everything was different now. His words held more weight than Wangu Wudi's orders. Very quickly, the formation started to run. No one was allowed out of Divine Dan City. Big brother, we received news that there were lots of people trying to escape from Divine Dan City. They fought with the members of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Half an hour after Huang Xiaolong had ordered for the protective formation to be opened, Huang Xiaohai returned to report to Huang Xiaolong. Oh! A frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Which family are they from? It's the Cheng family. Elder Cheng Ping is from their family. Huang Xiaohai pointed towards one of the heads and said, the Cheng family's disciples act as though the city belongs to them because they have Elder Cheng's support. They had never placed our Huang family in their eyes, and there were times when they injured our Huang family's disciples. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. It seems as though the disciples of the Cheng family haven't gotten news of me killing Cheng Ping. If they were to learn of the news, they would probably avoid the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's members, much less clash with them. Let's go and take a look. Huang Xiaolong turned to Huang Xiaohai and the others and said, we'll use the time to hang the heads of Wangu Wudi, Yu Wuguang, Cheng Ping, and the others onto the city wall. Huang Xiaohai broke into laughter. That's right. He paused for a moment before sighing. What a shame I'm out of urine. I should have drank more water in the morning. Everyone roared with laughter when they heard what he said. It was clear that Huang Xiaohai felt that he had failed to unload all of his grievances onto Wangu Wudi's head. Before long, Huang Xiaolong and the other Huang family members started to make their way to the southern gate. In less than an hour, the massive gates appeared before them. They could see several thousands of disciples trapped in the city by the protective formation. Some of them were even arguing loudly with the disciples from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. There were even several tens of disciples brawling with the members of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Those fighting with the disciples from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union were precisely the disciples from the Cheng family. One of them grabbed a disciple from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union after injuring him with a heavy blow. A cold voice escaped from his lips. Who gave you the order to lock down the city? Do you know who we are? How dare you block our way? I gave the order. Huang Xiaolong's chilly voice sounded from behind him. Everyone turned around and stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. When the Cheng family's disciples turned around, he caught sight of Huang Xiaohai beside Huang Xiaolong, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. However, a sneer soon escaped his lips. I see that the Huang family head is here. Huang Xiaohai, do you really think that you are the head of the Huang family in its prime? How dare you collude with the disciples of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union to seal the city? Your Huang family is worth less than a fart. Don't you know that your family is about to be exterminated? Why are you still wasting everybody's time by doing all these useless things? As soon as he completed his questioning, Huang Xiaohai's slap arrived on his face. He was sent crashing into the city wall behind him. Huang Xiaohai turned to Huang Xiaolong and said, "He's Cheng Ping's youngest son." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Cheng Ping's youngest son spat out mouthfuls of blood before crawling to his feet. He glared at Huang Xiaohai. "The Huang family is about to be extinct. Huang Xiaohai, how dare you hit me? Aren't you afraid of offending my father?" Huang Xiaolong didn't want to waste his breath, and he simply turned to Huang Xiaohai and said, "Bring out Cheng Ping's head." Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Huang Xiaohai retrieved a head dripping with blood. Cheng Ping's head appeared before everyone present, and they saw the look of undisguised fear on his face before he was killed. It even looked like he was begging for mercy before his death. Cheng Ping's youngest son stared at his father's head before him, and he didn't dare to blink. "Take out the heads of Wangu Wudi and the others. Hang them all on the city gate." Huang Xiaohai did exactly as he was told, and the heads of Wangu Wudi and the others appeared in his hand. When those around saw Wangu Wudi's head, the sound of swallowing could be heard. Everyone present felt a bomb going off in their head as cold sweat drenched their back. As perspiration dripped down their foreheads, puddles of water formed on the ground. Huang Xiaohai waved his hand. In an instant, the heads of Wangu Wudi, Yu Wuguang, Cheng Ping, and the others flew onto the city gates. With Wangu Wudi's head in the center, their miserable expressions would welcome the arrival of any newcomers to Divine Dan City. The moment the heads appeared on the city walls, the several 100,000 experts from the various superpowers teamed up and charged towards Divine Dan City. The Wangu clan, ancient demon race, and the Ghost Refining Gate led the way as countless experts trailed behind them. As soon as they arrived at Divine Dan World, they merged into a single army as they soared straight towards Divine Dan City. This time, the Wangu clan was led by Wangu Chongyue. He was the twin brother of Wangu Chonglong, who was killed by Huang Xiaolong not too long ago. I had said this before. We should have exterminated the Huang family a long time ago. If we had killed all of them several years ago, Wangu Chonglong and the others would still be alive. The chief of the ancient demon race sighed with regret. Wangu Chongyue's expression turned gloomy, and he growled, "I am definitely going to kill Huang Xiaohai. I'll kill him with my own 2 hands. I'll grind his children into meat paste before feeding it to my mount." When the Wangu clan had received news of Wangu Chonglong's death, along with the demise of nearly 100 experts from their race, rage had clouded their minds. They had nearly gone crazy. Being the twin brother of Wangu Chonglong, Wangu Chongyue's killing intent had soared through the sky, and he had vowed to destroy the Huang family. The sect chief of the Ghost Refining Gate chuckled, "Brother Wangu Chongyue, you don't need to worry. As soon as we take Huang Xiaohai down, we'll hand him over to you. You can do whatever you want with him." Strange. Lord Wangu Wudi didn't reply to me when I contacted him a moment ago. Song, the sect of the ancient demon race, frowned. Lord Wangu obtained the first position in the competition, and he is probably enjoying the post-competition celebrations right now. Why will he bother to look at your message? The sect chief of the Ghost Refining Gate snickered. With Lord Wangu Wudi's strength, who will be able to cause trouble for him? Song nodded his head after thinking about it for a moment. His words made sense. All of them were clear on Wangu Wudi's strength. "We'll arrive at Divine Dan City in a few hours." Wangu Chongyue looked in Divine Dan City's direction as horrifying killing intent burst out from his body. "Let's hope that the members of the Huang family don't take the chance to run away." The Yu family patriarch Yu Yang laughed. "Brother Wangu Chongyue doesn't need to worry about that. Lord Wangu Wudi controls the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Even a mosquito from the Huang family won't be able to get away." Wangu Chongyue nodded his head when he heard what Yu Yang said. After several hours, the superpowers combined army summoned by Wangu Wudi saw Divine Dan City's outline lying ahead of them. The moment the sight entered their eyes, all of them couldn't help but speed up. They came closer and closer to Divine Dan City. However, a cry of surprise escaped Wangu Chongyue's lips when he stared at the sight on the city walls. He saw several items hanging on the walls, but he failed to identify the objects. "What are those?" The sect chief of the Ghost Refining Gate noticed the anomaly as well. Since the Alchemist Grandmaster Union had opened the protective array, no one managed to see the objects hanging on the city walls even after opening their heavenly eye. The hundreds of thousands of experts moved closer and closer to Divine Dan City. "Something's not right," Emotsong exclaimed in surprise. "Why is there no one here to welcome us?" Everyone felt a shiver running through their hearts when they heard what he said. The sect chief of the Ghost Refining Gate muttered in a low voice, "Don't tell me. Did something happen in Divine Dan City? Did Lord Wangguwudi already declare war on the Huang family? Is that why no one came to welcome us?" Wangu Changyue couldn't contain his suspicion, and he yelled, "Hurry up!" All of them no longer held anything back as they rushed towards Divine Dan City with everything they had got. Before long, they arrived before the city gates. Emotsong stopped all of a sudden as a look of shock appeared on his face. He stared at the objects hanging from the city wall, and his jaws dropped to the ground. Previously, they weren't able to see the items clearly. However, they were close enough to notice the facial features of the heads hanging on the wall. They were the heads of Wangguwudi and some of the elders. Wangguwudi's head was hanging on the wall. No, no, no! Emotsong's body started to tremble. He felt as though the world had collapsed on him as he turned to stare at the face on the head beside Wangguwudi. Yu Wuguang, Chun Xinghui, Cheng Ping, Yan Jinwen. Every time they recognized the face of a head hanging on the wall, a tremor ran through their heart. Wangu Changyue and the others stopped dead in their tracks when they realized the identities of the heads hanging on the wall. A look of fear and shock appeared in their eyes as they stared at the heads with disbelief. Lord Wangguwudi, the sect chief of the Ghost Refining Gate, yelled in shock, breaking the silence. "Is this an illusion? This isn't real." Illusion? Wangu Changyue and the others felt a light bulb going off in their head. However, they couldn't react as blinding rays of light assaulted their eyes. Huang Xiaolong, Huang Shaohai, Zhao Shu, the Ascending Moon Old Man, and the others appeared from inside the city. "Huang Shaohai, it's you." Wangu Changyue's eyes turned red when he saw Huang Shaohai. "You dared to kill my brother, and you're messing with us with weird illusions." Being too lazy to explain the situation to them, Huang Xiaolong waved his arm. Endless experts streamed out from Divine Dan City, and if there weren't 100 million of them, there were probably several tens of millions. The massive army surrounded everyone Wangu Changyue had brought along with him. After killing Wangguwudi, Huang Xiaolong had gained control of all the experts in Divine Dan City. This? Wangu Changyue and the others stared at the scene before them in shock. "Kill them!" Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air. In an instant, experts charged towards Wangu Changyue in an endless stream. Ferocious roars filled the sky. Huang Xiaolong had already promised them 10,000 top-grade divine stones for every elder they could kill. The reward was enough to drive any one of them crazy, and they rushed out without regard for their life. Looking at how enemies were charging towards them, bursting with killing intent, Wangu Changyue snapped back to attention. He roared, "How dare you all? Do you dare to attack my Wangu clan? Are you trying to rebel?" It was too bad no one cared about Wangu Changyue. Instead, they became even more fired up. Since they had already thrown in their lot with Huang Xiaolong, there was no longer a route of retreat for them. The stench of blood filled the sky. The sound of the battle lasted for half a day before slowly dying down. Huang Xiaolong's expression turned frosty when he saw Wangu Changyue's corpse along with the patriarch of the Leng family. Every single expert who had come to Divine Dan City was killed. Huang Xiaolong had refused to spare a single one of them. Several days later, in the Abundant Deities Manor, Huang Xiaolong looked at Huang Shaohai and said, "Shaohai, are you really not planning to ascend to the divine world with me?" These few days, Huang Xiaolong had paid the Wangu clan, Leng family, Ghost Refining Gate, Ancient Demon Race, and other superpowers a visit. He had taken a stroll through their headquarters and killed everyone down to the last dog. Since he had already settled everything in the lower world, he felt that it was time to return to the divine world. Huang Shaohai shook his head. Even though the Wangu clan has been destroyed, there are still a ton of things to take care of. I should take care of the Huang family before going up to look for you. All right then. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong opened the path back to the divine world, and he brought the ascending moon old man, Xiaputi, Feiho, Aotai, the nine-tailed white fox, and the others into the tunnel. The moment they entered the tunnel, everyone other than Huang Xiaolong felt the skies flipping upside down as their visions went black. Since it was the first time they were ascending to the divine world, they couldn't help but feel nervous in their hearts. However, a light broke through the darkness and illuminated the world before them. As their bodies became as light as a feather, they slowly descended towards the ground. Surprised yells ensued, and they broke into a dance. Just as they were about to slam into the ground, a powerful aura appeared and locked them all in space. They floated several inches off the ground. Is everyone all right? Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden. We are fine. The ascending moon old man returned to his senses and shook his head. Is this the divine world? The spiritual energy is so dense. It's at least several times more concentrated than in the lower realm. Xiaputi sucked in spiritual energy from all around him and yelled in shock. The ascending moon old man felt surprised as he looked all around him. A chuckle escaped Huang Xiaolong's lips. This is just one of the smaller world surfaces in the divine world. This concentration of spiritual energy is everywhere. When you arrive at the superworld surfaces, you will be able to feel the difference. If you manage to enter the headquarters of the various superpowers, you might even be able to feel spiritual energy 1,000 times more concentrated than in this place. Everyone widened their eyes in shock as they stared at Huang Xiaolong. 1,000 times. All right, let's leave this place, Huang Xiaolong said as he brought out the Nether King flying ship. When they saw the massive flying ship appearing in midair, everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. Little brat, is this a flying ship from the divine world? Are all the flying ships this massive here? The ascending moon old man couldn't help but ask. They felt the oppressive aura coming from the Nether King flying ship, and all of them felt smaller than an ant. No, they felt like a speck of dust standing in front of it. When Huang Xiaolong saw how curious the ascending moon old man was, he chuckled. This is indeed a flying ship from the divine world. However, the flying ships here are split into different grades. Not all of them are as impressive as this one. After explaining the different levels of divine artifacts found in the divine world, Huang Xiaolong brought all of them aboard the flying ship. The 4 odd beasts appeared beside him, and he sent them off to steer the ship. All of them left the tiny world surface in an instant. When everyone saw the 4 odd beasts, they couldn't help but feel a tremor running through their heart. Sect Master, didn't you Wuguang say something about his Yu family having 100,000 heavenly gods? Since you Wuya and the others escaped to the divine world, won't they reveal everything about you to their upper echelons? What if they give down the order to hunt us down? Worry filled Fei Ho's heart as he asked Huang Xiaolong timidly. Even though Huang Xiaolong had exterminated the Wangu clan in the lower realm single-handedly, Wangu Yanhui, Yu Wuya, and the others had managed to escape to the divine world before Huang Xiaolong could catch them. An anxious look appeared on the faces of the ascending moon old man and the others. Huang Xiaolong laughed as he blinked his eyes. There's nothing to worry about. Right now, I'm a disciple from the Fortune Emperor Palace. The Yu family and the Wangu clan won't look for trouble by hunting me down. Fortune Emperor Palace? A look of suspicion appeared on the ascending moon old man's face. Is the Fortune Emperor Palace strong? Are they related to the Fortune Gate in the lower realm? Huang Xiaolong explained. The Heavenly Court controls the divine world, and under the Heavenly Court lies the various superpowers. All of them have Emperor Palace in their name, and there are more of these Emperor Palaces than you can count. The Yu family is a high-ranked power, but they still lie below the Emperor Palaces. As for the Fortune Emperor Palace, it's ranked in the top 100 Emperor Palaces in the divine world. Of course, the Fortune Emperor Palace is related to the Fortune Gate in the lower realm. When the ascending moon old man heard that Huang Xiaolong was a disciple of the Fortune Emperor Palace, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He broke into laughter. Little brat. It seems like you're getting along just fine in the divine world. The selection process of the Fortune Emperor Palace should be extremely strict, right? I could have never thought that you would be able to pass the selections. Huang Xiaolong snickered when he heard what the old man said. A mischievous glint flashed past his eyes as he said, I'm no ordinary disciple in the Fortune Emperor Palace. The patriarch of the Fortune Emperor Palace is called the Fortune Emperor, and there are several ancestors under the chief. Below the ancestors, Hall Master, Grand Elders, and Elders. I am the personal disciple of the Chief of Hall Masters Zhao Lei, a personal disciple of a Chief of Hall Masters. Everyone felt a burst of joy when they heard what he said. So you're the Fortune Emperor Palace's Chief of Hall Masters' personal disciple. It's no wonder you dare to offend the Yu family and the Wangu clan. Fei Ho chuckled. Initially, everyone was afraid of the Yu family's threat. They were afraid that the Yu family would hunt them down, and the Wangu clan would cause them some trouble. But when they heard that Huang Xiaolong was a personal disciple of a hall master of the Fortune Emperor Palace, they sighed in relief. They felt as though a massive boulder was lifted off their chest. Little kid, what's the realm above the heavenly god realm? The ascending moon old man asked curiously. The ancient god realm comes after that, followed by the ancestor god realm. After breaking through the ancestor god realm, one will enter the god king realm. After that comes the heavenly monarch realm and then the emperor realm, Huang Xiaolong said. Normally, every single ancestor from an emperor palace will be an emperor realm expert. For families like the Yu family, their patriarch will be at the heavenly monarch realm. It must be extremely difficult to break through to the ancient god realm, right? You have already ascended for so long. Have you broken through to the ancient god realm yet? The ascending moon old man asked. Ancient god. Huang Xiaolong's expression became a sight to behold when he thought about the time he was an ancient god. After thinking about it, he replied, In fact, I broke through ancient god a long time ago. After contemplation, Huang Xiaolong decided against telling them his true strength. He was afraid they would be struck too heavy of a blow. After all, they would learn of his strength eventually. Huang Xiaolong retrieved a transmission symbol, and he contacted the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce. He requested for them to look for his parents and Shi Xiaofei. After that, he contacted the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, Martial Demon Emperor Palace, Magic Shaman Emperor Palace, the Netherworld King's Organization, and all the powers he could reach. He extended a greeting to all of them. All he wanted to do was to speed up his search for his parents and Shi Xiaofei. Little brat, are we going to the Fortune Emperor Palace's headquarters? The old man asked when he saw Huang Xiaolong contacting the outside world. Yes, we shall head over to the Fortune Emperor Palace. Just as Huang Xiaolong and the others were making their way to the Fortune Emperor Palace, several people were buzzing about on a tiny world surface. They were precisely Wangu Yanhui, Yu Wuya, and Cheng Zongyi. Yu Wuya opened his mouth and suggested, I've already contacted my family members with a secret method. There is a branch of my Yu family on this world surface, and the chief of this branch will be sending experts to welcome us. A chilly light flashed through his eyes all of a sudden. There is no way I will forget the matter of my Yu family's extermination in the lower realm. Huang Xiaolong, just wait for my Yu family's endless pursuit. Wangu Yanhui's voice was heavy as well. I've also contacted experts from my Wangu clan. Huang Xiaolong, since you dared to kill all the members from my Wangu clan in the lower realm, you can't blame me for being ruthless. Very quickly, Yu Wuya, Wangu Yanhui, and Cheng Zongyi met the experts from the Yu family. The Yu family had sent an ancient god realm expert. He was extremely respectful towards Yu Wuya and the others. If any random disciple from their family had ascended, there would have been absolutely no chance of an ancient god realm expert coming to welcome them. Even heavenly gods wouldn't go out of their way to welcome newly ascended disciples. Yu Chufei, the expert who had gone to welcome them, pointed towards the city before them and said, That's Gaoi City. It's where our branch is located. Our Yu family controls the entire Gaoi City, and the city lord is an elder of our family. He couldn't help but show off the achievements of the Yu family to the newcomers. When the three ascenders looked at the boundless city standing before them, they couldn't help but feel a tremor run through their hearts. With such a massive city under the control of a single family, anyone could tell that the Yu family was strong. As Yu Chufei looked at the shocked expression on their faces, he couldn't help but laugh. The world surface we are standing on is called the Dalu world. Our family branch located here is called the Dalu branch. There are more than 3,000 cities under our control on this world surface. Gaoi City is merely one of the average-sized ones. What? Over 3,000 cities? Yu Wuya yelled in surprise. The other two couldn't hide the shock on their face when they heard what he said. They were astonished when they learned that Gaoi City belonged to the Yu family. Never in their wildest imagination would they have thought that Gaoi City was one out of the 3,000 cities controlled by the Yu family. Not to mention, they were controlled by a branch family of the Yu family. Our Yu family is considered one of the 3 largest factions on the Dalu world. Yu Chufei chuckled and continued. It won't be an exaggeration to say that if our Yu family branch chief stomps his feet, he would be able to shake Dalu world. Yu Wuya was stunned for a second before he became overwhelmed with joy. Since the Yu family branch was already such a terrifying existence, wouldn't the main family be even stronger? The stronger the Yu family was, the better it would be for him to hunt Huang Xiaolong down. He would be able to make Huang Xiaolong feel despair. Yu Wuya turned to Yu Chufei and asked, Senior Chufei, does that mean that our Yu family is a terrifying presence in the divine world? A grin appeared on Yu Chufei's face. Our Yu family ranks in the top 100 of all the top-ranked families in the divine world. Some of the weaker emperor palaces wouldn't dare to offend us unnecessarily. Yu Wuya heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what Yu Chufei said. He turned to the other two and laughed. Of course, I know that one cannot look down upon the Chung family's strength. Of course, there is no need for me to mention how strong the Eternal Emperor Palace is. It was precisely because Wangu Yanhui was a member of the Eternal Emperor Palace that the Yu family had sent an ancient God realm expert to welcome them. Senior Chufei, is my Eternal Emperor Palace considered one of the superpowers in the divine world? Wangu Yanhui asked in surprise. Even though the Wangu clan had managed to learn about their backer's strength in the divine world, that was merely by word. None of them had any idea how strong the Eternal Emperor Palace actually was. Yu Chufei chuckled. Your Eternal Emperor Palace is extremely strong. First-rate families like our Yu family are ranked way below the Emperor Palaces. Moreover, your Eternal Emperor Palace ranks in the top 300 Emperor Palaces in the divine world. Ranked in the top 300, Wangu Yanhui felt a burst of joy in his heart. Huang Xiaolong. Ah, Huang Xiaolong. I'm afraid that you have no idea how strong my Eternal Emperor Palace is in the divine world. You might be a powerhouse in the lower realm, but I'm afraid that you're nothing more than a small fry up here. Which tiny world surface did you hide in for the past 1,000 years? I'm afraid you don't even know that there is an Emperor Palace called the Eternal Emperor Palace. In fact, if Huang Xiaolong had remained on the Vientiane world when he had first ascended, he wouldn't have come in contact with the various Emperor Palaces. Before long, the 3 of them met with the Yu family branch leader, Yu Qingguang. After they paid their respects, Yu Qingguang started to ask about the situation in the lower realm. Family head. Our Yu family was exterminated by someone in the lower realm. Yu Wuya fell to his knees, and a look of despair filled his face. You have to take revenge for the various disciples who died in the lower realm. What? My Yu family members were killed in the lower realm? Yu Qingguang raised his head abruptly and raged. Who? Who was the one who did it? Killing intent burst out from his eyes. Which family is he from? Are they from the divine world? How dare they kill the members of my Yu family in the lower realm? I'll kill everyone related to them in the divine world. Yu Wuya bowed respectfully and said, He's a disciple from the lower realm. He's called Huang Xiaolong. What? What did you just say? Huang Xiaolong. The furious Yu Qingguang turned silent in an instant. He fell from his seat, and his body shook when he stared at the 3 of them. The atmosphere in the hall changed as all the experts from the Yu family branch turned fidgety. When the 3 of them saw the change around them, A trace of unease and suspicion filled their hearts. Family leader Qingguang, this. Yu Wuya widened his mouth in shock. Yu Qingguang rushed towards Yu Wuya and grabbed him by the collar. The smile had already disappeared, and a look of pure rage replaced it. Saliva sprayed onto Yu Wuya's face as he forced the words out of his mouth. Repeat what you just said. You said that his name was Huang Xiaolong. Yu Wuya and the others saw the vicious look on Yu Qingguang's face, and they became so frightened that their souls nearly flew out of their bodies. Yes. He's called Huang Xiaolong, Yu Wuya stammered. As though the strength in his body left him, Yu Qingguang dropped Yu Wuya in shock. A vacant look appeared in his eyes, and he mumbled to himself. Family head. Is there a chance of them having the same name? It might not be him. An elder of the Yu family branch spoke up all of a sudden. Yu Wuya, Wangu Yanhui, and Cheng Zongyi stared at each other in shock. Is there a big shot in the divine world called Huang Xiaolong? Yu Qingguang snapped back to his senses all of a sudden. A light flashed through his eyes, and he laughed. That's right. Of course. It has to be. How can Huang Xiaolong return to the lower realm? Yu Qingguang turned to Yu Wuya and asked, Speak. Tell me everything you know about Huang Xiaolong. Yu Wuya didn't know what to say, and he could only spill everything he knew about Huang Xiaolong. What did you say? Huang Xiaolong ascended to the divine world several thousand years ago. The moment the news of Huang Xiaolong ascending in the past reached Yu Qingguang's ears, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. It seemed like his heart had stopped beating in an instant. Yes, according to the difference in time, Huang Xiaolong had already ascended to the divine world for several hundreds of years now. Yu Wuya felt his chest tightening as he continued. Several days ago, Huang Xiaolong used some unknown method to return to the lower realm. He exterminated the Wangu clan, the Cheng family, the ancient demon race, the Wangu clan, and the ghost refining gate. He even destroyed several hundred superpowers in the lower realm. No matter how well Yu Wuya described Huang Xiaolong's actions when he had returned to the lower realm, Yu Qingguang failed to listen to any of it. He sat on the ground, and he stared into space with his listless eyes. According to what Yu Wuya was saying, there was a 99% chance the Huang Xiaolong he was talking about was the same Huang Xiaolong everyone knew. The Yu family is finished. Family head. Is there something wrong? When Yu Wuya saw the Yu Qingguang sitting on the ground listlessly, he couldn't help but ask, Is there a big shot in the divine world with the same name as Huang Xiaolong? Yu Qingguang broke into laughter all of a sudden, and he couldn't stop laughing. His laughter gave Yu Wuya and the others goosebumps. Several hundred years ago, there was indeed a kid called Huang Xiaolong. He ascended from the lower realm, and that Huang Xiaolong was a disciple of a tiny sect located in the Vientiane world surface. Yu Qingguang's voice rang loud and clear through the hall. Yu Wuya, Wangu Yanhui, and Cheng Zongyi knew that the Huang Xiaolong Yu Qingguang was describing was definitely the Huang Xiaolong they were talking about. After that, when the Fortune Emperor Palace opened up their disciple selection on the Vientiane world, Huang Xiaolong signed up and obtained the first position. He was accepted as the personal disciple of the ancestor stationed in the Fortune Emperor Palace's branch in the Vientiane world surface. The moment the three of them heard what Yu Qingguang said, their expressions changed. Also, not too long ago, all of the emperors felt that something huge was going to happen in the divine world, and they decided to accept genius disciples from their branch palaces into the main palace. Huang Xiaolong went ahead to obtain the first position in the Fortune Emperor Palace's grand tournament as well. What? The three of them screamed in unison as they started to tremble. When all three of them heard that Huang Xiaolong had taken first place in the mere branch palace of the Fortune Emperor Palace, they were still hopeful about taking their revenge. They had never thought that Huang Xiaolong could obtain first place in the main palace's competition. After that, Chief of Hall Masters Zhao Lei accepted Huang Xiaolong as his personal disciple. Yu Qingguang ignored the looks of shock on their faces, and continued. How is the Fortune Emperor Palace ranked in the divine world? Are they ranked in the top few? Yu Wuya's voice became softer and softer as he asked. Yu Qingguang felt a myriad of emotions running through his heart when he answered the question. 61st. They rank 61st among all the emperor palaces. 61st. Wuxia and the other two sucked in a cold breath. It was no wonder everyone's faces changed when they heard that the person who had exterminated the Yu family was Huang Xiaolong. Wangu Yanhui hesitated for a moment before asking, Senior Qingguang, even though they are ranked 61st, they probably wouldn't attack my Wangu Emperor Palace because of a disciple, right? A disciple? One of the elders from the Yu family stared at Wangu Yanhui as though he was a retard. Do you really think we'll be so afraid if Huang Xiaolong is a mere disciple of the Fortune Emperor Palace? The three of them stared at the elder in shock. Could it be that he has another identity in the divine world? Chang Zongyi couldn't control his emotions and asked. Yu Qingguang continued, Do you know about the Battle of the Heavenly Court? Even without waiting for their reply, Yu Qingguang started to tell his story. The Battle of the Heavenly Court takes place once every 100,000 years. Every single Emperor Palace sends their strongest disciple, and every single one of them has to be in the God-King realm and above. Moreover, they can't be more than 100,000 years old. God-King! Wangu Yanhui and the other two felt their expressions dropping. They knew that the ancient God realm was above the heavenly God realm, and the ancestor God realm came after that. The God-King realm was even higher than the ancestor God realm. Even Yu Qingguang, who was standing before them, was merely an ancestor god. Family head Qingguang. Do you mean to say that Huang Xiaolong took part in the Battle of the Heavenly Court on behalf of the Fortune Emperor Palace? Yu Wuya's voice started to tremble. Is Huang Xiaolong already in the God-King realm? Yu Qingguang's laughter rang through the air. God-King. On the stage, Huang Xiaolong humiliated the Heavenly Emperor's son, Di Jing, by beating him down mercilessly. In the end, he obtained first place in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Heavenly Prince Di Jing was at the peak of the early 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. He even had the Heavenly Tao Supreme Godhead. Even so, Huang Xiaolong beat him down like a dead dog on the side of the street. Wangu Yanhui, Yu Wuya, and Chang Zongyi felt a bomb going off in their head. First place in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Even the Heavenly Prince, who was at the peak of the early 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm, was beaten like a dead dog on the side of the street. Peak of the early 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. Their bodies stiffened. Wouldn't that make Huang Xiaolong the number one person in the younger generation of the divine world? Wangu Yanhui stuttered. Isn't he afraid of facing the Heavenly Emperor's wrath after humiliating Heavenly Prince Di Jing? Chang Zongyi felt his jaws dropping to the ground in shock as he asked. Yu Qingguang shook his head, and a look of unrestrained fear flashed through his eyes. He's not just the number one person in the younger generation of the divine world. He's the junior brother of the number one expert of the divine world, the Grand Mist Emperor. Other than Zhao Lei, Huang Xiaolong has another master, the King of Grand Mist himself, the junior brother of the number one expert in the divine world. Wangu Yanhui, Yu Wuya, and Chang Zongyi felt their hearts stop beating. That's just one of Huang Xiaolong's identities. The look of fear on Yu Qingguang's face became more solemn as he continued. Huang Xiaolong went over to Hell and obtained the Netherworld King's inheritance. He is the current King of Hell. He controls all the experts in Hell. King of Hell. Wangu Yanhui, Yu Wuya, and Chang Zongyi felt their souls leaving their bodies. An entire month later, the Nether King flying ship that was speeding past the divine world stopped, and Huang Xiaolong emerged from the ship with his party in tow. When they saw the countless palaces floating in midair, the ascending moon old man and the others sucked in a cold breath of air. Little brat, is this the Fortune Emperor Palace? The ascending moon old man asked with his jaws agape. Huang Xiaolong laughed. Of course, let's go in. The first time he had seen the headquarters of the Fortune Emperor Palace, his reaction was the same as the ascending moon old man. The ascending moon old man, Xiaputi, and the other hastily followed behind Huang Xiaolong. Sect Master, we aren't members of the Fortune Emperor Palace. Won't there be trouble if you bring us into the palace? Fei Ho asked. A smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. Don't worry about it. I have special authority in the Fortune Emperor Palace. The ascending moon old man and the others finally relaxed when they heard what he said. The deeper they approached, the greater was the shock on the ascending moon old man's face. Every single disciple along the way greeted Huang Xiaolong, and they kneeled the moment they saw him. They didn't move a single muscle until Huang Xiaolong and the others disappeared from their sight. It didn't matter if the disciples they ran into were inner disciples or core disciples. Even personal disciples of various ancestors were no exception. There were even elders who greeted Huang Xiaolong with the same level of respect. Little kid, could that be a hall master of your Fortune Emperor Palace? The ascending moon old man pointed towards one of the random members kneeling on the ground and asked. Xiaputi, Fei Ho Aotai, and the rest stared at him in shock. Huang Xiaolong felt a little embarrassed when they stared at him, and he thought that he had to explain himself. Yes, that's the hall master of the medicinal hall. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. In fact, my identity is a little special. Other than being a disciple of the Fortune Emperor Palace, I have several other identities. Special identity? You have other identities? The ascending moon old man yelled in shock. Little brat, don't tell me that you're the young master of the Fortune Emperor Palace. The old man chuckled but failed to hide his shock. Huang Xiaolong finally came clean, and he explained, Actually, I'm the junior brother of the #1 expert of the divine world, the Grand Mist Emperor. I have another master, and he is the king of Grand Mist. The ascending moon old man felt his body going stiff, and he stared at Huang Xiaolong with his mouth agape. Xiaputi, Fei Ho, and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong, and none of them knew how to react. The junior brother of the #1 expert in the divine world. He has another master, the king of Grand Mist. In fact, some of them failed to hear Huang Xiaolong's complete sentence due to the shock they received. As night fell, the silver moon hung high in the sky as it illuminated the earth with a soft silvery glow. Huang Xiaolong couldn't calm his heart down to cultivate, and he stood on the top of the mountain peak located in the main palace of the Fortune Emperor Palace as he stared into the horizon. He thought about his parents, Shi Xiaofei, and his sister, Huang Min. Are they doing well? Where are they? Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Ever since returning to the divine world, Huang Xiaolong had never stopped thinking about his family members. No matter how hard he tried, he failed to calm his heart. The divine world was boundless. He could only rely on the Silver Fox Commerce, Grand Mist Emperor Palace, Martial Demon Emperor Palace, and the Netherworld King's organization for help. Thinking about the messy situation the divine world was in, Huang Xiaolong's worry grew deeper. Even though the Devil World's invasion was being held back by the heavenly troops and the divine world looked calm on the surface, Huang Xiaolong knew that it was merely the calm before the storm. Looking at the incident that happened to Fang Gon and other Emperor Realm experts, Huang Xiaolong knew that the 9 Corpse giant tribe had already infiltrated deep into the divine world. As soon as Shi Ming would complete the refinement of his peak-grade Grand Mist artifact, the Blade of Death, Huang Xiaolong had no doubts that he would kill his way to the divine world. There would no longer be peace in the divine world after the start of the battle. Huang Xiaolong knew that he had to locate his family members before that were to happen. Previously, his goal was to obtain the other half of the Radiant's ancestors' inheritance. Right now, he felt that he had no choice but to delay his search for it. There was a tiny world surface located south of the Firestone world. On one of the Orvanes located in the very south of the tiny divine plane, several ragged-looking High God Realm experts were blasting the ground with all their might as they tried to extract some of the metal from under the earth. There were 40 to 50,000 High God Realm experts, and the weakest of them was already at the mid-level High God Realm. The strongest individual there was at the peak of the late 10th Order High God Realm. Several heavenly gods were staring at the group of High God laborers in the distance, and all of them held metal whips in their hands. Hurry up! Tomorrow is the last day of the month. If you fail to extract 10 caddies of gold, you'll be in trouble. One of the heavenly gods snapped at the high gods below them. As one of the 5th Order high gods took a short break to catch his breath, a metal ship smashed into his back and ripped his flesh apart. He fell to the ground as he cried out in pain. The metal whips weren't an ordinary divine artifact. They were made from metal essence from the ghost world, and it would send in energy to attack the victim's soul in addition to the damage it caused to their body. Anyone who slacks off will be given more lashes. Hurry up. The heavenly god retrieved his metal whip and sneered at the high gods. Don't blame me for not warning you. Hurry up and dig. The fifth order high god realm cultivator crawled to his feet, and he didn't dare to say a word. He lowered his head as he continued to dig. After witnessing the scene of the poor soul before them, everyone sped up. If Huang Xiaolong was present, he would realize that his Huang family members were among those who were part of the labor force, and they were merely several feet from the high god who had been lashed. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Min, Guotai, Guoxiaofan, Shifan Tian, all of them were present. All of them were no different from beggars on the street as their clothes were tattered, and their faces were muddy. They looked extremely haggard, and due to the constant digging, all of their god force was worn out. The only person who was missing was Shi Xiaofei. Several tens of years ago, when Huang Peng and the others had ascended to the divine world, Shi Xiaofei was blown away when they had run into a hurricane. Since then, all of them had been separated. After several hours, the night finally fell. Enough! Stop and take a 1-hour break. One of the heavenly gods yelled. In an instant, all the high god realm cultivators in the mine crumpled to the ground. They panted like dogs as they sucked in mouthfuls after mouthfuls of air. Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others fell to the ground, and they felt as though all the energy in their body had left them. When they had appeared on the Firestone world, none of them had managed to gather the god force in their body before they were captured by a bunch of disciples from the Earth-Splitting Gang. The Earth-Splitting Gang was a second-rate power in the Firestone world, and they refined weapons for a living. All the divine artifacts they made were sold to the first-rate families in the Firestone world. Even though they were merely a second-rate power, they weren't people Huang Peng and the others who had just ascended could go up against. After falling into the hands of the Earth-Splitting Gang, all of them were sent to the mines. 10 years had passed slowly, as all of them were separated from the outside world. For 10 years, all of them were only able to rest for a single hour before they were forced to dig for another day. In the eyes of the Earth-Splitting Gang, these high gods were nothing more than slaves. It's been 10 years. I wonder how sister-in-law is doing. Huang Min sighed. I wonder where Big Brother is. If this goes on, I'm afraid we won't be able to see Big Brother even after 10,000 years. Of course, the sister-in-law she was referring to was Shi Xiaofei. A trace of hatred flashed through Guoxiaofan's eyes. This is all my fault. If not for my insistence to ascend to the divine world, none of you would be trapped in this godforsaken land. Huang Peng frowned. We don't even know if Xiaolong knows that we have ascended to the divine world. Even if he knows, the divine world is boundless, and it won't be easy for him to locate us. Even if he finds us, he might not be able to save us. Even though the Earth-Splitting Gang was a second-rate power in the Firestone world, they had been in existence for several millions of years. Their foundations were deep, and they had countless heavenly gods under them. Not to mention they had lots of ancient gods, ancestor gods, and god kings. They even had a heavenly monarch leader to hold the fort. Even though Huang Xiaolong had ascended for several hundred years, none of them believed that he would be able to go against the Earth-Splitting Gang. Just as they were taking a break and catching their breath, the heavenly gods who were in charge of watching them started discussing a particular topic, and their voices traveled into the ears of Huang Peng and the others. I've heard that Huang Xiaolong went to the devil world. He managed to get his hands on the myriad curses devil steel and the glazed devil steel. Huang Xiaolong's talent is through the roof. His luck isn't any worse than his talent. If only I had 1/10,000th of his talent and luck, I'll be more than content. Are you retarded? Who doesn't wish to obtain 1/10,000th of Huang Xiaolong's talent and luck? Do you really think that's possible? Huang Peng and the others felt a trace of shock flashing through their mind. Huang Xiaolong. Those disciples from the Earth-Splitting Gang were discussing Huang Xiaolong. Could he be someone with the same name? Guoxiaofan muttered to himself. The divine world is boundless. There is definitely someone with the same name as him. right? Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others felt the trace of hope in their hearts dissipating. He was right. It was definitely someone with the same name. Huang Xiaolong went to the devil world. They knew of the horrors of the devil world. Even the head of the earth-splitting gang, a heavenly monarch realm expert, wouldn't dare to enter the devil world. How could the Huang Xiaolong they knew head over to the devil world? I've also heard that Huang Xiaolong broke into the emperor realm not too long ago. This is too terrifying. It hasn't even been 40 years since the battle of the heavenly court. Wasn't he a seventh-order heavenly monarch during the battle? Taking less than 40 years to break into the emperor realm from the seventh-order heavenly monarch. It's no wonder he managed to beat Dijing down during the battle. I wonder who his parents are. They managed to give birth to such a terrifying presence. Didn't he ascend for merely several hundred years? He managed to break into the emperor realm from the high god realm in such a short amount of time. Every time I think about this, I feel like smashing my head into the wall and killing myself. Smash your ass. Go smash your head into your mountain in front of us if you have the guts. The voices of the heavenly gods continuously entered the ears of Huang Peng and the others. When they heard that the Huang Xiaolong the heavenly gods were talking about had only ascended for several hundred years, they felt a tremor run through their hearts. Could it be true? Is the Huang Xiaolong they were talking about the same Huang Xiaolong they knew? Could their son be the Huang Xiaolong they were talking about? Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Min, and the others felt excitement bubbling in their hearts. However, it was too much for them to take in all at once. Emperor Realm. Didn't they say that Huang Xiaolong had entered the Emperor Realm? That was the Emperor Realm they were talking about. In the tens of years that they were in the mines, all of them had heard the news about the divine world. They were clear on what a cultivator at the Emperor Realm meant. They were extremely clear that the Emperor Realm came after the Heavenly Monarch Realm. An Emperor Realm expert was someone their gang leader wouldn't be able to meet even if he wanted to. A presence at the Emperor Realm wasn't something Huang Peng could conjure in his mind. Even though the few of them felt extremely excited that the Huang Xiaolong they were hearing of was the same Huang Xiaolong they knew, they didn't dare to believe their ears. With Huang Xiaolong's identity, I'm afraid that there will be no woman capable enough to match up to him, right? The heavenly god realm disciples continued their discussion. I've heard that Huang Xiaolong is already married. Isn't there that lady called Li Lu and Yao Qi following him around? Oh right. I've also heard that the second lady of the Silver Fox Commerce, Bei Xiaomei, and Fang Xianxian of the Fortune Emperor Palace, along with Peng Xiao, are already together with him. No one knows if that is true. The second lady of the Silver Fox Commerce and Fang Xianxian. Huang Xiaolong really has luck with women. It's Bei Xiaomei and Fang Xianxian who are lucky. In the entire divine world, there are tons of ladies queuing up to glance at Huang Xiaolong. Even the wife of our leader screams for Huang Xiaolong in her dreams and causes him to spit out mouthfuls of blood in anger. How do you know that? You should not let anyone hear about the news of the leader's wife screaming Huang Xiaolong's name. Otherwise, your life might be forfeit. The laughter from the heavenly god realm disciples filled the air. But Huang Peng and the others felt as though they were hit by a lightning bolt. Li Lu. Li Lu was Huang Xiaolong's woman. Even though they had no idea who the second lady of the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce was, they knew Li Lu. Li Lu. The instant they said her name, Huang Peng and the others were sure that they were all thinking of the same Huang Xiaolong. The Huang Xiaolong everyone was talking about was their son. Xiaolong. We finally found Xiaolong. Su Yan screamed with joy as she grabbed Huang Peng's hand. Huang Peng, we finally found our son. Her eyes turned bloodshot as tears formed in the corner of her eye. Huang Peng buzzed with excitement as well. Yes, we finally found our son. For the past 10 years, they had tried to look for Huang Xiaolong despite enduring their harsh circumstances. The only reason they had held onto their will to live was because they believed that they would be able to find their son. Right now, they had finally received news of Huang Xiaolong. Their son, Huang Xiaolong, had broken through to the Emperor Realm. Their son was an Emperor Realm expert. Huang Peng and Su Yan leaped to their feet and ran towards the Heavenly God Realm disciples. As for Huang Min and the others, they quickly followed behind the two of them. Hold it! What do you think you're doing? One of the heavenly god realm disciples looked at the group and snapped in anger. Facing the might of a heavenly god, Huang Peng and the rest could only stop dead in their tracks. Senior, we have no other intentions. We want to ask you about the Huang Xiaolong you were talking about. Huang Peng's voice trembled as he spoke. All the disciples from the earth-splitting gang looked over. One of them sneered when he heard what Huang Peng said. Huang Xiaolong isn't something you slaves can ask about. Right now, go back to whatever you were doing. If you speak another word, I'll whip you. A light flashed in his palm as he stood up and swung the metal whip in his hand. A look of fear appeared on the faces of Huang Peng and the others. All of them had experienced the pain of being whipped, and none of them wanted to experience it for a second time. However, when Huang Peng thought about the possibility of Huang Xiaolong being his son, he gritted his teeth and said, "Huang Xiaolong is my son." His voice stunned all the disciples present, and even the high gods in the mine stared at Huang Peng. However, the heavenly god realm disciples roared with laughter in the next instant. What did this slave say? He said that Huang Xiaolong is his son. Did I hear wrong? One of the heavenly god realm disciples grabbed his stomach as he dropped on the ground laughing. It was no surprise that none of them believed Huang Peng. After all, it was the same as when a beggar claimed that he was the father of an emperor. Who would take him seriously? When Huang Peng and the rest saw that no one believed them, their expressions turned ugly. Dog slave, are you wasting my time? One of the heavenly god realm disciples stopped laughing and he snapped at Huang Peng. If Huang Xiaolong is your son, Heavenly Emperor Dijun is my dad. He didn't bother waiting for Huang Peng's explanation before he sent the whip flying at him. In order to wake Huang Peng up, he didn't hold back. Huang Peng flew away as a miserable shriek escaped his lips. Blood sprayed out from his wound. Huang Peng! Father! Grandpa! Everyone's faces changed when they saw Huang Peng's miserable condition. Everyone rushed over towards him and helped him up. When they saw the horrifying scars on his body, hatred and rage welled up in their hearts. Brother Peng, are you all right? Su Yan started to cry as she pressed her hands onto his wound. She used all the god force she could muster to try to stop Huang Peng's injury from becoming worse. Since none of them had any pills to treat his injury, she could only use the most primitive method available. It was too bad that his wound was profound. Blood flowed non-stop. Huang Peng lowered his head weakly. Don't worry, I'm fine. I will live until the day I see my son. Su Yan could no longer hold her tears back as she bawled her eyes out. The disciple raised his whip again, and he snapped impatiently at her. Bitch! Don't think that I won't whip you if you don't stop crying? Huang Peng hastily stopped Su Yan from crying as he shook his head. However, Guo Xiaofan couldn't help himself as he tried to explain to the heavenly god realm disciples. Lords, my uncle is really called Huang Xiaolong. I know about Aunt Li Lu, and she was his childhood sweetheart in the lower realm. Even though none of them cared about him, Guo Xiaofan continued to explain. If he didn't say anything, there wouldn't be a chance of them ever believing him. If he said something, there was a chance they might actually listen to him. A sneer escaped the disciples' lips. How dare you remain stubborn? Don't think that I don't know what you guys are planning. Do you really think we'll release you if you claim that Huang Xiaolong is your son? I've seen this too many times. It was true. In order to escape, many high god realm cultivators came up with all sorts of excuses. Guo Xiaofan didn't want to give up and he eventually ate a whip from the heavenly god realm expert. He was sent flying and suffered the same fate as Huang Peng. In fact, his wounds were worse than Huang Peng, and his blood stained the ground red. Xiaofan! Everyone screamed as they ran over to support him. Everyone glared at the group of heavenly god realm disciples. However, they were only met with a casual glance from these disciples. One of them spoke. If anyone dares to come up with reasons to escape, they will be whipped 3 times. I'll cripple one of their hands. Everyone's expressions changed. They needed both their arms in order to dig, and if one of the arms was crippled, there would no longer be a way for them to hit their target. They would die a horrible death at the end of the month if that was the case. Several days later, in the Fortune Divine Kingdom, Huang Xiaolong looked at the clouds of spiritual qi swirling around the mountain peak as he tightly knitted his brows together. It had already been a month, but no one had managed to find any news about his parents. Every day felt like a year, and he felt especially uneasy these few days. In the distance, two figures slowly approached him. It was precisely Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao. As they appeared beside Huang Xiaolong, they noticed the dejected look on his face. They looked at each other but failed to think of a way to console him. "Xiaolong, don't worry. Uncle and Auntie will definitely be fine. Don't overthink things." Fang Xianxian eventually decided to say something. "That's right. Xiaolong, with the strength of the Silver Fox Commerce, there will definitely be news of them soon." Peng Xiao hastily followed up. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and sighed. "I hope so. Xiaolong, some of the Emperor Palaces sent over news that Heavenly Prince Dijing managed to break into the Emperor realm. With his heavenly Tao divine physique and godhead, no one would be able to kill him." Fang Xianxian suddenly thought of the report she had heard previously and relayed the information to Huang Xiaolong. "Oh!" Huang Xiaolong felt a little shocked when he heard the news. He had never expected Dijing to be able to enter the Emperor realm so quickly. As he became the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, his body was indestructible and his soul would never scatter. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. "Also, we heard that Heavenly Prince Dijing and Heavenly Emperor Dijun managed to invite a monstrous old freak. Some say that he will be there to deal with Shi Ming, but others say that he is there to deal with the King of Grand Mist." Huang Xiaolong frowned, and a surprised look flashed through his eyes. Which old monster did they manage to invite? Since the rumor could spread, the report was most probably true. Huang Xiaolong knew that it didn't matter who was the old freak they had managed to invite. But he was afraid that the old freak they had invited wouldn't lose to his master, the King of Grand Mist, if they were to fight. "We don't know who it is." Fang Xianxian shook his head. "Perhaps the King of Grand Mist might know." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. After he found his family members, he would head over to the Grand Mist lands before going to the Radiance world. "I wonder how the little cow is doing. Did she manage to regain her strength?" Even though the number of experts around him was aplenty, he knew that he lacked Sovereign Realm experts. If the little cow recovered her strength, she would be another strong fighting force for him. He also had to think of a way for the four odd beasts, the Radiance Angels, Taiyu, Jin Yuan, and the other great commanders to break through to Sovereign Realm. All of them were trapped at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm for several billion years. They needed nothing but a stroke of luck to break through to the next realm. Just as he was thinking about them, his transmission symbol shook. Huang Xiaolong retrieved it, and to his surprise, it came from Bei Xiaomei. Firestone World. Earth-shattering gang. Huang Xiaolong couldn't control himself as a look of joy appeared on his face. He had finally managed to locate them. According to what Bei Xiaomei said, his family members were located on the Firestone World. "Xiaolong, did you receive news about Uncle and Auntie?" Fang Xianxian couldn't help but ask when she saw the look on Huang Xiaolong's face. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and passed his transmission symbol to the two girls. They rejoiced when they saw Bei Xiaomei's message. "That's great. Xiaolong, shouldn't we hurry over to the Firestone World right now?" Fang Xianxian couldn't help but ask when she saw the expression on his face. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second. "You guys want to go as well?" Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao nodded in unison. Their faces flushed red at the same time as they thought of something. "All right, we shall head over to the Firestone World right now," Huang Xiaolong declared. He knew that the most important thing right now was to head over to the Firestone World. The three of them flew in the Nether King flying ship as they charged towards the Firestone World. In order to arrive at the Firestone World as quickly as possible, Huang Xiaolong summoned the four odd beasts, the 14 Radiance Angels, 100 undead Nether Guards, and all 70+ ice dragons to push the flying ship to its limit. After using over 200 Emperor Realm experts to power up the flying ship, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that that was the most luxurious lineup ever used to control a flying ship in the history of the Divine World. Not to mention the fact that a majority of the emperors moving the ship were high-level emperors. Even though Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao knew that Huang Xiaolong had many subordinates under his command, they were shocked when he summoned all of them at once. Their chests heaved when they saw so many high-level emperors appearing before them. Huang Xiaolong didn't think too much about it. All he could think of were his family members and Shi Xiaofei. Shi Xiaofei. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong's mind seemed to have freshened up as he took out the transmission symbol once again. After reading it several times, he realized that something was missing. His expression turned extremely ugly. In Bei Xiaomei's message, she hadn't mentioned anything about Bei Xiaomei. She had only told him that the other Huang family members were located at the Firestone world. He had missed the detail due to his eagerness just a moment ago. Xiaolong, what's wrong? When the two of them noticed his abnormal behavior, they couldn't help but ask. Huang Xiaolong sighed before shaking his head. It's nothing. As soon as the words left his lips, he retrieved his transmission symbol and sent a message of his own to Bei Xiaomei. He inquired about Shi Xiaofei. Her reply came very quickly. Huang Xiaolong felt the blood draining from his face when he read what she said. In her reply, Bei Xiaomei mentioned that Shi Xiaofei was never seen together with the members of the Huang family. Shi Xiaofei isn't there. Could it be that I was right? Did she ascend to the Buddhist world? If that really happened, things would be bad. There was the Silver Fox Commerce, Grand Mist Emperor Palace, and the Fortune Emperor Palace located in the Divine World. Huang Xiaolong was confident that he would be able to locate them as long as they were situated in the Divine World. As for the Buddhist world, Huang Xiaolong had no power there. He would be dreaming if he wanted to look for someone there. Xiaolong, did something happen? When they noticed Huang Xiaolong's pale face, they asked with concern. Did something happen to Auntie and Uncle? Huang Xiaolong shook his head and denied. No. Something happened to Xiaofei. Sister Xiaofei. The two of them exclaimed in shock. Huang Xiaolong had told them his stories from the lower realm, and they knew that Shi Xiaofei was Huang Xiaolong's wife. After showing them Bei Xiaomei's message, the two of them sank into silence. Xiaolong, Sister Xiaofei wouldn't have met with any mishaps. She probably must have gotten separated from Uncle and Auntie. The Silver Fox Commerce will definitely find her. Fang Xianxian consoled Huang Xiaolong. He sighed in response. Let's hope so. Huang Xiaolong quickly sent another message to Bei Xiaomei, inquiring about his family member's situation on the Firestone world. Even though she had mentioned something about his family members being on the Firestone world, she hadn't revealed how they were doing. He soon received a reply. In Bei Xiaomei's response, she spoke about how all of them were slaves of the Earth-splitting gang and their suffering at the hands of the Heavenly God Realm disciples from the gang. The Silver Fox Commerce's members had managed to find Huang Xiaolong's family because the Heavenly God Realm disciples had whipped Huang Peng when he had claimed that he was Huang Xiaolong's father. Earth-shattering gang. Killing intent burst out from Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and the temperature on the Nether King flying ship dropped below freezing point. When the two ladies felt the killing intent coming from Huang Xiaolong's body, they quickly went over and read the report sent by Bei Xiaomei. Traces of rage rose in their hearts. The Earth-splitting gang deserves to be annihilated. Peng Zhao's resentful voice resounded through the air. Huang Xiaolong once again returned a message to Bei Xiaomei, requesting her to secretly protect his family members. He didn't want them to startle the enemy in case anything untoward happened to his parents before his arrival. Right now, the news of Huang Xiaolong's parents arriving in the Divine World hadn't spread. If the Nine Corpse tribe were to learn of the news, he was afraid that they would be the first ones to make a move against them. Even Di Jun and Di Jing might do something to harm them. As such, Huang Xiaolong requested for Bei Xiaomei to protect them secretly. He decided to rescue them himself. As the Nether King flying ship accelerated, they needed at least 20 more days to arrive on the Firestone world. 20 days. Father, Mother, wait for me. Huang Xiaolong prayed in his heart. Just as Huang Xiaolong was rushing towards the Firestone world, the Earth-shattering gang's main hall was getting lively as the various elders gathered to discuss the recent happenings. According to Guan's sect, We need to turn in another fold of gold next month. The leader of the earth-shattering gang, Chang Guotao, said, "From tomorrow onwards, order the mines to speed up their production. Tell the slaves we want twice the amount from next month onwards." A frown appeared on the face of one of the elders. Even if we force them to hurry, they probably won't be able to do it. Moreover, they might die of exhaustion if we force them to work any harder. After all, they were already working at their limit. They would definitely die if they were pushed even further. Who cares about them? They are nothing but slaves. If they die, we'll head out and capture another batch. Chang Guotao chuckled sinisterly. The things we lack the least are slaves. Tan Xiao, go out and capture another batch tomorrow. Yes, leader. The elder called Tan Xiao nodded his head in reply. Very quickly, the order from Chang Guotao arrived at the mines. What? We have to double the production? Huang Peng and Su Yan's expression turned ugly when they heard the order. Rage filled their hearts. Are you really trying to work us to death? Everyone raged at the bunch of disciples guarding them. One of the disciples snorted at them. That's the order from the leader. It's no use to grumble here. Why don't you hurry up and dig? What are you waiting for? There will no longer be a 1-hour break every day. If you fail to complete the task, wait for us to punish you. We will let you experience a living hell. He turned to Huang Peng and chuckled. You better behave yourself. If you yell, we'll torture you to death with our whip. Guo Xiaofan roared in anger. My uncle will save us all. You will regret this. All of the disciples started laughing as they pointed their whip at Guo Xiaofan. If Huang Xiaolong really comes to save you, I'll eat the entire mountain. Roaring laughter resounded through the sky. Even though Guo Xiaofan wanted to continue, Guo Tai shook his head silently at him. He knew that no matter how hard his son tried, it was impossible to change their minds. If he continued to scream and shout at them, he would probably get beaten again. Huang Peng and Guo Xiaofan were still injured from the whipping they had received a few days ago. Since even his father was stopping him, Guo Xiaofan could only suppress the rage in his heart. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and die. The disciple sneered at the smoldering Guo Xiaofan, and he waved the whip in his hand. Without warning, he swung it out once again, and it landed shockingly close to Guo Xiaofan. It missed him by a mere centimeter. Cold sweat drenched the backs of everyone from the Huang family. Even though fire threatened to spill out from Guo Xiaofan's eyes, he didn't dare to do anything. I forgot to tell you, everyone has to double their production. As for you guys, you'll be in for trouble if you fail to turn in triple your monthly quota. The disciple who wielded the whip glared at Huang Peng and the others as he snapped. What? Guo Xiaofan, Guo Tai, and everyone else nearly fainted with rage. They were driven to their limits by doubling the production, and tripling it was clearly killing them. Even if Huang Peng and the others were at the peak of the late 10th Order High God realm, they would still be beaten to death by these heavenly god disciples from the earth-shattering gang. Obviously, they were going to kill Huang Peng and the other Huang family members at the start of the next month. Why? Guo Xiaofan roared in anger. Why? The disciple stared at them as the corners of his lips curled upwards. It's because I hate the sight of you. What can you do about it? You! The hatred in Guo Xiaofan's eyes doubled as he glared at the disciple. Brat, do you want to kill me? Too bad you're too weak. Do you really know why I haven't killed you? That's because I want you to experience the fear and pressure of death every day. I want you to crawl towards your death slowly. Even though you know that you'll be dead in a moment, you won't be able to do anything about it. Although none of them were allowed to kill the slaves as they pleased, killing one or two occasionally to show off their might wasn't frowned upon. With a guttural cry from Guo Xiaofan, he wanted to duke it out with the disciple. It was lucky that everyone managed to grab him in time. Xiaofan, that's enough. Huang Peng's voice resounded through the air as he tried his hardest to suppress his anger. Start digging. By this time, the other slaves were out of breath, and they were giving it their all to extract whatever they could from the earth below them. When Guo Xiaofan heard Huang Peng scolding, he finally calmed down. Seeing the situation before them, the disciple from the earth-shattering gang snorted, "A bunch of pitiful trash. Several days passed. Since the wounds on Huang Peng and Guo Xiaofan's body hadn't healed, their injuries worsened the more they dug. Fresh blood flowed out from their wounds and dyed the ground below them red. Brother Peng Xiaofan, stop digging. Su Yan cried out in exasperation when she looked at the sorry states of their bodies. With how hard they were working, they probably wouldn't live to see the next month. Huang Peng shook his head and said, "We'll dig out all we can. If I and Xiaofan fail to hit the amount, we'll give it all to you. At least a few of us will be able to complete the mission." Sorrow-filled words left his lips as he resigned to his fate. He knew that he was definitely going to die, and he wanted to dig as much as he could with the last of his strength. He would give whatever he had to Su Yan, Huang Min, and the others so that they wouldn't need to suffer from a whipping at the end of the month. Brother Peng, Father, Su Yan, Huang Min, and the others choked with emotions. Xiaofan and I will take our leave first. If you meet Xiaolong in the future, tell him about everything we are suffering at the hands of these bastards. All right, let's keep digging. Huang Peng kept all the emotions in his heart, and he continued to dig relentlessly. Su Yan and the others felt tears welling up in their eyes. In the main branch of the earth-shattering gang, a middle-aged man was accompanied by the gang leader, Cheng Guotao. He was precisely the Gu and Sek's sect chief, and he was there to retrieve the gold from the earth-shattering gang. The Gu and sect was a first-rate power in the divine world, and it was one of the main families located on the Firestone world. They were also the power the earth-shattering gang was trying to suck up to. The main reason he was there was to collect the gold. Cheng Guotao, there are only 10 days left till you will have to hand over the gold. Will there be any problems? Hu Qingzhong, the sect chief of the Gu and sect, asked. A chuckle escaped Cheng Guotao's lips. Of course, there are no problems. Everything's in order. Sect chief who can rest assured. We captured another batch of slaves in the past few days, and we will definitely be able to obtain the amount of gold you desire. Do you wish to head over to the mines to take a look? Sure, why not? As such, the two of them made their way towards the mines under the escort of the experts of the earth-shattering gang. Since their headquarters wasn't too far from the mines, they arrived before long. When the guard disciple saw Cheng Guotao approaching, he hastily rushed over to welcome the newcomers. With Cheng Guotao's introduction, Hu Qingzhong slowly walked towards the mines. When he walked past Huang Peng and the others, Huang Peng and Guo Xiaofan were no longer able to hold out as they swayed on their feet before falling on the ground. Unlucky, Hu Qingzhong sighed. As soon as Cheng Guotao heard what he said, his expression changed. He screamed at the disciple in charge of the mine. Why are you standing there? Drag them out. The disciples rushed up and dragged Huang Peng and the others away. No, please, don't do it. Su Yan and Huang Min revealed a look of terror as they pleaded with the disciples. Even though Huang Peng and Guo Xiaofan had collapsed, they weren't dead. They were merely unconscious. Guo Xiaofan and the others hastily grabbed the disciples in an attempt to stop them from dragging the two bodies away. It was too bad none of them had the ability to stop the heavenly God realm disciples. Before long, they were sent flying. Huang Peng and Guo Xiaofan were dragged away like dead dogs right before their very eyes. It was precisely at this moment that the Netherking flying ship appeared in the air above the Firestone world. Through the control room of the ship, Huang Xiaolong saw the world surface below them. His transmission symbol shook, and Huang Xiaolong's expression turned ugly the moment he read it. Killing intent soared through the skies as he growled in anger. Earth-shattering gang, how dare you? When the two ladies read the message on his transmission symbol, their faces changed as well. Huang Xiaolong ordered for the ship to accelerate once again. In several breaths of time, the Netherking flying ship entered the Firestone world. Huang Xiaolong, the four odd beasts, the Radiance Angels, Netherguards, and the Ice Dragons didn't retract their aura as they soared through the sky. Their killing intent shook the world. Every single person on the Firestone world felt the killing intent charging through the air. They could feel the horrifying pressure crushing down on them. Everyone on the Firestone world seemed to raise their heads simultaneously to look above them. A look of terror flashed through their eyes. It didn't matter if they were old ancestors who had been in secluded cultivation for millions of years or some regular disciples, as every single one of them opened their eyes in shock. In the minds of the earth-shattering sect leader Hu Qingzhong and Chang Guotao weren't exceptions. Every single expert saw the look of terror in each other's eyes. This is the might of an emperor. A bunch of emperors. Hu Qingzhong's voice trembled as he cried out in fear. How can there be so many emperors appearing on our Firestone world? Chang Guotao felt his lips shaking as he spoke. It seems like dozens of emperors have arrived. Did something happen on our Firestone world? Hu Qingzhong shook his head after hearing what Chang Guotao said. Not several dozen. There are at least 100 of them. 100 Emperor Realm experts. How can there be so many emperors appearing on our Firestone world? Could there be some sort of ultimate treasure being born here? The strongest individual on the Firestone world was a heavenly monarch. Moreover, he was just a mere high-level heavenly monarch. For 1 billion years, no emperor had appeared on the Firestone world. However, more than 100 of them had appeared all at once at this moment. With the unstoppable aura emitted by Huang Xiaolong's party, even heavenly monarchs like Chang Guotao and Hu Qingzhong felt their legs turning soft. As for the other experts from the earth-shattering gang, there was no need to say anything else. Turning to look at the disciples who were dragging Huang Peng and Guo Xiaofan away, they fell to the grounds as their bodies convulsed. Just a moment ago, the Silver Fox Commerce's spies had planned to take away Huang Peng and the others. In the instant that they were going to make their move, they were stopped by the horrifying pressure coming from Huang Xiaolong's party. None of them could move a single muscle. Since the Silver Fox Commerce didn't have a branch in the Firestone world, the spies they had there were all ordinary outer members of the Chamber of Commerce. They were merely ancestor gods. Even heavenly monarchs were scared to the point of crumbling to the ground, let alone people like them. The instant Huang Xiaolong arrived on the surface of the world's surface, he raised his head and roared towards the heavens. The Firestone world shook while Huang Xiaolong and the others charged through the skies towards the mine. Did the dragon race's emperor descend? Chang Guotao widened his eyes in shock. They seem to be flying towards us. Hu Qingzhong swallowed a mouthful of saliva to moisten his dry throat as he stuttered. Could it be that the treasure is located around this area? A treasure that could attract so many emperors was bound to be a heaven-defying one. Huang Xiaolong's eyes were bloodshot as he circulated all the god force in his body to rush towards the location stated by Bei Xiaomei. As the aura of all the emperors in his party expanded, they left a trail of ruin along the way. Mountains crumbled, and valleys cracked. As forests fell, rivers started to float into the sky. The instant the water approached the ice dragons, it turned into shards of frozen ice. Losing the ability to fly, the shards of ice fell like rain onto the earth below. Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao followed behind Huang Xiaolong hastily, and their expressions changed when they saw the destruction below them. They were afraid that even sovereign realm experts wouldn't be able to stand tall in front of Huang Xiaolong gang's combined strength. Below them, the experts from the Firestone world kneeled on the ground as they stared at the group of emperors flying above their heads. Are those Radiance angels? Oh my, 12 wings. No, they have 14 wings. What are those ice creatures? The frigid chi they exude is terrifying. Could those be members of the undead race? Several old ancestors cried in shock while they kneeled on the ground. Every time the group passed a city, clouds would turn into ice, and the city walls would tremble uncontrollably. This is the world coming to an end? One of the heavenly monarch ancestors stammered as he mumbled in numbed shock. Under the terrified gaze of the experts from the Firestone world, Huang Xiaolong and the others soon arrived in the territory controlled by the earth-shattering gang. Huang Xiaolong caught sight of the thousands of cities controlled by them. With a sweep of his divine sense, Huang Xiaolong locked on to his parents and the others in the minds of the earth-shattering sect. He quickly discovered the injuries on his parents' bodies. When he noticed Huang Peng and Guofan lying in a pool of blood, he raised his head once again and roared towards the heavens. Roar! The heavens trembled, and the earth shook. With a single howl from Huang Xiaolong, countless cities collapsed as the sound wave dispersed around him. The earth broke open, and doomsday seemed to have arrived for the Firestone world. Huang Xiaolong brought the 4 odd beasts and radiance angels as he charged towards the mine. When the group of experts from the earth-shattering gang heard the roar from Huang Xiaolong, all of them were flung away with no exceptions. When Cheng Guitao, Hu Qingzhong crawled to their feet, they saw Huang Xiaolong soaring through the air towards them. Behind him were 4 massive beasts and radiance angels who emitted resplendent rays of light around them. The 100 undead nether guards and over 70 ice dragons followed behind them. When they saw the group of monsters and experts behind Huang Xiaolong, their fear hit the limit. That isn't 100 Emperor Realm experts. It's Huang Xiaolong. Hu Qingzhong saw the features on Huang Xiaolong's face, and his body started to tremble. He opened his mouth to force the greeting through his lips. Your Majesty! In the battle of the Heavenly Court that had happened previously, Hu Qingzhong was part of the spectators when he had taken the members of his sect over. At that time, he had managed to catch Huang Xiaolong's battle. As such, he was able to recognize Huang Xiaolong the moment he appeared. What? Huang Xiaolong? The faces of Cheng Guitao and the experts of the earth-shattering gang changed. As for the disciples who guarded the mines, they felt the blood draining from their faces. They realized that something very wrong might go down. At almost the same time, they turned to look at Guo Xiaofan lying on the ground. Could it really be? Are they? The disciple who had whipped Huang Peng and Gao Xiaofan felt his world spinning as his face turned ash-gray. When Huang Xiaolong approached, Su Yan, Huang Min, and the others recognized him immediately. Looks of joy filled their faces as they rejoiced. Tears streamed down their faces as they celebrated in their hearts. Su Yan rushed towards Huang Xiaolong as though she was possessed, and she cried out in a hoarse voice, "Xiaolong!" When Huang Xiaolong saw the disheveled look on his mother and sister's faces, boundless rage filled his heart. His family members looked like beggars living on the side of the street. Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred as he appeared before Su Yan. Mother! Mother! Hu Qingzhong, Cheng Guitao, and the rest felt their hearts clench and their bodies trembling when they heard what he said. One of the slaves they had kidnapped was Huang Xiaolong's mother. They had kidnapped Huang Xiaolong's mother and forced her to work at their mines. Cheng Guitao would never have thought that there was someone who had managed to hide their identity to the point where no one knew she was Huang Xiaolong's mother. However, reality caught up to them quickly, and they felt the blood draining from their face. They had caught Huang Xiaolong's mother and forced her to mine for them. She was treated as their slaves, and they had treated her like how they would treat a dog on the street. Huang Xiaolong hugged his mother before turning to Huang Min, second sister. Second sister. Huang Xiaolong turned to the Heavenly Buddha Emperor and Empress standing behind Huang Min and greeted them respectfully. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, father-in-law, mother-in-law. Cheng Guitao felt his hands trembling, and no matter how hard he tried to stop it, he couldn't. Wait for a moment. I'll save Father and Xiaofan before doing anything else. Huang Xiaolong turned to Su Yan and said. Su Yan snapped back to reality, and she grabbed Huang Xiaolong's sleeves. Right, Xiaolong. Hurry up and save your father and Xiaofan. They are about to die. Huang Xiaolong rushed towards the two of them as they lay unconscious on the ground. The hearts of everyone from the earth-shattering gang fell. A single phrase repeatedly rang through Cheng Guitao's mind. Father. That was Huang Xiaolong's father. He had gotten several disciples from his gang to bury Huang Xiaolong's father. It's over. When Huang Xiaolong approached Huang Peng and Guo Xiaofan, the disciples nearly fainted from shock. He glared at the several Heavenly God Realm disciples, but he didn't do anything to them. Saving Huang Peng and Xiaofan was more important than anything else. If he really wanted to deal with them, he could do so at any time. After reaching out to hold his father's body, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the Great Reincarnation Pill. Even though the Great Reincarnation Pill was a pill used to treat injuries, it was a Grandmist-grade spiritual pill. There was no way for Huang Peng and Guo Xiaofan to ingest it. After grinding a small part of the pill to dust, he fed it to Huang Peng and Guo Xiaofan. Even though he only fed them some shavings from the great reincarnation pill, the effects were shocking. Life essence filled their body, and it crashed around their bodies like massive waves. Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to be careless. He hastily placed his hands behind them, and he poured Radiance God Force into their bodies unceasingly. He assisted them in swallowing the medicinal effects from the great reincarnation pill. The wounds on their body healed at an astonishing rate, and the wounds that were so deep that fresh blood poured out of them without end closed in a second. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, all the injuries on their bodies closed, and even the scars disappeared. It was as though they were never hurt. Color returned to their face, and their breathing slowly stabilized. Vitality once again filled their bodies. Su Yan, Huang Min, and everyone else rejoiced. Even Peng Xiao and Fang Xianxian revealed smiles when they saw that Huang Peng and Guo Xiaofan were saved. Despite all of that, Huang Xiaolong didn't stop as he poured Radiance God Force into their bodies without end. Very quickly, their bodies started to shake as popping sounds resounded through the air. The skies began to change as lighting clouds gathered. Huang Peng and Guo Xiaofan broke through the heavenly god realm and attracted tribulation lighting as they remained unmoving on the ground. Under the pleasantly surprised looks on the faces of Su Yan and the others, lightning tribulation fell. Lightning dragons fell from the sky, bringing with them the strength to annihilate the earth. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong was present. With a single glance from him, the mighty lightning dragons that were about to descend dissipated, and the heaven and earth returned to their ordinary state. Of course, it was Huang Xiaolong who unleashed his emperor's will to stop the tribulation from slamming down. Like other emperors, Huang Xiaolong's emperor's will could attack his enemies formlessly. However, he could also turn into a tiny axe formed from primal chaos to slash at his enemies. When Huang Xiaolong fully unleashed his emperor's will, ordinary third-order emperors would be annihilated without a single trace of them remaining in the world. There was no need to mention the lightning tribulation of a mere heavenly god. When Su Yan and the others stared at him with an incredulous look, Huang Xiaolong turned around to speak to them. "I'll help you guys break into the heavenly god realm too." "Us too." Su Yan and Huang Min stared at Huang Xiaolong with their mouths agape. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Before long, everyone related to Huang Xiaolong broke through the high god realm and became a heavenly god. All of them were stuck at the peak of the high god realm for a long time. For someone like Huang Xiaolong, helping a few of them to break into the heavenly god realm was nothing more than raising his arms. When Huang Xiaolong assisted all of them in their breakthrough, Hu Qingzhong and Cheng Guotao felt their bodies stiffening. They didn't dare to move a muscle. Even if they were to fall on sharp rocks, none of them would dare to shift their bodies to make themselves more comfortable. After Huang Xiaolong assisted everyone in their breakthrough, Hu Qingzhong felt his heart pounding non-stop. He started crawling over to Huang Xiaolong as he planted his face into the ground. "Gu and sect leader, Hu Qingzhong, greets your majesty, the king of hell." As for the members of the earth-shattering gang, none of them dared to approach Huang Xiaolong. They kneeled on the ground as their bodies curled up into a ball. Huang Xiaolong stared at Hu Qingzhong coldly as he spoke. "I know that you're the sect leader of the Gu and sect. It was you who requested for the amount of gold to be doubled. That's the reason my parents were pushed to the limits. They didn't get to rest as they dug non-stop for an entire month." Hu Qingzhong felt his heart stop beating for a moment. A look of terror filled his face, but before he could open his mouth again, Huang Xiaolong raised an arm to point at him. A hole appeared in the space between his eyebrows as his body froze in place. As he fell, his body started to disintegrate with the hole between his eyebrow as the source. A weird stench filled the air all of a sudden. When Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the origin of the smell, he saw that the experts of the earth-shattering gang had wet their pants. He stared at the trembling Cheng Guotao on the ground, and a chilly killing intent burst out from his eyes. "Leader of the earth-shattering gang? Cheng Guotao? Are you not going to introduce yourself?" Cheng Guotao raised his head abruptly, and he bawled his eyes out. "Mercy! Please, show mercy, your majesty. I won't dare to do this again. No, no, no. There will be no second time. I won't dare to do anything like this. Please. I didn't know who they were. He spluttered. The only thing I know is that you gave the order to bury my father. Huang Xiaolong raised his hand once again. Cheng Guotao was sent flying, but Huang Xiaolong had no intentions of killing him. He merely wasted Cheng Guotao's cultivation. There was no way he would allow them to die so easily. When Cheng Guotao landed, he coincidentally arrived beside the disciples who were in charge of the mines. Even though they had already fainted from shock, they were jolted awake by the impact. When they woke up from the shock caused by the impact of Cheng Guotao landing beside them, they saw how their leader spat out mouthfuls after mouthfuls of blood. The blood stained their bodies red. The red color was so piercing that it hurt their eyes. Hysterical cries sounded as they scampered away from Cheng Guotao's body. They felt as though his blood was scarier than the god of death himself. Huang Xiaolong stared at the disciples with a cold look in his eyes. It was at that time where Huang Peng and Guo Xiaofan regained their consciousness. Xiaolong! Uncle! The two of them experienced unimaginable joy when they saw Huang Xiaolong, especially Guo Xiaofan. He leaped to his feet and cheered. I knew that uncle would come and save us all. He hugged Huang Xiaolong and danced about, like a little kid who had managed to obtain a fun toy. Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao stared at Huang Xiaolong with a smile on their faces. Huang Xiaolong forced a bitter smile on his face as he spoke to Guo Xiaofan. All right, little brat, your uncle isn't a beauty. Why are you hugging me? Hurry up and let go. Guo Xiaofan finally released Huang Xiaolong as he turned around to stare at the Heavenly God Realm disciples from the Earth-Shattering Gang, who were trying to hide. When he stared at the disciple who had whipped him, all the rage and hatred in his heart rushed to his head. He rushed up and stomped on the disciple's chest, shattering all his ribs. As a miserable shriek left the mouth of the disciple, he tossed and turned about as he rolled on the ground. Fuck! Didn't you say that you'll eat the entire mountain if my uncle comes to save us? Get over there and start eating. Guo Xiaofan's eyes were bloodshot as he kicked and stomped on the disciple who had whipped them in the past. Despite the anger boiling in his heart, he controlled his strength such that he wouldn't kill the other party by accident. The Earth-Shattering Gang's disciple didn't dare to resist. He cupped his fist and begged for mercy. Mercy, Lord. Please show mercy. Lord! Guo Xiaofan's anger rose to his head, and he chuckled in a cold voice. Fuck! Wasn't I a dog? Didn't you call me your dog slave? Why don't you try saying that again? Huh! Say it! After beating up the disciple to an inch of death, Guo Xiaofan looked at the metal whip lying on the ground beside them. Reaching out, he grabbed the whip before lashing out at the disciple. When the other disciples saw what happened to their friend, they felt their hearts twitching. When the disciple he whipped finally stopped rolling, Guo Xiaofan sent another lash flying towards him. Sure, I'll spare you. As long as you finish eating the mountain in front of us, I'll spare your life. The disciple rolled around on the ground as he screamed in pain. The metal whip cut deep into his skin, and he struggled to raise his head to look at the towering mountain in front of him. His face turned pale in an instant. The metal mine was something even ancient gods wouldn't be able to digest if they ingested it, not to mention a second-order heavenly god like him. There was no need to mention eating the mountain. Even eating several ores would kill him. Hurry up and eat! Guo Xiaofan whipped him again. Several lashes landed on his body. Before long, the disciple was covered in wounds. His flesh was torn open, and his bones were revealed. If not for Huang Xiaolong's timely arrival, Guo Xiaofan and Huang Peng would be nothing more than two corpses right now. There was no way Guo Xiaofan would allow the disciple to get off scot-free. The miserable cries of the disciple slowly died down, and it finally stopped. He laid sprawled out on the ground as he was beaten to death. The scene looked familiar, as he had beaten the slaves in the mine to death before. He suffered the same fate as his victims. The other disciples stared at Guo Xiaofan with a horrified expression as they begged Huang Xiaolong and Guo Xiaofan relentlessly. Guo Xiaofan heard their pleas, but he walked over to them and started whipping all of them. With his experience in the lower worlds, Guo Xiaofan was no longer the naive and kind-hearted young kid he once was. When they had begged for mercy when the disciples of the earth-shattering gang had whipped them, no one had bothered to care about them. In the end, every single disciple who was in charge of guarding the mines were whipped to death. There was one who tried to resist. He grabbed Guo Xiaofan in an attempt to kill them both. He was blasted to nothingness by Huang Xiaolong's emperor's will. After an hour, all the experts who had accompanied Hu Qingzhong and Chang Guotao had turned into ice sculptures. After Huang Xiaolong crippled Chang Guotao, he suffered the same fate as the disciples as Guo Xiaofan beat him to death. Looking at Chang Guotao's miserable end, Guo Xiaofan finally felt the anger and hatred in his heart dissipate. Chang Guotao's corpse lay on the ground as his eyes were wide open with disbelief. Even in death, never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would be whipped to death by a bunch of slaves. When Guo Xiaofan was done, Su Yan, Huang Min, and the others finally woke up. Huang Xiaolong looked at the thousands of slaves kneeling on the ground, and he didn't feel like making things difficult for them. He gave them their freedom after providing them with a recovery pill each. No matter what, they could be considered his parents' colleagues. When the rest of the slaves left, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others finally turned to look at the group of people standing behind Huang Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, these ladies are?" Su Yan asked. Guo Xiaofan chuckled in amusement. "There's no need to ask. They are definitely uncle's wives." Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao had their reservations, and Peng Zhao's face flushed red. Even though Fang Xianxian was the young lady of the Fortune Emperor Palace, she couldn't control her emotions as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. They lowered their heads and stared at their feet, not daring to meet the gazes of the Huang family members. Huang Xiaolong glared at Guo Xiaofan from the corner of his eye before introducing the two of them to the others. After they were done, Huang Xiaolong brought them to the earth-shattering gang's headquarters and the Guan sect. They leveled both factions. From that moment on, the earth-shattering gang and the Guan sect would cease to exist. Of course, after destroying the Guan sect, Huang Xiaolong brought them to the treasure vault. When they saw the countless treasures and spiritual herbs lying around, Huang Min and the others grabbed everything they could. Not a single pill was left behind. Huang Xiaolong didn't lack spiritual pills or spirit stones. When he saw the excited looks on the faces of Guo Xiaofan and the rest, Huang Xiaolong didn't feel like pouring a bucket of cold water over their heads. As long as they were happy, nothing else mattered. The earth-shattering gang was a second-rate faction, and no one cared about them even if they were annihilated. However, the Guan sect was different. They were a first-rate sect, and they were one of the strongest powers on the Firestone world. Their destruction shook the world's surface. I've heard the Guan sect managed to obtain some heaven-defying treasure. They attracted a bunch of emperors and were annihilated. Even their treasury was plundered. You're wrong. The Guan sect and the earth-shattering gang kidnapped Huang Xiaolong's parents and forced them to mine for them. Huang Xiaolong exterminated both their factions. Huang Xiaolong. There is someone bold enough to enslave Huang Xiaolong's parents. How is that possible? The Guan sect and the earth-shattering gang probably stepped into dog shit. Huang Xiaolong wouldn't take his anger out on everyone on the Firestone world, right? When someone angered the young master of the Brilliance Emperor Palace, he sent the Brilliance Emperor Palace to wipe out every last being on their world. Every single expert on the Firestone world started to tremble. They didn't dare to believe what had happened. However, when they were still in a state of panic, Huang Xiaolong left the Firestone world. On the way, Huang Xiaolong learned from his family how Shi Xiaofei was separated from their group due to a freak accident. Knowing that Shi Xiaofei was blown away by a hurricane, Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. It was a blessing that she didn't ascend to the Buddhist world. Oh, the Silver Fox Commerce managed to locate Shi Xiaofei. When Huang Xiaolong learned of Shi Xiaofei's accident, he received Bei Xiaomei's report. After reading Bei Xiaomei's report, Huang Xiaolong felt a burst of joy in his heart. "Xiaolong, is there news on Xiaofei?" Su Yan walked over to Huang Xiaolong and asked. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head, and he passed his transmission symbol over to Huang Peng and the rest. According to what Bei Xiaomei said, Shi Xiaofei was currently on the Datong world. It wasn't located too far away from the Firestone world, and with the Nether King flying ship, it would take them 4 days at most to arrive on the Datong world. Moreover, she was accepted into the Changji sect, one of the Datong diving plane's top powers. An ancestor-level figure in the sect had noticed her and accepted her as a direct disciple. Her apprenticeship ceremony was going to take place several days later. She was in no danger at all. Huang Xiaolong felt a huge boulder lifted off his heart when he received the news. "Xiaofei, wait for me," Huang Xiaolong muttered in his heart. For days. In 4 days, Huang Xiaolong would be able to arrive on the Datong world. He would be able to make it in time for Shi Xiaofei's apprenticeship ceremony. Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others rejoiced when they received news about Shi Xiaofei. "Xiaolong, are we going to the Datong world?" Su Yan asked. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. "Yes, we shall head over to the Datong world. After picking Xiaofei, we shall head back to the Fortune Emperor Palace." Guo Xiaofan spoke up all of a sudden. "Uncle, are you an ancestor of the Fortune Emperor Palace? Why did Hu Qingzhong and the rest address you as the King of Hell?" Even though they had managed to learn that Huang Xiaolong had already broken into the Emperor realm when they had eavesdropped on the disciples of the Earth-Shattering Gang, they had no idea about most of his other achievements. The only other thing they knew was that he managed to obtain something they called the Devil's Steel. Of course, none of them had any idea what the title King of Hell meant. "Are you the emperor of some massive country?" Guo Xiaofan guessed. "Are you some sort of emperor of a dynasty?" Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao started giggling at the side. Huang Xiaolong turned speechless as laughter slowly escaped his lips. "I'm not an emperor of a massive country, and neither am I an emperor of a dynasty. I went to hell in the past, and I managed to obtain the inheritance of the King of Hell. Right now, one of my identities is the King of Hell. I control all 3 worlds in hell." Fang Xianxian was afraid Guo Xiaofan and the others were unaware of the power Huang Xiaolong possessed. So, she continued to explain. "The Divine World, Hell, Buddha World, Devil World, and the Demon World are known as the 5 greater worlds. The Divine World is controlled by the Heavenly Court, and Hell is controlled by the King of Hell. Xiaolong is the current King of Hell." Guo Xiaofan, Huang Peng, and the others felt their jaws dropping in shock. King of Hell controls 3 worlds in hell. Initially, they felt as though entering the Emperor realm was Huang Xiaolong's greatest achievement after ascending for such a short amount of time. After all, even a sect leader like Hu Qingzhong was only at the Heavenly Monarch realm. Right now, they learned that Huang Xiaolong was actually the ruler of one of the greater worlds. Guo Xiaofan's jaws dropped as he said exaggeratedly, "Uncle, that's so cool. Doesn't that mean I can walk sideways in the divine world from now on?" His smile widened to the point where it threatened to split his face in half. Huang Xiaolong laughed. "If you want to, you can use your arms to walk around in the divine world." Guo Xiaofan was stunned for a second, and everyone laughed at his silly response. "Hee hee." Guo Xiaofan's silly laughter filled the air in the next second. "Uncle, are these your subordinates?" Guo Xiaofan turned to look at the 4 odd beasts, undead nether guards, and radiance angels before continuing. "Are they all in the Emperor realm?" Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. "That's right. They are all emperors under my command." He casually introduced one of them to his family members. A light lit up in Guo Xiaofan's eyes, and he asked, "Uncle, can you let me bring them about when I'm out on the streets? It's going to be so awesome." Huang Xiaolong kicked him in the butt. "Nonsense." Everyone roared with laughter at Guo Xiaofan's antics. Along the way, Guo Xiaofan bubbled with excitement as he asked about everything and anything that came to his mind. Even though they had already ascended for 10 years, they were trapped in the mine of the Earth-Shattering Gang as slaves. They had no idea about any of the happenings in the divine world, and Guo Xiaofan had tons of questions he wanted to ask. Looking at the bubbly Guo Xiaofan, Huang Xiaolong patiently explained everything he wanted to know. Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao chirped in from the side occasionally. There were some things that the 2 ladies knew more than Huang Xiaolong. After all, he had merely ascended for several hundred years. He had spent most of his time training instead of messing about in the divine world. Along with their explanation, the members of the Huang family learned about everything that had happened. While the Netherking flying ship was headed for the Datong world, a celebratory air filled the Xianxia sect. Lanterns lit up the sky, and auspicious objects were placed all over the area. Hundreds of thousands of disciples rushed about like busy bees in their headquarters. In a few days, their old ancestor, Tao Yu, was going to accept a disciple. That was something that only happened once several millions of years. After all, the last time their old ancestor had accepted a disciple was 1,000,000 years ago. As everyone from the Xianxia sect rushed about, the Datong world superpowers went over to offer their congratulations. Countless flying ships headed towards the Datong world from the neighboring plains. Out of all of them, there was a flying ship with a violet phoenix insignia soaring through the space of the divine world. It was a flying ship sent by the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace. Out of the Emperor Palaces, the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace ranked 112. Even though they weren't in the top 100, they were an untouchable existence in the eyes of the various powers of the Datong world. This time, the reason the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace had sent people over to celebrate the apprenticeship ceremony because Tao Yu was friends with their old ancestor, Huang Fangtong. They had gone through life and death together and were considered bosom buddies. Before Huang Fangtong had broken into the Emperor realm, he had become acquainted with Tao Yu. They had gone through hell and high waters before. The number of times Tao Yu had saved Huang Fangtong numbered more than one. However, Huang Fangtong had something going on, and he wasn't able to personally head over to give his congratulations. In the end, he had sent his personal disciple, Huang Shi, to offer his congratulations. Huang Shi was the #1 genius of the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace. Even though he didn't possess a supreme godhead, his godhead was at the peak grade emperor rank, and it was infinitely close to a supreme godhead. He was a 10th order heavenly monarch, and it was clear that the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace treated the Xianxia sect seriously. On the flying ship, Huang Shi was surrounded by the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace's various elders. I've heard that Xiaofei not only has a peak-grade emperor rank godhead and the radiant ceramic glaze godhead, but she also has an innate pure luminance enlightened Buddha physique. Her talent is through the roof, and she should be the greatest genius the Xianxia sect has ever received. She's comparable to the founding ancestor of the Xianxia sect. One of the elders exclaimed in surprise. It's no wonder Tao Yu will accept her as a direct disciple. Xiaofei is extremely pretty, and her beauty is indescribable. Another elder praised. I've also heard that the young master of the Scarlet Origin Emperor Palace is here to offer his congratulations. There are so many young masters present. They are probably there for Xiaofei. Huang Shi didn't open his mouth, but a scene appeared in his head. Several months ago, he had met Xiaofei. He was stunned by her beauty. Her image had been burned into his mind, and this time, he was headed to the Xianxia sect to ask for her hand in marriage. Xiaofei, Huang Shi muttered in his heart. He was confident that with his position in the divine world, coupled with his master's relationship with Tao Yu, the Xianxia sect would be more than happy to accede to his request. He felt that there was no way for Xiaofei to reject him at all. As such, other than the congratulatory gifts, he had brought with him an astonishing amount of treasures. He was ready to use them as his betrothal gifts the moment they agreed to his request. In his mind, the scene where everyone was stunned silly by his amazing betrothal gifts played out time and time again. 3 days later, the flying ship from the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace arrived on the Datong world, and they flew straight towards the Xianxia sect's headquarters. They arrived in a flash and landed in a plaza specially reserved to receive first-rate powers like them. That's the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace's flying ship. I've heard that the strongest genius in the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace, Huang Shi, is here to congratulate old ancestor Tao Yu. Huang Shi, even though he's not an absolute genius like the freaks in the younger generation, he has the ancient phoenix's bloodline in his body. He managed to obtain a fortuitous encounter, and he might just turn into an expert no weaker than those supreme geniuses. When he breaks into the Emperor realm in the future, he is sure to become a powerhouse. As the flying ship approached, everyone gasped in shock as they looked at the massive flying ship with envy in their eyes. Although there was only 1 day left until the apprenticeship ceremony, there were still powers rushing over to the Xianxia sect. I've heard that other than the celebratory gifts his master has sent, Huangxi has brought along tons of betrothal gifts. He will probably propose to Shi Xiaofei during the ceremony itself. No way. Even Huangxi is attracted to Shi Xiaofei. I've heard that the young master of the Scarlet Origin Emperor Palace plans to do so as well. There are also tons of young masters yearning for Shi Xiaofei. Is she really that charming? I've met her in the past. Indeed, her beauty is nothing short of mesmerizing. Even after seeing so many female disciples from the various superpowers, I've never met one as amazing as Shi Xiaofei. Not to mention, she has the radiant jade Buddha physique and the ceramic glaze radiance godhead. It's no wonder all of them want her hand in marriage. If that's the case, the ceremony will definitely be lively tomorrow. Who will be the one to bring the beauty home? As everyone fervently discussed the matter, Huangxi and the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace's experts disembarked from their flying ship. When he heard the discussion going on around him, Huangxi kept a straight face. He was confident that he would be successful in his proposal. At this time, the woman whose beauty was capable of toppling a nation sat in the main hall of the Xianxia sect. She was precisely Shi Xiaofei, and she had long heard the rumors of the proposals. A frown appeared on her face as she stared worriedly into the distance. Xiaolong, where are you now? Shi Xiaofei asked herself the same question over and over in her heart. 10 years ago, she had ascended to the divine world with the other Huang family members. As she was blown away by a hurricane, she had ended up with severe injuries on a desolate mountain peak on the Datong world. Since then, she had hidden in the mountains to treat her injuries. She had barely managed to recover several months ago when she had heard that the Xianxia sect was accepting disciples. Hence, she had gone over to give it a shot. She had never thought that Tao Yu, the old ancestor of the Xianxia sect, would accept her as a direct disciple. As a first-rate power in the Datong world, Tao Yu was the strongest individual at the peak of the late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. She felt that it was an honor that Tao Yu was going to accept her as a direct disciple. It was too bad that she didn't realize the storm she was going to get dragged into. She had no idea what to do if the young masters of the various emperor palaces proposed to her during the ceremony. The various emperor palaces were superpowers in the divine world. She knew that there would be no way for her to reject a marriage proposal, considering the sect's best interest. What do I do? What do I do? Even though she had already broken into the heavenly god realm several months ago, there was no way for a heavenly god realm cultivator to escape the Xianxia sect. She sighed and cried in her heart. Under the bated breaths of everyone who rushed over to attend the ceremony, the night eventually passed. As the warm rays of sunlight illuminated the lands, the Xianxia sect broke out into festivities. Young lady, the sun is about to rise. The old ancestor and the sect master have invited you to the main hall. A maidservant entered the room and bowed to Shi Xiaofei. Shi Xiaofei snapped back to reality. She had no choice but to get to her feet to follow the maidservant to the main hall. Along the way, every single one of the experts exclaimed in shock when they saw Shi Xiaofei walking past them. Is she Shi Xiaofei? Her beauty shook my soul. It's no wonder Huangxi and the other young masters would pine for her. Speaking of which, the two of them have only met her once in the past. Surrounding discussions entered Shi Xiaofei's ears. She knitted her brows tightly together. She had thought about it the day before. Since all of them were lusting over her looks, she would ruin her face if things came down to it. She was prepared to scar her face in order to get them all to leave. The only thing she didn't know was that if Huang Xiaolong would avoid her because of her looks if she could reunite with him in the future. As she pondered over the question, she arrived in the main hall of the Xianxia sect. The hall was filled with patriarchs, young masters, and everyone else of importance. As soon as she entered the hall, Huangxi and the others turned to look at her. A solemn ceremony soon followed where she became Tao Yu's disciple. After an hour, the ceremony ended, and everyone started to bring out their gifts. Because of Huang Fangtong's relationship with Tao Yu and the glamorous reputation of the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace, Huangxi was the first to bring out his gifts. He passed a jade box over to the Xianxia sect chief. As soon as the box was open, spiritual energy filled the hall. A blood-red ginseng king appeared before their eyes. This is blood jasper ginseng. It's about to transform into heavenly ginseng. This is really a priceless treasure. One of the family patriarchs yelled in shock. The hall broke into clamor the instant Huang Shi showed his gift. Even Tao Yu and the Xianxia sect chief felt moved by the gift. As a peak late 10th order heavenly monarch, Tao Yu's chance of breaking into the emperor realm would increase by a whole lot after refining the blood jasper ginseng. Even though it was a priceless treasure, it paled in comparison when compared to the heavenly blood jasper ginseng Huang Xiaolong had swallowed in the 1,000 constellation mountain range. Of course, in the eyes of Tao Yu and the others, the blood jasper ginseng in their hands was already a priceless treasure. Seeing the stunned looks on the faces of everyone present, a trace of delight appeared in Huang Shi's heart. He knew that his chances of success had already increased by a whole lot after taking out the priceless gift. The young master of the Scarlet Origin Emperor Palace presented his gift next. It was a 9-colored lingji, and it was an extremely rare medicinal herb. Even if it was not as valuable as the blood jasper ginseng, it didn't lack by much. Everyone sighed in admiration. Eventually, everyone presented their gifts. Huang Shi stood up all of a sudden and turned to old ancestor Tao Yu. Senior Tao Yu, several months ago, young lady Shi Xiaofei captured my heart when I met her for the first time. I've been thinking about her ever since. Nothing matters more to me than obtaining her hand in marriage. Today, I am here to propose to young lady Shi Xiaofei. I, Huang Shi, am willing to use my life to protect her. Please grant us your blessings. Huang Shi spoke sincerely as his confession rang in the minds of everyone in the hall. The hall turned silent in an instant. Tao Yu and the Xianxia sect chief stared at each other and saw the look of joy in each other's eyes. The news of Huang Shi's proposal had long been leaked, and they were extremely pleased with the situation. Regardless of talent or identity, Huang Shi had them all. As the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace's top genius and the direct disciple of the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace's old ancestor, there was nothing more they could wish for. Not to mention that Tao Yu and Huang Shi's master had a relationship that transcended life and death. A marriage between their disciples was sure to strengthen their bond even more. When Shi Xiaofei heard Huang Shi's proposal, her body shook and her face turned pale. All of a sudden, Huang Shi respectfully passed a spatial ring to Tao Yu and said, "Senior Tao Yu, this is the betrothal gift this junior has prepared." When Tao Yu broke the restriction on the spatial ring, spiritual energy charged into the sky and stunned everyone in the hall. How many low-grade chaos spiritual stones are there? 300,000. Those are grand mist spiritual herbs. There are 100 of them. What about the mid-grade grand mist spiritual pills? Won't there be at least several 100,000 of them? Everyone widened their eyes in shock. 300,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones. 100 grand mist spiritual herbs. 100,000 mid-grade grand mist spiritual pills. Even first-rate powers would need to sell off the underpants on their body in order to gather such a fortune. The massive pie that fell from the sky caused Tao Yu and the sect leader to experience endless joy in their heart. Martial nephew Shi. This is a little too much. Joy flooded Tao Yu's heart. Since he would be Shi Xiaofei's master, he would stand to gain a portion of the treasures he had taken out. After giving away a portion to the Xianxia sect, the others would all go to Shi Xiaofei. Huang Shi's massive gift was like a bucket of gold that dropped from the sky. However, Huang Shi maintained a cordial expression as he laughed. This is just the betrothal gift. How can this compare to the love I have for young lady Xiaofei in my heart? Great! Tao Yu yelled in joy, and the sect master of the Xianxia sect laughed. Just as Shi Xiaofei wanted to reject the marriage, another voice resounded through the hall. Hold it! Everyone was stunned at the sudden interruption. Young master of the Scarlet Origin Emperor Palace. This is? Tao Yu chuckled. It was nothing but a farce as he had long learned of their intentions. He knew that the young master of the Scarlet Origin Emperor Palace had long since fallen in love with Shi Xiaofei. Previously, I fell in love with young Lady Xiaofei from the moment I laid eyes on her. I've dreamed of her every day since then, and I hated the fact that I couldn't be beside her at every moment. Today Qi Hao, would like to propose to young Lady Xiaofei. I would also hope that Senior Tao Yu and the Changji sect chief would give us your blessing. I will definitely love her with all my heart. Qi Hao, the young master of the Scarlet Origin Emperor Palace, declared. Following this, he retrieved a spatial ring of his own and passed it to Tao Yu. This is this junior's betrothal gift. When Tao Yu opened the spatial ring, a similar scene to the previous one, when Huang Shi had presented his gift, played before everyone's eyes. Everyone was shocked. Even though Huang Shi's gift was already immense, Qi Hao had prepared even more. The number of low-grade chaos spirit stones and grand mist spiritual herbs he had prepared was considerably more than Huang Shi's. 400,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones, 188 grand mist spiritual herbs, 180,000 mid-grade grand mist spiritual pills. It didn't matter if it was Tao Yu or the other experts present. None of them could hide the look of shock on their faces. This? Tao Yu gasped in surprise. Regardless of identity or status, Qi Hao didn't lose to Huang Shi in the slightest. Since he was able to become the young master of the Scarlet Origin Emperor Palace, there was no need to doubt his talent. As long as there were no accidents, he would probably become the next Scarlet Origin Emperor in the future. There was also the issue of the Scarlet Origin Emperor Palace ranking 2 ranks above the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace. The benefits of entering an alliance with the Scarlet Origin Emperor Palace were unimaginable. However, they had to consider the issue of the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace. Even though Tao Yu was friends with Huang Fangtong and their relationship wouldn't turn sour because of a disciple's marriage, there would definitely be some drawbacks. Huang Shi had never expected that Qi Hao would be able to bring out gifts more extravagant than his, and a frown formed on his face. He turned to Qi Hao and said, "Since that is the case, why don't we carry out a competition to choose the winner? The loser will leave young Lady Xiaofei alone. What do you think?" Qi Hao laughed and agreed with the proposal. "Great. Let's do it your way." Even though Huang Shi was at the early 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm and had the ancient Phoenix bloodline, he didn't lack in cultivation and strength. As such, Qi Hao had no reservations about fighting with him. However, he knew that Huang Shi's master had some sort of relationship with Tao Yu. If they really had to resolve the marriage problem any other way, he might not be able to bring the bride home. Right before the two of them were about to begin the competition, Shi Xiaofei stood up and cried out, "Stop!" Everyone was stunned as they turned to stare at her. When Tao Yu and the other experts turned their gazes over to her, Shi Xiaofei felt her heart tightening. However, a solemn expression appeared on her face soon after. Young Master Huang Shi and young Master Qi Hao are dragons among men. Xiaofei is merely a commoner and doesn't deserve the two young masters' favor. Please rescind your proposal. I believe that you will both be able to find better partners. As soon as her voice fell, everyone felt a bomb going off in their heads. No one had expected for her to reject both young masters at once. Even Tai Yu and the Changji sect chief were stunned. One had to know that getting married to someone of Huang Shi's status was the dream of many young ladies in the world. That was something that wouldn't come by even if the sky fell. No one had expected Shi Xiaofei to reject both marriage proposals right before them. Preposterous! Tao Yu yelled in anger. Shi Xiaofei shook her head and said, "Master, I am not messing around. I am already married." Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Huang Shi and Qi Hao's faces turned ugly in an instant. "Nonsense!" Tao Yu frowned, and he asked, "All right, tell us, who is your husband? Which family is he from?" Shi Xiaofei bit her lips, and she spilled everything. "My husband is Huang Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong! Every single person in the hall yelled in shock when they heard his name. When Shi Xiaofei saw their reactions, she couldn't help but feel her heart tremble. What's going on? Do they know who Xiaolong is? "Master, what's going on? Do you really know my husband, Huang Xiaolong?" Tao Yu broke out in laughter all of a sudden. How can there be someone in the divine world who doesn't know Huang Xiaolong? Xiaofei, your lies have to be more thought out. There are countless families and powers in the divine world who can't wait to marry their daughters off to Huang Xiaolong. That's merely a wish of theirs. If Huang Xiaolong were to get married, his wedding ceremony would shake the world. Right now, no one has ever heard of Huang Xiaolong getting married. Indeed, no one in the divine world knew that Huang Xiaolong was married. Tao Yu and the others felt that she was lying. Huang Shi chuckled. Young lady Xiaofei, I knew that our marriage proposal might come as a shock to you. Isn't that why you made up such a ridiculous story? Don't worry. We won't mistreat you. At that very instant, a majestic flying ship was charging straight towards the Datong world, and it was precisely the Nether King flying ship. We're arriving soon. Huang Xiaolong stared at the Datong world, and he thought about how he would be able to see Shi Xiaofei soon. A smile broke out on his face. It was too bad. His transmission symbol shook when he was still daydreaming. Bei Xiaomei had sent over another report. A trace of suspicion flashed past Huang Xiaolong's face when he received the message. When he swept his divine sense across it, his face sank. Huang Shi, Qi Hao. Xiaolong, what's the matter? When Huang Peng saw the look on Huang Xiaolong's face, he couldn't help but ask. Everyone became curious as well. Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate as he revealed the report to everyone. When they saw it, they couldn't help but reveal a complicated expression on their faces. Guo Xiaofan roared with indignation. Whoever the fuck Huang Shi and Qi Hao are, they are too much. How dare they mess with my aunt? When we get there, I'll smash his eggs. Uncle, I'll take revenge for you. All the ladies present felt their faces turning red, and Huang Min smacked Guo Xiaofan on the head. You and your ideas. Guo Xiaofan rubbed the back of his head and laughed. I'm not kidding. Huang Xiaolong didn't say a word. Instead, he ordered the 4 odd beasts and the others to accelerate the ship towards the Changji sect. Before long, they broke through the surface and arrived in the skies of the Datong world. When they entered the Datong world, Huang Xiaolong made sure his subordinates released their aura. Without them consciously restraining their auras, the horrifying emperor's will from nearly 200 emperors crashed down on every single existence in the Datong world. In an instant, everyone felt as though hundreds of mountain ranges were stacked on their backs. A jolt appeared in the hearts of all the experts present on the Datong world. A replay of everything that had happened on the Firestone world happened. Not a single existence on the Datong world managed to escape from the horrifying pressure emitted by Huang Xiaolong's group. With more than 200 emperors, at the 9th order and above, releasing their auras all at once, it was more than easy to imagine the immense pressure landing on everyone present. It was as though the world was ending. If Huang Xiaolong really wanted it, he could order everyone to attack at once and shatter the Datong world. There was no need to exaggerate. As long as Huang Xiaolong willed it, the Datong world would no longer exist. The experts from the Datong world's strongest powers couldn't sit still under the weight of the pressure that was strong enough to exterminate the world several times over. Their bodies trembled like a leaf in the wind. Even Tao Yu and the various experts present for the ceremony fell to the ground in shock. Huang Shi and Qi Hao stared at the source of the terrifying pressure with a flabbergasted look on their faces. That's the pressure from an Emperor Realm expert. No, that's the pressure coming from several Emperor Realm experts. How many are there? Huang Shi felt his heart pounding in his chest as his legs started to shake. Could it be that something big had happened on the Datong world? Qi Hao's voice trembled. In the hall, everyone felt unrestrained fear grip their hearts. They were overwhelmed with shock, and their legs nearly gave way. The only exception was Shi Xiaofei, who was standing tall in the middle of the hall. She stared at everyone in the hall with a suspicious look as she didn't understand their fear. Even though she was also a victim of the pressure released by Huang Xiaolong and the others, it didn't seem to suppress her as it did to the others. Very quickly, everyone noticed the anomaly in the hall. Are you not affected? Huang Shi stared at Shi Xiaofei as he cried out in shock. Everyone turned to look at her with a look of astonishment on their faces. Panic started to take over Shi Xiaofei's sense of reasoning as she stuttered, I have no idea what's going on. Those emperors seem to be headed towards us. Qi Hao came to a sudden realization and screamed. Those in the hall felt even more terrified when they heard what he said. By this time, Huang Shi could also feel the presence of Huang Xiaolong and the others getting closer. An alarming thought appeared in his mind. Don't tell me they are headed to the Changji sect. Tao Yu and the Changji sect chief seemed to react at the same time as they felt a shiver run down their spine. As for the other experts present, their hearts nearly stopped beating. Headed to the Changji sect. Could it be that they were there to congratulate Tao Yu during the apprenticeship ceremony? Tao Yu and the Changji sect chief both knew that they didn't extend the invitation to any emperors. The only person they had invited was Huang Fangtong from the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace. But his disciple had come in his stead. As Huang Xiaolong and the others approached the Changji sect, the sound of rumblings in the air grew louder and louder. It was as though countless bolts of chaos lighting was running through the skies. Before long, Tao Yu and the others discovered a shocking fact. Even the hall they were in started to tremble, and it felt like it would collapse at any moment. When the turbulence in the hall finally stopped, Tao Yu, Huang Shi, and the others discovered that it wasn't the end of their nightmare. A crushing pressure descended on them without warning and forced them to their knees. Cracks spiderwebbed along the ground, and rubble rose from the destruction. The destroyed fragments of the hall hovered in the air before them. Under the frightened gazes of all the experts in the hall, a black dot slowly materialized in the distance. It gradually increased in size until it finally appeared above the main hall of the Changji sect. Even though Huang Shi hadn't participated in the Battle of the Heavenly Court, he was present for the Fortune Emperor Palace's apprenticeship ceremony. The scene where Huang Xiaolong had trashed Wang Yongsen from the Fiend God Emperor Palace was still stuck in his mind. Huang Shi's body shook non-stop after he caught sight of the familiar face when the group of emperors descended from the flying ship. All the words he wanted to say became stuck in his throat when he recognized Huang Xiaolong. It was too bad he hadn't linked Huang Xiaolong's arrival with Shi Xiaofei's claim. Since Tao Yu and the others failed to recognize Huang Xiaolong, all of them could only shiver on the ground as they made guesses about his identity. When Shi Xiaofei saw the familiar faces of Huang Peng and the others, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. However, that was nothing compared to the waves that rose in her heart when she saw Huang Xiaolong. The instant she saw him, tears poured out of the corner of her eyes. She covered her dainty lips, and a look of excitement appeared on her face. She ran past Huang Shi, Tao Yu, and the others as she jumped into Huang Xiaolong's arms. Xiaolong! Xiaolong! Tao Yu and the others stared at the scene before them in shock. Xiaolong! Huang Xiaolong! Is Shi Xiaofei's husband really called Huang Xiaolong? Wait a minute. Huang Xiaolong. Could it be? When the possibility flashed through their mind, Fu Yangchen, the sect chief of the Changji sect, felt his mind going blank. However, endless fear gripped his heart in the next moment. Huang Shi finally reacted as he forced the greeting out of his mouth. Disciple Huang Shi from the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace greets Your Majesty the King of Hell. He slammed his head into the ground in an attempt to kowtow to Huang Xiaolong after speaking. Your Majesty the King of Hell. Despite the greeting, Huang Xiaolong was hugging Shi Xiaofei, and he had no intentions of letting her go. It was as though he wanted to brand Shi Xiaofei's soul with his own. Shi Xiaofei tightened her grip on Huang Xiaolong's body, and tears of joy streamed down her face. Xiaolong, is it really you? I thought that we would never meet again. The thought of suicide had crossed her mind before. She had felt that if there were no other way of escaping from the marriage with Huang Shi or Qi Hao, she would kill herself in order to remain true to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong whispered into her ear. Xiaofei, it's me. From today onwards, no one will dare to bully you. I will never let anyone take advantage of you ever again. Tears formed in Fang Xianxian and Peng Zhao's eyes when they saw this heartwarming scene. Even though several minutes had already passed, Huang Xiaolong refused to release his grip on Shi Xiaofei. No one stopped them either. In the end, Shi Xiaofei realized that everyone was staring at them, and she loosened her grip. Her face flushed red when she saw that Huang Xiaolong had no intentions of letting her go. Leaning closer towards him, she muttered, "Xiaolong, everyone is here. They are all looking at us. Hurry up and let go." It was too bad her complaints fell on deaf ears, as Huang Xiaolong pulled her closer to him and pouted, "No, I'm not letting go." Shi Xiaofei felt a burst of sweetness in her heart, and she no longer tried to persuade Huang Xiaolong to release her. She pressed her face against his chest as she no longer dared to look at her parents. Several minutes passed. When Shi Fantian saw that Huang Xiaolong had not released his daughter, he couldn't help but cough dryly. Only then did Huang Xiaolong loosen his grip. When he finally let go, Shi Xiaofei lowered her head and hid beside him. Her face turned as red as a tomato. What a husband she had! Huang Xiaolong stared at Huang Shi, kneeling on the ground, before sweeping his gaze over the others. "Are you Huang Shi from the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace and Qi Hao from the Scarlet Origin Emperor Palace?" Huang Xiaolong's cold voice resounded through the air just as Huang Shi was feeling uneasy. "Yes, yes." Both of them crawled forward as they hastily confirmed their identities. When Huang Xiaolong's gaze landed on the spatial rings that contained the betrothal gifts on the table, a weird expression appeared on his face. Since the restrictions were already broken, he quickly noticed the treasures contained within. A snort left his lips. "It looks like your betrothal gifts are pretty heavy." Huang Shi and Qi Hao felt their bodies trembling. They raised their head anxiously and begged, "Your Majesty, please show mercy. Please." Huang Xiaolong was the king of hell. With his position, he was comparable to Heavenly Emperor Dijun. When they thought about what would happen if they tried to propose to Dijun's wife, their hearts turned cold. Without a doubt, Dijun would exterminate their entire family and everyone associated with them. Huang Xiaolong raised his arm and pointed with a single finger. Both of them were sent flying. When they landed, they had already taken their last breath. Even though Shi Xiaofei hadn't suffered at their hands, the same couldn't be said if Huang Xiaolong had arrived a little later. What if the members of the Silver Fox Commerce had failed to locate her in time? What would happen then? No man would allow anything to happen to their beloved woman, and Huang Xiaolong was no exception. After all, both of them had designs on Shi Xiaofei. Their fates were sealed the moment they proposed. When Huang Xiaolong killed Huang Shi and Qi Hao, the faces of the other young masters who had lusted over Shi Xiaofei revealed endless fear. Tao Yu and Fu Yongqin stared at the corpses of Huang Shi and Qi Hao as they felt their bodies freezing up. After half an hour, Huang Xiaolong brought Shi Xiaofei and the members of the Huang family as they left the main hall of the Changji sect. When they boarded the Nether King flying ship, Tao Yu and the other members of the Changji sect seemed to have lost all the strength in their bodies. They collapsed on the ground and sucked in large mouthfuls of breath. It was as though they had crawled back from the gates of hell. After Shi Xiaofei's relentless pleading, Huang Xiaolong had decided to let Tao Yu and the others off. Whatever the case, the apprenticeship ceremony had already been completed, and Shi Xiaofei could be considered Tao Yu's disciple. Very quickly, the Nether King flying ship left the Datong world. The instant it left the space above the Datong world, everyone felt their bodies loosening up. The pressure that contained the power to annihilate the world dissipated. Before long, the events in the Changji sect started to spread. The disciple, Shi Xiaofei, ancestor Tao Yu of the Changji sect accepted, is Huang Xiaolong's wife. Huang Shi of the Violet Phoenix Emperor Palace and Qi Hao of the Scarlet Origin Emperor Palace tried to propose to her and were killed by Huang Xiaolong on the spot. The entire world's surface shook. Despite the commotion they caused, Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei had no idea what went on in the Datong world after they left. In the main hall of the flying ship, laughter could be heard everywhere. After finding the members of the Huang family and Shi Xiaofei, Huang Xiaolong's heart finally calmed down. Ever since he had learned that they had ascended to the divine world, a sense of unease had filled his heart. At long last, he was able to put down all his worries. The fragrance of alcohol filled the ship. "Uncle, what wine is this? How can it taste so good?" Guo Xiaofan sipped on the Yinyang wine, and he exclaimed in shock. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "That's the famous Yinyang wine from hell. It's the best wine in hell." Won't it cost quite a bomb? Nonsense. It's extremely cheap. A single bottle only costs 10 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Huang Xiaolong replied. 10 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. How can that be considered cheap? Guo Xiaofan stuck his tongue out and complained. Even if you sell me away, you won't be able to buy a single drop of the wine. Roaring laughter broke out in the hall. Xiaolong, why did Huang Shi and the others address you as Your Majesty the King of Hell? What is your current identity? Shi Xiaofei asked all of a sudden. Like Guo Xiaofan and the others, she was extremely curious about Huang Xiaolong's achievements. Before Huang Xiaolong could speak, Guo Xiaofan interrupted. Aunt, you might not know this, but Uncle is really too awesome. Look at all the Emperor Realm subordinates behind him, and you will understand. He's the current King of Hell, and he controls all 3 worlds in Hell. Guo Xiaofan continued to brag about Huang Xiaolong's achievements, and the more he spoke, the worse it became. Shock filled Shi Xiaofei's face. The King of Hell, ruler of all 3 worlds in Hell. His Majesty the King of Hell. There's also something about him being the disciple of the King of Grand Mist. He was the direct disciple of the King of Grand Mist. After 2 hours, Huang Xiaolong used the excuse of cultivation to end the banquet. The moment the banquet ended, Huang Xiaolong grabbed Shi Xiaofei and entered the number 1 secret training room on the flying ship. As the saying went, reunion after an absence is always sweeter than being newlyweds. The time they had spent separated was numbered in thousands of years. Now that they had reunited, Huang Xiaolong unleashed his pent-up desires. Of course, since he was afraid that the commotion they would cause would be too big, he had long activated the restrictions around the secret room. After half a month, Fang Xianxian stared at the door of the number 1 secret room, and a complicated look appeared on her face. She turned to Peng Xiao and asked, It has already been so long. Why are the 2 of them still in there? Peng Xiao chuckled. What's wrong? Do you want to enter as well? Are you planning on asking Huang Xiaolong for pointers on how to cultivate? Fang Xianxian reached out and tickled Peng Xiao. What are you talking about? Isn't that what you're thinking of? The 2 of them started messing about, and laughter soon broke out. A month eventually passed, and the flying ship finally arrived in the Fortune Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong only emerged from the secret room after the 4 beasts made the report. When they emerged, both of them felt the stares from everyone landing on them. Shi Xiaofei's face flushed red in an instant. A mesmerizing aura lingered around her. When Huang Xiaolong brought everyone back to the Fortune Emperor Palace, 2 people sat in the Divine Radiance Hall of the Radiance World. One of them was Lan Ji, who had escaped to the Radiance World previously. The other individual was clad in Radiance divine armor, and he held a staff in his hand. There was a crown on his head, and a monarch's prestige surrounded him. Even a peak late 10th Order Emperor like Lan Ji wasn't able to match up to this individual's aura. The person was precisely the ruler of the Radiance World, Dun Ei. Senior brother, after all these years, have you found the location of the other half of the Radiance ancestors' inheritance? Lan Ji asked Dun Ei. We have to obtain the other half of the inheritance before Huang Xiaolong. We can't allow him to steal the inheritance from us. Otherwise, your position as the ruler of the Radiance World will fall into the hands of that brat. Dun Ei raised a single eyebrow and reassured Lan Ji. Junior brother, calm down. Even if Huang Xiaolong uses the remainder of his lifespan to look for the inheritance, he won't be able to find it. Lan Ji's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with joy, Senior brother? Do you mean? That's right. I have already learned of the approximate location of the other half of the inheritance. Dun Ei nodded his head and reassured Lan Ji. Congratulations, senior brother. As long as you obtain the other half of the inheritance, you will definitely be able to break through into the sovereign realm. Lan Ji cried out in joy. A smile also formed on Dun Ei's face. According to what Lan Ji said, he would be able to refine the other half of the inheritance immediately after locating it. As long as he did that, he would be able to enter the sovereign realm. That was the sovereign realm they were talking about. He was merely a step away from entering the sovereign realm at his current level. No, he was less than half a step away. There were times he felt that he had touched the gates of the sovereign realm, but no matter how hard he tried, the gates remained closed. He knew that there was a paper-thin screen stopping him from breaking through the next level. As long as he obtained the other half of the inheritance, he was sure that he would break through the screen. It was also possible for him to directly enter the peak of the early First Order sovereign realm. In the billions of years that had passed, he had already made enough preparations. He had always been using the resources of the Radiance world to strengthen himself. In a little bit, you shall head over to the Sea of Radiance with me, Dun Yi said all of a sudden. Sea of Radiance? Lan Ji widened his eyes in shock. Could it be that the other half of the inheritance is located in the Sea of Radiance? Dun Yi nodded his head and laughed. That's right. The Sea of Radiance was the largest sea in the Radiance world. It was also the most dangerous region of the Radiance world that housed countless Radiance beasts. No one knew how many beasts there were. With Lan Ji's strength, it would be a wise move to bring him along. Of course, Dun Yi wasn't afraid that Lan Ji would lust over the other half of the inheritance. He had already made his preparations. If the worst case happened and Lan Ji really decided to betray him, he was confident that he could suppress Lan Ji instantly. Before long, the two of them soared through the skies as they charged straight towards the Sea of Radiance. Since they wanted to keep their mission a secret, Dun Yi had only told Lan Ji about the plan half an hour before departing. Other than Lan Ji, they only brought along 100 experts. Every single one of them was a pontiff of the Radiance world. All of them were experts at the 10th Order Emperor realm. Moreover, they were extremely loyal to Dun Yi. Since the distance they had to travel wasn't too far, they managed to arrive at the Sea of Radiance in half a month. The moment they appeared, Dun Yi killed his way through the horde of Radiance beasts with no mercy. In 10 days, they arrived at one of the massive islands located south of the sea. Dun Yi scanned his surroundings, and he locked on to one of the massive mountain ranges poking out from the middle of the island. This should be the place. As soon as he completed his sentence, his figure blurred as he appeared in the space above the mountain. A complicated light flashed through Lan Ji's eyes. That was the second half of the Radiance ancestors' inheritance they were talking about. He would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. He raised his fists, but he soon lowered them in resignation. Light of destruction. Explosion. Dun Yi muttered as he approached the mountain range. He opened his palms, and endless radiance energy surged out from his body. It contained the might to destroy the world as it headed straight for the mountain range. In an instant, the peak of the mountain exploded, and the island trembled. Along with the collapse of the mountain, an ancient diagram written in the runes of the Radiance world appeared. Is this the array of origin of our Radiance world? A look of shock appeared on Dun Yi's face, and the other experts sucked in a cold breath when they heard what he said. The array of origin that had been lost for God knew how many billion years had finally reappeared on a random island on the Sea of Radiance. Dun Yi didn't find it surprising. He took out 100 Radiance divine stones. Those rocks were formed by the origins of the Radiance world after countless years. Every single one was something spirit stones couldn't buy. Dun Yi shook his arm, and all 100 of them entered the formation. All right, let's pour our powers in to activate this formation. Dun Yi turned to the pontiffs and said, "Yes, your majesty." All of them flew into the formation and started pouring their energies into it. Before long, Dun Yi and Lan Ji arrived at the center of the formation. All 100 of them poured their radiance energy into the formation, and a burst of light illuminated the area. Pillars of light charged into the sky, and there was a specific number of them. Not a single one more, not a single one less. 100 pillars of light broke through the heavens above them. In that instant, Dun Yi and Lan Ji assisted by pouring in their radiance energy into the eye of the formation. The island started to tremble, and it seemed as though it would collapse at any moment. After 20 minutes of activating the formation, the massive sea around the island started to shake. Massive waves formed one after another. Eventually, A holy creature that emitted an ancient aura charged into the sky. It raised its head and howled to the heavens. In the next moment, the billions of miles of water around the island erupted. If Huang Xiaolong was present, this shock would have probably overwhelmed him. The ancient holy beast looked exactly like the heavenly hall he had obtained in hell. "It's the heavenly hall!" Lan Ji yelled in surprise. It went without saying that he had experienced the might of the heavenly hall when Huang Xiaolong had unleashed it against him in the past. Dun Yi looked at the heavenly hall in the middle of the sky that was emitting layers of light as he chuckled. "That's right. This is the heavenly hall." Huang Xiaolong only managed to obtain the other half. Half of the inheritance has always been stored in this heavenly hall. When Huang Xiaolong, Shi Xiaofei, and the other members of the Huang family returned to the Fortune Emperor Palace, Huang Xiaolong allowed them to mess about for a month. After staying for a month, he brought everyone towards the Grand Mist Lands. Since the 9 giant corpse tribe was going to launch their attack on the divine world, the Grand Mist Lands would be the safest place for them to be. Huang Xiaolong would only rest easy if he managed to bring everyone related to him to the Grand Mist Lands. After hearing that Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao both wanted to follow him, he decided to bring them along. It was too bad Fang Gan and Zhao Lei wanted to protect the Fortune Emperor Palace to the end. Huang Xiaolong had no choice but to allow them to do as they wished. The Nether King flying ship sped towards the Grand Mist Lands. Sea of Radiance. In the main hall of the flying ship, Huang Xiaolong received a report from Tai Yu of the Netherworld King's organization. The instant he saw the message, he understood that Dun Yi had started to make his move. The Netherworld King's organization had a presence in the Radiance world as well. Even though they weren't extremely active there, they were able to gather intelligence on the Radiance world's leader. As for what Dun Yi wanted to do in the Sea of Radiance, Huang Xiaolong had no idea. A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips. "Dun Yi, Lan Ji, wait till I head over to the Radiance world. I'll definitely give you the thanks you deserve." He wasn't concerned that Dun Yi or Lan Ji would locate the other half of the inheritance. Huang Xiaolong knew that even if they managed to locate the other half of the inheritance, they would never be able to refine it. After all, the key to the other gate of the heavenly hall was in his hand. Huang Xiaolong retrieved the Radiance divine scepter, and he looked at the gentle and pure light it emitted. Huang Xiaolong was immersed in it. The Radiance divine scepter was precisely the key they needed to open the gate of the other half of the heavenly hall. Without the Radiance divine scepter, Dun Yi and Lan Ji would only be able to squat at the other half of the heavenly hall's entrance. In fact, Huang Xiaolong could already picture the scene where Dun Yi and Lan Ji tried bombarding the heavenly hall's entrance, only to realize that they were unable to enter. "Xiaolong, is your master, the king of Grand Mist, very strict with you?" Shi Xiaofei slowly approached Huang Xiaolong from the back as her gentle voice resounded through the air. All of a sudden, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and the others appeared. Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao felt their hearts pounding at an astonishing rate when they thought about how they were going to meet the King of Grand Mist. That's the King of Grand Mist they were talking about, the master of the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of the divine world, the Grand Mist Emperor, and Huang Xiaolong. Even though they had already seen the King of Grand Mist during the Battle of the Heavenly Court, they hadn't interacted with him. Huang Xiaolong turned around and chuckled. "Relax. The old man is pretty laid back. He treats everyone nicely as well. Just pretend he's an ordinary grandpa." Everyone's jaw dropped in shock. Cold sweat formed on Peng Xiao and Fang Xuanxuan's forehead. Only Huang Xiaolong can call the King of Grand Mist an old man in the myriad of worlds. Ordinary grandpa. If the King of Grand Mist was an ordinary grandpa, what would they be? "Xiaolong, when we arrive at the Grand Mist Lands, are you going to head over to the Radiance world?" Su Yan asked. Knowing that his mother was concerned about him, Huang Xiaolong laughed. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me." Su Yan opened her mouth, but no words came out. She contemplated for a long time before nodding her head. "Take care of yourself." "Of course." A solemn expression appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face, and he nodded his head. Regardless of one's identity and strength, one would always be a little child in their parents' mind. Huang Xiaolong was no different. Even though he had rampaged around the various big words for several hundred years, Huang Xiaolong knew that Su Yan was merely worried about him. "Uncle, is the Radiance world fun? Why don't you bring us along?" Guo Xiaofan piped up all of a sudden. "I really want to see the Radiance world too. Not to mention the fact that you just reunited with my aunt. Are you really going to leave us?" Huang Xiaolong nearly roared with laughter, but he held back and chided Guo Xiaofan. "Do you think that I'm going to the Radiance world for fun? I'm going to pick a fight with the ruler of the Radiance world. If you can block the energy coming from his pinky, I'll bring you with me." Guo Xiaofan widened his eyes in shock. The energy from the ruler of the Radiance world's pinky. In the next instant, the look on Guo Xiaofan's face changed. He muttered, "Never mind then." When Huang Xiaolong looked at the anxious look on Shi Xiaofei's face, he grabbed her hands and explained, "I won't be gone for too long. When I come back, I'll bring you to anywhere you want." Shi Xiaofei nodded her head slowly, and she said, "All right, when we arrive at the Grand Mist Lands, I will try my best to cultivate. I shall wait for you to return." Half a month later, they arrived at the Darkness Galaxy. Through the clear walls of the control room, everyone saw the desolate and horrifying galaxy that was completely dark before them, and they sucked in a cold breath of air. "That's the Darkness Galaxy. After we cross this, we'll arrive at the desolate world. We'll arrive at the Grand Mist Lands after that," Huang Xiaolong explained. This was the second time he went to the Grand Mist Lands. When he looked into the space outside the ship, he couldn't help but think of the first time he went to the Grand Mist Lands. He was together with his senior brother, Jiang Hong, and at that time he was a mere God King realm expert. Right now, he was already an Emperor realm expert. After 2 hours, the Nether King flying ship crossed the Darkness Galaxy and appeared in the space above the desolate world. Initially, the Dragon Shark flying ship had taken half a month to cross the galaxy. The Nether King flying ship took a mere 2 hours. When they arrived in the space above the desolate world, Huang Xiaolong decided to bring everyone to the land of inheritance of the Black Dragon clan. Ever since he had obtained the 3 Black Dragon treasures from their land of inheritance, Huang Xiaolong had developed some feelings for the world. After they took a tour around the world surface, Huang Xiaolong and the others finally left for the Grand Mist Galaxy. Looking at the resplendent galaxy before them, everyone in the Huang family gasped in shock. Their reactions were the same as when Huang Xiaolong had first visited the Grand Mist Lands. "This is the Grand Mist Galaxy," Huang Xiaolong explained. "The Grand Mist Galaxy used to be like the Darkness Galaxy, filled with nothing but frigid qi. After billions of years of effort by my master, he managed to reshape the entire galaxy." Billions of years. Shi Xiaofei, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others gasped in shock. "Those are starfall stones. My master used a lot of effort to gather them from many different worlds. There are a total of 1 million starfall stones, and every single one has been inscribed with grand mist formations. Even a peak late 10th Order Emperor realm expert would be blown to nothingness if he tried to barge into the Grand Mist Galaxy." Huang Xiaolong pointed at one of the starfall stones located in the space outside the flying ship. Huang Xiaolong's explanation and introduction drew the attention of everyone on the flying ship. Half an hour passed before they knew it, and a brilliant continent appeared in the space before them. Looking at the fantastic and well-thought-out decorations on the continent and the spirit fruits that exuded a mesmerizing radiance, everyone felt their jaws dropping to the ground. There were countless spirit beasts running about and tons of chaos crystals lying about on the continent. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "Let's head inside. We are almost at the Grand Mist Lands." Huang Xiaolong kept the Nether King flying ship and flew towards the Grand Mist Lands with the others in tow. When they arrived, everyone could feel the astonishing concentration of spirit qi in the air. It was as though they had walked into a holy land they could only dream of. A yellow shadow flew towards Huang Xiaolong, and everyone was stunned at its sudden appearance. Despite its sudden appearance, Huang Xiaolong laughed. "Little bear, long time no see." The yellow figure was precisely the earth bear Huang Xiaolong had saved in the past. In order to save it from Grand Elder Wu Tian from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, Huang Xiaolong had met with all sorts of trouble. Big brother, are you here to look for the grandpa or me? The little bear stared at Huang Xiaolong with shining eyes. I'm here to look for both of you. He reached out to stroke the little bear's soft fur. He could feel that the little bear's strength had improved tremendously after more than 100 years of cultivation in the Grand Mist Lands. After the nourishment from the spirit chi in the Grand Mist Lands, the little bear looked even more adorable than before. When everyone saw the cute little bear in Huang Xiaolong's arms, they couldn't help but feel their hearts melting. Shi Xiaofei, Peng Xiao, and the other ladies rushed up to Huang Xiaolong, and they reached out to play with the little bear. Big brother, are they all your women? The little bear asked with an innocent expression on its face. They are so pretty. Shi Xiaofei, Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao felt their faces flushing red. It was mostly so for Peng Xiao and Fang Xianxian. Cold sweat formed on Huang Xiaolong's forehead. Before long, a group of people flew towards Huang Xiaolong's group. The playful look on Huang Xiaolong's face changed as he turned to look at the others. Master is here. Let's head on over to greet Master. The man in the lead of the incoming group was an old man who looked to be in his 70s. His eyes shone like stars, and there was a short stubble on his face. It was precisely the King of Grand Mist himself. When everyone heard that the King of Grand Mist was about to arrive, they didn't dare to dally as they flew behind Huang Xiaolong. Master, Huang Xiaolong greeted. A smile appeared on the King of Grand Mist's face, and he nodded his head in acknowledgement. You're back. In fact, he had known that Huang Xiaolong had returned the moment they had stepped into the Grand Mist Galaxy. When they arrived before the King of Grand Mist, Huang Xiaolong introduced everyone to his master. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Shi Xiaofei, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and the others got to their knees to greet the old man. However, the King of Grand Mist waved his hand and pulled everyone to their feet. He turned to look at Huang Peng and Su Yan before laughing. You're Xiaolong's parents. I'm his master. We belong to the same generation, so there is no need for you to greet me. Huang Peng and Su Yan felt their bodies shaking when they heard what he said. The King of Grand Mist was the master of the Grand Mist Emperor. Even if Heavenly Emperor Dijun were to see the King of Grand Mist, he would need to pay his respects as a junior. They felt that heavenly gods like them couldn't accept the King of Grand Mist's favor. Huang Peng and Su Yan turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong. However, he nodded his head and laughed. Let's do as Master says. Before long, the King of Grand Mist brought everyone to the main palace, and laughter echoed through the air as they made their way there. When they saw how easygoing the King of Grand Mist was, Shi Xiaofei and the other ladies heaved a sigh of relief. Master, how's the little cow doing? Huang Xiaolong asked. She's still in the Grand Mist pool. Her soul has suffered from serious injuries, so she wasn't able to return to her peak state in a short amount of time. But looking at her current speed of her recovery, she'll be able to return to her peak state soon. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Huang Xiaolong started to inquire about Li Lu and Yao Qi ever since they had swallowed the Grand Mist fruit. They had been refining it non-stop. Even though the King of Grand Mist had laid down a formation to accelerate the time around the two ladies, it would take several hundred years before they would be able to completely refine the fruit. When they arrived in the main palace, the King of Grand Mist made arrangements for their lodgings before arranging people to bring them around. The King of Grand Mist brought Huang Xiaolong towards one of the courtyards in the palace. Master, I heard that Dijun and Dijing have managed to invite an expert. They might be making preparations to deal with you. Huang Xiaolong paused for a moment before continuing. Do you know the old monster's origins? The King of Grand Mist nodded his head. I knew about that long ago. Actually, the old monster might be related to you. Me? Huang Xiaolong was shocked. The old monster is called the King of Shadows. In the past, he challenged your master, the King of Hell, for the position. When he lost, he disappeared from the world. I never expected Dijun to be able to invite him out of seclusion. The King of Grand Mist sighed. I can't estimate his strength right now. He hasn't made a move for the past 10 million years. In the past, he wasn't my opponent. If nothing unexpected has happened, he shouldn't be my match. Huang Xiaolong finally relaxed after hearing the King of Grand Mist's assurance. After thinking about it, Huang Xiaolong pulled an item out, and a blinding light filled the courtyard. When the King of Grand Mist saw the item in Huang Xiaolong's hand, his jaws dropped. This 3 lives flower. Even though the King of Grand Mist had seen his fair share of treasures and priceless spiritual herbs, his heart shook when he saw the 3 lives flower in Huang Xiaolong's hand. When the Buddhist ancestor from the Buddha world had obtained one of those in the past, he had never heard of a second one appearing in the world. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. I managed to grab this in the 9 Incorpse tribe. I had always been reluctant to refine it. Master, you should refine this 3 lives flower. The King of Grand Mist stared at the flower in shock. However, he shook his head eventually. The 3 lives flower is a treasure of nature. Even if I refine one of them now, I'll only be able to increase my strength by a little. I won't be able to fully utilize the 3 lives flower. In fact, it will be extremely useful for you. You have to hold on to it. When you arrive at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm and decide to break into the Sovereign realm, refine it. You will definitely be able to break through. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. The 3 lives flower can increase my chances of breaking into the Sovereign realm? That's right. In the past, the Buddhist ancestor managed to break into the Sovereign realm after refining the 3 lives flower. The rumor about the 3 lives flower doubling the chances of breakthrough started to spread because of him. Even though we can't prove that, we can be sure that the chances of breakthrough can be increased. The King of Grand Mist continued. As for by how much the chances can be increased, it will probably depend on the individual. Huang Xiaolong celebrated in his heart. He rejoiced that he hadn't refined the 3 lives flower in order to increase his strength when he was still in the Emperor realm. Otherwise, he would really have wasted a heavenly treasure. It would be too late for regrets if that happened. Master, I've heard from the Dragon Bear race's ancestor, Song Mutian, that there is a high-level sovereign realm expert present in the great universe. Is it really so difficult to break through to a high-level sovereign? What level are you at right now? Huang Xiaolong was extremely curious, and he really wanted to know the answer. The King of Grand Mist sighed. It's true. There is only a single person in the high-level sovereign realm. When you become a sovereign, you will realize how hard it is to break through. Low-level sovereigns will only be able to break through once several billion years. As for mid-level sovereigns, it will be difficult to enter the next order even after billions of years of accumulation. I'm still pretty far away from the high-level sovereign realm. Right now, I'm at the peak of the early 5th Order sovereign realm. Ming is at the peak of the early 4th Order, and Song Mutian should be at the mid-4th Order sovereign realm. There is a chance he is already at the peak of the 4th Order. Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes in shock. Several billion years to break through. That was 2. The King of Grand Mist continued. When you arrive in the sovereign realm, you will realize that no spiritual pills or spiritual herbs will be able to help you. Other than godly treasures like the 3 lives flower, nothing else will work. When you enter the 1st Order sovereign realm, you won't be able to enter the 2nd Order even if I gave you 2 strands of purple Grand Mist aura. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened to the size of saucers. The only change when you arrive in the sovereign realm is the energy you can feel. You will be able to feel the origin energy between heaven and earth. When you become a sovereign, the chaos energy in your body will slowly transform into origin energy. The King of Grand Mist continued. You will know when you get there. What about the 3 lives flower and Grand Mist aura? Do they contain origin energy? Huang Xiaolong's heart shook as he asked. The King of Grand Mist nodded. That's right. Spiritual existences like these have been classified as origin treasures by sovereign realm cultivators. However, they are also split into different levels. Grand Mist aura is a level 1 origin treasure, while purple Grand Mist aura and the 3 lives flower are level 2 origin treasures. Huang Xiaolong's heart shook. Purple Grand Mist aura was only classified as a level 2 origin treasure. What about those at the 3rd and 4th level? The King of Grand Mist didn't miss the changes on Huang Xiaolong's face. He chuckled. Even I haven't seen origin treasures ranked at level 3 and above. Stop thinking too much about it. Master, what about Saint Treasures? I've heard the little cow say something about the existence of Saint Treasures. Huang Xiaolong asked again. That's just a myth. No one has ever seen a saint treasure. The king of Grand Mist shook his head. Who's the expert at the high-level sovereign realm? Huang Xiaolong tried his luck once again. Chang Mutian didn't tell me. When you enter the sovereign realm, you will naturally learn about it. The king of Grand Mist spoke after a moment of silence. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. He had never expected that even his master wouldn't be willing to reveal the identity of the high-level sovereign. It seemed as though the topic of the high-level sovereign was taboo because even people like Chang Mutian and his master weren't willing to talk about it. Actually, there was a rumor that went around. It was said that the senior only managed to break through because of a stroke of luck. He managed to obtain a mid-level origin herb. The king of Grand Mist explained after thinking about it for quite some time. Huang Xiaolong cried out in shock. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you enter the high-level sovereign realm. The king of Grand Mist changed the topic and continued. You are the most talented person I've seen. Even that lord won't be able to compete with you in terms of talent. Don't worry about breaking through. Everything will happen if you give it enough time. Seeing as his master wasn't willing to speak more about the high-level sovereign realm expert, Huang Xiaolong didn't push the topic. He said, Master, how long do you think it will take me to enter the sovereign realm? The king of Grand Mist shook his head and chided. With your monstrous cultivation speed, it's no use for me to guess, not to mention your heaven-defying luck. No one will be able to guess when you will enter the sovereign realm. If you enter seclusion, you will probably break into the sovereign realm after several million years. There's a chance for you to enter the high-level sovereign realm after 100 million years. If your heaven-defying lucky streak continues, you might just pick up an origin treasure along the way. There's a chance for you to enter the sovereign realm after several 10,000 years. The difference between several million years and several 10,000 years was huge. Of course, everything depended on luck. One could even say that without luck, no matter how talented one was, cultivation would be a long and tedious process. For the king of Grand Mist to arrive at his current level, there had to be a certain amount of luck involved. However, he felt that comparing his luck to Huang Xiaolong's was like comparing a firefly to a moon. Even before Huang Xiaolong touched upon the Emperor realm, he had already refined several purple Grand Mist aura strands. There was also the 3 lives flower and the other 3 devil steels. To top it all off, there was also the other half of the Radiance ancestors' inheritance. Even the king of Grand Mist couldn't help but become envious of his disciples' luck. When Huang Xiaolong looked at the envious gaze in his master's eyes, he felt a little embarrassed, and a giggle escaped his lips. He quickly switched the topic to talk about the happenings in the Radiance world. When you head over to the Radiance world, be careful of Dun Ei. His schemes run deep. He is Lan Ji's senior brother, and there is no way he will allow you to grab the other half of the inheritance. A sincere warning came from the king of Grand Mist. Yes, master. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong didn't care about Dun Ei at all. In front of absolute strength, schemes were nothing. The king of Grand Mist was no fool. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong had thrown his warning to the back of his mind, he reminded, even though Dun Ei isn't recognized by the origin energy of the Radiance world, he is still the leader of the Radiance world in the name. There are tons of popes and pontiffs under him. He controls half the strength of the Radiance world. It will do you good to prepare yourself. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. In the past few days, he had already gained an insight into the power Dun Ei held in the Radiance world. Dun Ei controlled half the strength of the Radiance world, and the other half lay in the hands of the commander of the Radiance Night Corp, Elon. The Devil world had the Heavenless Devil Legion, and the Radiance world had the Radiance Night Corporation. The Radiance ancestor had formed them in the past, and they had the same system as the Heavenless Devil Army. In the Devil world, the Heavenless Devil Legion would only swear allegiance to the party who managed to gather all 6 Devil Steels. The Radiance Night Corp was the same. Huang Xiaolong would only be able to obtain the Radiance Night Corp's power after he accepted the other half of the inheritance. Huang Xiaolong went on to talk about the King of Shadows and other topics with his master. He was stunned to learn that the King of Shadows was the younger brother of his other master, the King of Hell. They were related by blood. The truth exceeded Huang Xiaolong's expectations. Their relationship was great, but they messed it all up because of a woman. The King of Grand Mist shook his head and sighed. The King of Shadows left hell and slaughtered billions of experts because of the devil art he was cultivating. The little brat, the ancient heavenly emperor, led an army of several hundred world leaders to hunt him down in the past. Huang Xiaolong felt cold sweat dripping off his forehead. Everything happened because of a woman. Won't that mean that the King of Shadows is dead? Huang Xiaolong frowned. The King of Grand Mist continued. That's hard to say. He received a massive hit from the ancient heavenly court, and his body exploded. No one could say for sure if his soul was exterminated. Some said that his soul had dissipated, but others claimed that his soul managed to escape. Huang Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat. Since even someone like his master wasn't sure, there was definitely a chance that the King of Shadows was still alive. Who is the woman they were fighting over? Huang Xiaolong thought of a serious question, and he became inquisitive. The woman who could cause the two brothers to turn against each other shouldn't be a nameless character. After several moments of silence, the King of Grand Mist finally replied. She's the sister of the Lord. Huang Xiaolong's jaws dropped. She's the sister of the high-level sovereign? The King of Grand Mist nodded. That's right. However, he paused for a moment before continuing. She's extremely pretty. She was even ranked as the top beauty in the myriad of worlds. In the past, there were many experts whose hearts were taken by her. Not just your master, the King of Hell, but even the ancient heavenly emperor and Buddhist ancestor were moved by her beauty. An exaggerated expression appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. How can that old monk fall in love? The King of Grand Mist coughed lightly. Ahem. He's a man too. That was a universal truth. As long as they were men, they would fall in love with her. Huang Xiaolong felt beads of cold sweat dripping off his forehead. Huang Xiaolong remained on the Grand Mist lands for 10 days. In these 10 days, he accompanied Shi Xiaofei and his family members. Other than that, he would look for his master for a chat. Since he had already broken through into the Emperor realm, the King of Grand Mist revealed tons of secrets about the myriad of worlds to him. After 10 days, Huang Xiaolong boarded the Nether King flying ship and departed under the concerned gaze of everyone present. He left for the Radiance world. After ordering the 4 odd beasts and Radiance angels to control the ship, Huang Xiaolong returned to the secret room to cultivate. He swallowed tons of peak-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills. With the Nether King flying ship speed, they arrived in the Radiance world in 2 short months. As soon as they arrived, Huang Xiaolong felt the dense radiance energy lingering all around the divine world. Since the Nether King flying ship emitted dense dark energy, the anomaly was noticed almost instantly by the Radiance world's members. He quickly kept away the Nether King flying ship and flew towards one of the massive world surfaces located in the Radiance world. While Huang Xiaolong entered the Radiance world, Dun Yi stared at the heavenly hall hovering in the air above the sea of radiance. His expression was extremely ugly. In the past month, he had used all sorts of methods but had failed to open the entrance of the heavenly hall. There was no need to mention the other half of the inheritance as they hadn't even seen the interior of the hall. Senior brother, what do we do now? Lan Ji exclaimed in anger. Even if we fail, we cannot allow Huang Xiaolong to obtain this. Why don't we destroy the heavenly hall? Destroy it? A frown formed on Dun Yi's face. That was the other half of the Radiance ancestors' inheritance they were talking about. Even though there was only half of it, it was enough to allow him to enter the sovereign realm. If he lost this chance, he would need God knew how many years before he found an opportunity to break through. He wasn't willing to destroy the inheritance at all. Dun Yi flew towards the entrance of the heavenly hall, and he pressed his hands against it. He tried ways and means to open the entrance, but it still remained shut after a day. The expression on Dun Yi's face was ugly to the extreme. Senior brother, I received news that Huang Xiaolong has already left the Fortune Emperor Palace. I'm afraid he's coming to the Radiance world as we speak. If we don't destroy the Heavenly Hall, it's going to be too late. Fine. Destroy it. A sinister light flashed through Dun Yi's eyes as he gritted his teeth to relay his order. Since he couldn't obtain it, he wouldn't allow Huang Xiaolong to receive the inheritance. After being the Radiance world's leader for such a long time, he was not a merciful character. Since he couldn't obtain it, no one would. Destroying the inheritance was better than allowing Huang Xiaolong to obtain it. If Huang Xiaolong managed to obtain the Radiance ancestors' complete inheritance, things wouldn't end well for them. Everyone, use your full strength. We shall destroy the Heavenly Hall. Dun Yi turned to the pontiffs and instructed. We hear your majesty's order. In an instant, all of them moved as one, and radiance energy filled the heaven and earth. With them in the center, a circle with a radius of several billion miles lit up with radiance energy. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. Massive waves rose in the sea below, and it seemed as though the entire area was flipped over. Islands scattered around the radius of the explosion crumbed and submerged under the gigantic waves. As for the massive island that they were on, nothing remained other than the array of origin. After a short while, the light disappeared. How is this possible? One of the pontiffs cried out in shock. They saw a completely intact heavenly hall hovering in the air in front of them, and it seemed to be completely undamaged. Even after taking on 100 pontiffs' combined might, it emitted a pure and holy radiance. They couldn't even chip its walls. Even Dun Yi and Lan Ji stared at the scene in front of them in shock. Their eyes widened, and a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. With the combined strength of 100 pontiffs at the 10th Order Emperor realm, even an ordinary sovereign realm expert would suffer some injuries. So what if the Heavenly Hall was a top-grade Grand Mist artifact? It shouldn't be able to take on the attacks of 100 pontiffs without suffering some sort of damage. That was also the belief Lan Ji had when he had suggested destroying the Heavenly Hall. Use your divine artifacts. Dun Yi's face sank, and he ordered once again. He refused to believe that they couldn't destroy a mere Heavenly Hall. In an instant, all 100 pontiffs called out their weapons as they started to bombard the Heavenly Hall. Buzz! When their attacks landed on the Heavenly Hall, a blinding radiance shot out in all directions. Divine runes started to move about on the body of the structure. When the attacks landed on the runes, they slid right off. Everyone stared at the Heavenly Hall in shock. By this time, Dun Yi's expression was darker than the bottom of the well. There was no need to think about it. They were definitely facing the defensive restrictions set by the Radiance ancestor. There was no other explanation that 100 pontiffs were unable to scratch a mere Grand Mist artifact. It was too bad Dun Yi's ambition didn't die there. He retrieved his Divine Radiance Staff and had a go at it. The Divine Radiance Staff was crafted using the purest Radiance Divine Metal in the Radiance world. He had used several 100 million years to craft it, and even though it wasn't a peak-grade Grand Mist artifact, it was infinitely close to one. It was a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact. Raising the staff, he flew towards the top of the Heavenly Hall. According to his experience, the top of the Heavenly Hall was its weak point. Lay down the Ardent Sun formation. Send me all your radiance energy, Dun Yi ordered. In an instant, all the experts he had brought with him, including Lan Ji, flew over to him. They formed a circle with him in the center and raised their hands. As they formed radiance runes, they fused to form a massive river of light. Radiance energy poured into Dun Yi's body. Dun Yi became like a massive sun that emitted endless radiance energy. Divine Radiance Light God. Endless explosion. After gathering everyone's radiance energy, Dun Yi screamed and slammed his staff towards the peak of the Heavenly Hall. When he slammed his staff into the peak of the Heavenly Hall, streams of radiance energy burst out from the staff and turned into a massive phantom. The staff smashed down with earth-crushing might. Bang! The Heavenly Hall started to shake as it emitted rays of brilliant light. It was too bad he only managed to cause the light to falter for a second. The heavenly hall returned to its original state. Once again, the expressions of everyone present sank. Even that didn't work. All of a sudden, the 100 radiance divine stones dulled, and the formation disappeared. The heavenly hall that was hovering in the air disappeared. It sank to the bottom of the sea, disappearing from their eyes. Everyone was stunned. They realized that the divine radiance stone had exhausted their power, and without the support of the array of origin, the heavenly hall could only return to the bottom of the sea. Dun Ei didn't hesitate. His body flashed as he arrived at the bottom of the sea of radiance, but no matter how hard he tried, he failed to locate the heavenly hall. Damn it! Dun Ei raged the instant he returned to the surface. He knew that the heavenly hall was hidden somewhere in the folds of space, and they would only be able to summon it with the might of the radiance divine stones. He had obtained those 100 stones after immense efforts. If he wanted to find another 100 radiance divine stone, it would take him several years. Several years. By that time, even the cows would have gone home. Senior brother, since we can't destroy the heavenly hall, we can still destroy the array of origin. Dun Ei's eyes lit up. As long as he destroyed the formation, there would be no way for Huang Xiaolong to obtain the inheritance. The only problem was that no matter how hard they tried, they failed to scratch the array of origin as well. Lay down the formation of light and darkness. Seal the array of origin. With no other choice, Dun Ei passed down his order. After a month, Huang Xiaolong appeared in the space above the sea of radiance. When he saw the boundless sea in front of him, a wave of relief swept past Huang Xiaolong's heart. In the past month, he had rushed without rest towards the sea of radiance. After stopping for a second, he flew into the skies above the sea. Under the brilliant sunlight, the sea's surface reflected off warm rays of light, and they gave Huang Xiaolong a sense of comfort. However, he soon realized that there were disciples from different sects everywhere. After asking around, Huang Xiaolong learned that some sort of light covered the sea, and it looked as though a treasure was about to be born. Rumors started to spread, and countless experts were rushing towards the sea of radiance. A weird light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The birth of a treasure? Who gave out the news? Was it Dun Ei? Or was it Lan Ji? Huang Xiaolong laughed coldly to himself. Were they really trying to stop him by doing something like that? Circulating the heavenly hall's power in his body, Huang Xiaolong searched for the other half's location. Despite having one half of the heavenly hall, it would have been challenging if Huang Xiaolong had to look through the boundless radiance divine world to locate the other half of the inheritance. Luckily for him, Dun Ei had narrowed down the scope to the sea of radiance. Huang Xiaolong really wanted to thank Dun Ei for his kind gesture. Perhaps because too many experts had run all the way to the Sea of Radiance to search for treasures, Huang Xiaolong didn't run into a single radiance beast while roaming about the sea. After an hour of searching, just as Huang Xiaolong passed by a desolate island, a brilliant ray of bright light shot into the sky and charged towards him. Turning his head, Huang Xiaolong noticed a radiance beast with the head of an iron eagle. It flew towards him, but it was a pity it only possessed the strength of an ancestor god. Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother moving his hands. He activated his emperor's will and turned the radiance beast into dust. Without stopping for a single moment, Huang Xiaolong continued his advance. The deeper he reached into the sea of radiance, the number of radiance beasts he ran into increased. They were getting stronger and stronger. Initially, he only met beasts at the ancient god or ancestor god realm. The deeper he went, the mid-level ancestor gods slowly appeared. Their strength increased and eventually god-king realm beasts appeared. 4 days later, Huang Xiaolong was attacked by a 6th-order god-king realm beast. Right after he killed the beast with his emperor's will and continued heading forward, a surprised cry sounded out in a distant place. Applause soon broke out. Amazing strength! A shocked cry came out of the mouth of someone in the approaching group. Huang Xiaolong turned around, and he saw a group of people wearing radiance battle armor approaching him. There were nearly 200 of them, and none of them were weak. There were several high-level God-King realm experts and some low-level heavenly monarchs among them. The person leading them was a young man with a head full of dark blue hair. There was an insignia of a knight on his chest. When Huang Xiaolong looked at the insignia on his chest, he knew that the young man was someone from the Radiance Knight Corporation. He was at the peak of the early First Order Heavenly Monarch realm, but he wasn't the strongest person present in the group. Despite that, he was the leader of the group. Huang Xiaolong ignored them and continued flying forward. When they saw that Huang Xiaolong was ignoring all of them, one of them screamed, "Hold it!" His figure flashed and appeared before Huang Xiaolong, blocking his way. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed by a single millimeter. Before he could say anything, the dark blue-haired youngster waved his hand to chase away the person blocking Huang Xiaolong's way. He personally brought the group over to Huang Xiaolong and chuckled, "I am a captain of the Radiance Knight Corp, Lu Feng. I have no other intentions. Are you also here to search for the treasure? There are too many beasts in the Sea of Radiance, and it will be dangerous for you to go alone. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our group. After all, it would be easier to move about with others." "I'm not interested." Huang Xiaolong rejected him without hesitation. Lu Feng stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. After he spoke, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother waiting. He flew across the air and left. "Young master, that brat doesn't know what's good for him. After learning about your identity as a captain in the Radiance Knight Corp, he still rejected your invitation." The man, who had blocked Huang Xiaolong's way previously, snorted. He was at the mid-third order Heavenly Monarch realm, and he was one of the strongest ones in the group. Lu Feng laughed, and he didn't care about Huang Xiaolong's rejection in the slightest. If he dares to reject my invitation, he definitely has someone to rely on. He's pretty strong. He should be cultivating some sort of soul skill. To be able to kill a 6th Order God King realm beast, that's something even 10th Order God Kings will find hard to do. The mid-third order Heavenly Monarch continued. Even so, he should be at the 2nd Order Heavenly Monarch realm. With the young master's identity, even high-level Heavenly Monarchs have to bow down to you. If not for young master's interference, I would have taught that kid a lesson. Lu Feng's transmission's symbol shook, and the moment he took it out, a look of joy appeared on his face. "Young master, this is?" The mid-third order Heavenly Monarch asked. "Someone made a report. A 10-winged Pegasus has appeared." "What? 10-winged Pegasus?" A Pegasus was the strongest creature in the Radiance divine world. It was almost impossible to see one, let alone one with 10 wings. A 10-winged Pegasus was something even the pontiffs would fight over to obtain. It's pretty strong. It should be in the 2nd Order Emperor realm or above. Lu Feng said, "I have to contact my father immediately." His father was Lu Xiaoming, and he was a bishop in the Radiance Knight Corporation. He was a late 3rd Order Emperor. The highest-ranked individual in the Radiance Knight Corp was Elon, and there were several archbishops under him. Bishops ranked lower than that. As a bishop in the Radiance Knight Corp, he would be able to command 1,000,000 Radiance Knights. A knight in the Radiance Knight Corp wasn't someone that ordinary disciples in the top 100 Emperor palaces could compare to. Every single one of them passed through countless trials and tests. Only then would they be accepted into the Corp. Moreover, only high-level God Kings would be accepted into the army. One could imagine the might of 1,000,000 Radiance Knights. This time, Lu Feng had come to the Sea of Radiance with his father. Lu Xiaoming could rush towards Lu Feng whenever he received the signal. Lu Feng hastily sent a message to his father. By then, Huang Xiaolong had already left, and he charged towards the south. According to his sixth sense, the second half of the inheritance was located in the southern area of the Sea of Radiance. Several hours passed, and Huang Xiaolong continued to fly forward. All of a sudden, shocking fluctuations slammed into him, and Huang Xiaolong raised his head in shock. He saw a creature in pure white soaring into the sky. Looking closer, he noticed that it was a white horse with an adorable horn growing out from its forehead. 5 pairs of wings hung on its back. Pegasus! Huang Xiaolong was stunned. There were also 10 wings on its back. Even though it wasn't as precious as the scarlet flame dark Qilin he had bought in hell, it wasn't too far off. The 10-winged Pegasus was extremely quick, and it quickly flew away from its previous position. A group of experts chased behind it, and if there weren't 10,000 of them, there were definitely 8,000. It was a sight to behold. The 10-winged Pegasus soon arrived before Huang Xiaolong. Originally, Huang Xiaolong hadn't planned on fighting with this 10-winged Pegasus. After all, he didn't lack a mount. With his current status and identity, what kind of mount couldn't he get if he wanted to? Hence, Huang Xiaolong dodged in a flicker by reflex. But the result surprised Huang Xiaolong. When he made a move to dodge, the 10-winged Pegasus had already arrived by his side, and he wouldn't leave. It actually stood intimately by Huang Xiaolong's side, snorting in excitement and pleasure. His actions utterly stupefied Huang Xiaolong. No, it can't be. Little guy, I'm not your master. Why are you following me so closely? Huang Xiaolong joked. The 10-winged Pegasus blinked his sapphire blue eyes and spoke. Who said I'm young? It's just that the energy from your body is very comfortable. I have seen many pontiffs, but the energy from their bodies isn't as comfortable as yours. Huang Xiaolong was surprised by the 10-winged Pegasus's reply. Energy? Could it be the heavenly hall's energy? In other words, could this Pegasus sense the heavenly hall's energy in him? Then again, it was not impossible. Legend had it that elite sacred beasts like the Pegasus were born from the Radiance world's origin radiance energy. By this point, the group pursuing from behind had caught up. They immediately spread out and encircled Huang Xiaolong and the Pegasus. Punk! Get lost! Don't hinder us! One of them barked impatiently at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong made a quick sweep around him and asked in an unhurried tone, "And if I don't? Get lost." The person snickered at Huang Xiaolong's retort. Not going to get lost? I told you to get lost for your own good, giving you a chance to run to save your life. Since you don't know how to appreciate it, then you might as well go to hell now. He swung his blade at Huang Xiaolong. This person was quite powerful. A peak late 7th order heavenly monarch, just half a step from advancing to late 8th order heavenly monarch realm. In any church of the Radiance world, he would be a candidate of focused nurturing. Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned frosty, watching the blade falling towards him. A ruthless light gleamed, and in the next second, everyone saw the man who had slashed his blade at Huang Xiaolong suddenly split into two halves from the middle. Blood spurted high into the air and rained to the ground. The man was already dead before he could grunt in pain. His companions were startled, and they looked at Huang Xiaolong in shock and wariness. All of a sudden, the surroundings went deathly quiet. You dared to kill my Half-Moon Church's senior deacon, you're so fucking dead." One of them pointed angrily at Huang Xiaolong angrily as he shouted. The several hundred people behind him were glaring murder at Huang Xiaolong. The Half-Moon Church was part of the Radiance world's most powerful 100 church forces, one of the arms under the Radiance Lord Dun Ei. I killed him, so what? Huang Xiaolong sounded as if he was talking about eating lunch. If your Half-Moon's pontiff is here, I'll kill him just the same. Everyone looked strangely at Huang Xiaolong because of his words. The Half-Moon Church's pontiff was a late 10th order Emperor realm expert. The man let out a whoop of laughter. Punk! You would kill him, relying on your strength? Don't you know that our Half-Moon Church's pontiff is a late 10th order emperor? You don't even qualify to carry our Half-Moon Church's pontiff's shoes, but you have the cheek to speak of killing him. Huang Xiaolong simply tapped a finger in the air just as the man finished, and the man burst into a fog of blood. So what if he's a late 10th order emperor? Huang Xiaolong repeated nonchalantly. Even if he's a late 10th order emperor, I'll end him just the same. It wasn't as if he had not killed a late 10th order emperor before. Whether it was above Hell's Nethersea or the Devil World's famished devil ancient battlefield, he had killed several late 10th order emperors. Truth be told, he had actually lost count of many late 10th order emperors he had killed to date. Although Huang Xiaolong had consecutively killed 2 people and showed his startling strength, the several thousand experts, encircling him, perceived his words to be presumptuously arrogant. Huang Xiaolong's words especially infuriated the Emperor Realm experts. Among these several thousand people, there were 4 Emperor Realm pontiffs. Though none of them were high-level or even mid-level Emperor Realm, one of the 4 was an early second-order Emperor Realm expert. You really got a big tone there. Do you think that killing a late 10th-order Emperor is just the same? The early second-order Emperor Realm pontiff questioned as his expression grew icier by the second. Do you think you are our Radiance ancestor? I really want to see how you are going to kill me. An early second-order Emperor. Huang Xiaolong had not concealed his aura when he had killed the 2 people earlier. Thus, this early second-order Emperor Realm Pontiff was able to determine that Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was merely at the early first-order Emperor Realm. Moreover, he could clearly tell that Huang Xiaolong had just advanced not long ago. A punk that recently advanced to Emperor Realm actually had the guts to talk in a big tone in front of them, claiming he could easily kill a late 10th-order Emperor. It would be strange if they weren't outraged. That pontiff leaped into the air, and the sword in his hand slashed out towards Huang Xiaolong. Punk! Take my 10,000 radiance god slash. Layers upon layers of sword chi rushed forward with just one slash, numbering exactly 10,000 layers. Every layer of sword chi was powerful enough to kill any first-order emperor. This is the Fire Worshipper Church's ultimate technique. The Fire Worshipper Church is an ancient supreme church that had disappeared for 1 billion years. Indestructible Pontiff actually got the Fire Worshipper Church's ultimate technique. The other 3 Emperor Realm Pontiffs exclaimed almost in unison. Could be said that the Radiance Lord Dun Ei ruled half of the Radiance world, and the Radiance Knight Corp ruled the other half. Then again, this was a very general description of the overall situation. In truth, still, a large number of Radiance World superchurches did not attach themselves to Dun Ei or the Radiance Knight Corporation. The Fire Worshipper Church in ancient times was one such example. This aspect alone spoke volumes of the Fire Worshipper Church's power. As the Fire Worshipper Church's ultimate technique, the 10,000 Radiance Godslash was an overbearingly powerful attack technique. Since Indestructible Pontiff had used such a big move in his initial attack, he clearly intended to kill Huang Xiaolong in one move. One reason for him to do so was to deter everyone, so the process of taking away the Pegasus would be smoother. Secondly, he detested Huang Xiaolong's arrogance, who had just broken through to Emperor Realm. In a split second, the 10,000 Radiance God/Slash attack reached Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong snickered ironically. Without employing his Emperor's will or using the 3 Devil Steel's power, he punched out with his bare fist and dispersed the 10,000 Radiance God/Slash in an instant. He rushed forward and punched the Indestructible Pontiff squarely on the chest. Huang Xiaolong's fist pierced a hole through Indestructible Pontiff's chest and came out his back. Huang Xiaolong slowly withdrew his fist. At the same time, a group of experts was flying towards them. This was the group that had invited Huang Xiaolong to join their team. Lu Feng and his team saw Huang Xiaolong's fist pierce through Indestructible Pontiff's chest from afar and came to a sudden halt in midair. Shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. The shock was mainly visible on the mid-third order heavenly monarch middle-aged man who had claimed to teach Huang Xiaolong a miserable lesson. His complexion turned pallid. All around was an unnatural silence. This eerie silence had descended due to overwhelming shock as no one could move their gazes away from the gaping hole in Indestructible Pontiff's chest. "You! How is it possible?" Indestructible Pontiff shrieked sharply. Even at this point, he denied reality. He, an early second-order emperor, had his chest penetrated by a punk who had newly advanced to the Emperor realm. Moreover, there was a destructive force that was frenziedly shredding away his body's vitality. A few breaths passed and Indestructible Pontiff's body exploded into splatters of blood and flesh. Dead. Ignoring the astounded faces, Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept around, and he asked, "Anyone else wants me to get lost?" Then he pointed at the 10-winged Pegasus and added, "I want this 10-winged Pegasus. Anyone wants to snatch it?" Originally, a 10-winged Pegasus was negligible to Huang Xiaolong, and he didn't care about possessing it. But now he had decided to take it. For a moment, none of the surrounding experts made a sound, including the remaining 3 Emperor Realm Pontiffs. In a swift leap, Huang Xiaolong landed on the 10-winged Pegasus's back. When he was about to leave on the 10-winged Pegasus, a loud voice rang in the silent atmosphere. "Not so fast!" Others were stunned. When they turned towards the source, they saw a group of Radiance Night Corp flying towards them. The one who had spoken was a muscular middle-aged man with a thick Hungarian mustache, bright-spirited eyes that resembled two bright suns that glints sharply, making others shy away from meeting his gaze directly. He seemed to be the leader of the group. "It's the Radiance Night Corp's bishop, Lord Lu Xiaoming. Young Master Lu Feng is with him as well. Lord Lu Xiaoming has long stepped into late Third Order Emperor realm. He's the Radiance Night Corp's Archbishop Abra's personal disciple." The large crowd of experts stirred with anticipation. Even the three Emperor realm pontiffs hastened to Lu Xiaoming's side. "Greetings, Lord Lu Xiaoming." All three saluted respectfully. Lu Xiaoming nodded at them as he and the rest of his group continued flying towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong frowned, then looked at Lu Xiaoming, Lu Feng, and others coming towards him with an inquisitive expression. "This 10-winged Pegasus belongs to our Radiance Night Corporation. Therefore, you cannot take this 10-winged Pegasus away," Lu Xiaoming said as he came to a stop in front of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong suddenly smiled. A blind person could also see that the 10-winged Pegasus was an ownerless creature. Yet this Lu Xiaoming had the cheek to claim that it belonged to the Radiance Night Corporation. He was literally lying through his teeth. "You say this 10-winged Pegasus belongs to your Radiance Night Corporation. In other words, do you mean it's yours?" Huang Xiaolong pointed at the Radiance Divine armor on Lu Xiaoming, and he half-jokingly said, "That armor on your body is actually mine. How about you take it off for me and strip naked?" The surrounding experts couldn't hold back their laughter. Lu Xiaoming blanked for a second. Then his eyes narrowed in anger as a dangerous light glinted in them. The light in his eyes danced like flames. "Insolent! This is our Radiance Night Corp's bishop, Lord Lu Xiaoming. Do you know you've committed a crime worthy of death just by uttering those words?" One of the knight captains standing behind Lu Xiaoming stepped out and reprimanded Huang Xiaolong in a fit. "Don't assume that the Radiance Night Corp won't dare to kill you because you're an Emperor Realm expert." Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong flicked his fingers in the air, and that Radiance Night Corp's captain went flying off his mount. He burst into a ball of flames in midair, amidst blood-curdling screams before disappearing from the world a second later. "What?" Everyone present was astounded. It had never occurred to them that Huang Xiaolong could have the guts to kill a captain of the Radiance Night Corporation. A Radiance Night Corp's captain. Once killed, that meant the entire Radiance Night Corp would hunt down the murderer. There would also be a bounty on the killer's head, subjecting him to pursuit from every expert in the Radiance world. "You!" Lu Xiaoming had not expected Huang Xiaolong to kill a captain right in his face. This was simply, "Do you think after killing a indestructible pontiff, you don't have to put our Radiance Night Corp in your eyes?" Lu Xiaoming sneered. "Very good. If you had left tactfully just now, you could have escaped safely. But now you're dead. You are far too arrogant for your own good." Although the sight of Huang Xiaolong killing indestructible pontiff had deterred them somewhat, Lu Xiaoming refused to believe that he, a late Third Order Emperor, couldn't deal with a junior that had recently broken through to Emperor realm. With that said, a halberd appeared in Lu Xiaoming's hand as he shouted, "Die, brat!" A burst of cold rays shot out from his halberd. But Lu Xiaoming's words barely fell when a giant palm suddenly appeared in the sky and struck down with overwhelming destructive darkness element power, akin to a super dark sun. Lu Xiaoming had yet to react when he was already hit by the giant palm, smashing straight into the sea of radiance. The beast mount under him had turned into a scattering blood fog. Boom! Lu Xiaoming hit the sea surface hard, then shot straight to the seabed, raising several thousand zhang of waves. The Radiance Night Corp's Lu Feng and the rest looked stupidly at sea below. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his palm, looking coldly at the spot where Lu Xiaoming had smashed into the sea. "You speak too much nonsense. Looking at the sake that you're the Radiance Night Corp's so-called bishop, I'll spare you today. If there is a next time, I'll pinch you to death." Wait until he received the other half of the Radiance ancestors' inheritance. The Radiance Knight Corp would be under his command. Hence, in a sense, this Lu Xiaoming would be his subordinate. Taking this point into consideration, Huang Xiaolong had spared Lu Xiaoming's life this time. Anyone else wants to say that this 10-winged Pegasus belongs to him? Huang Xiaolong once again looked at the crowd of experts, as his gaze lingered longer on Lu Feng and the group of Radiance Knight Corp. Lu Feng and several of the Radiance Knight Corp's captains retreated in trepidation, and blood faded from their faces. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong did not bother with them further and left on the 10-winged Pegasus. The 10-winged Pegasus had a fantastic flight speed. As all its 10 wings spread and flapped, it could traverse several tens of thousands of li. Lu Feng and the others only dared to dive into the sea after watching Huang Xiaolong fly out of sight to rescue Lu Xiaoming. Although Huang Xiaolong had not slapped Lu Xiaoming to death in one palm strike, he hadn't been lenient either. That strike had actually shattered half of Lu Xiaoming's skull, and his neck had twisted oddly at a 60-degree angle. After some emergency rescue efforts by Lu Feng and the others, Lu Xiaoming regained consciousness. There was fury and shock in his eyes as he shouted, "Pass my order. There will be a bounty of 200,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones to capture that bastard. Go immediately. I must kill that bastard." Soon, Lu Xiaoming's bounty order spread like a hurricane. Huang Xiaolong was completely ignorant of the storm he had caused. Then again, even if he did know, he wouldn't put the matter to heart. To him, the most important matter at the moment was getting the remaining half of the Radiance ancestors' inheritance. Riding on the 10-winged Pegasus, Huang Xiaolong continued traveling southward. One after another, small islands disappeared behind Huang Xiaolong. Perhaps it was the powerful momentum from the 10-winged Pegasus's body that no Radiance beasts attacked them along the way. That's the 10-winged Pegasus. Bishop Lu Xiaoming has placed a bounty on the person riding it. Chase, quickly, chase him. Although no Radiance beasts attacked them, Huang Xiaolong and the 10-winged Pegasus would occasionally catch some experts' attention when they passed by the bigger islands. Huang Xiaolong's gaze was icy. He initiated his emperor's will that took the shape of a little chaos axe and chopped towards a group of experts that wanted to attack him. A streak of radiant axe light that stretched as far as the horizon cut across the sky. In that instant, the group of experts trying to attack Huang Xiaolong plummeted like locusts. Blood rained down on the sea below. The axe chi split the big islands below into halves. The chaos axe returned to Huang Xiaolong. This was the first time Huang Xiaolong had used his emperor's will in its tangible form. Among 50,000 experts, only one survived, one that Huang Xiaolong spared specifically. This surviving expert was a late First Order Emperor Realm, standing alone as if abandoned. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes turned, looking everywhere except at Huang Xiaolong. For big churches pontiffs, and close to 50,000 experts were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. A force from Huang Xiaolong's palm grabbed the late First Order Emperor and pulled him to Huang Xiaolong. "Lu Xiaoming placed a bounty for my capture?" Huang Xiaolong asked coldly. That late First Order Emperor Realm expert looked at Huang Xiaolong, who was right before him as if he was looking at a terrifying devil. His complexion turned deathly pale and lips quivering so much that he was unable to speak. Huang Xiaolong's brows wrinkled. "You were the one screaming and shouting to chase me right now, correct? Weren't you excited just now? Speak. If you don't speak, then I'll search your soul and turn you into a fool." The late First Order Emperor Realm expert hastened to speak. "Yes, it's Lord Lu Xiaoming. He issued a bounty for your capture, and has offered 200,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones." Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly. "I'm only worth 200,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? A Radiance Knight Corpse Bishop that Lu Xiaoming can only afford so little? He is so poor." The late First Order Emperor Realm expert was terrified standing in front of Huang Xiaolong, not daring to utter any unnecessary sound. 200,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones weren't little at all. It was enough to move any low-level Emperor Realm experts. Hence, Lu Xiaoming's bounty of 200,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for capturing Huang Xiaolong who had recently advanced to Emperor Realm, was not a small sum. Looking at the late First Order Emperor Realm expert's frightened and flustered behavior, Huang Xiaolong said, "Don't worry. Since I spared your life, I won't kill you." With that said, Huang Xiaolong simply threw the late First Order Emperor Realm expert on a barren island several 100,000 li away. A muffled boom came from that island, raising a thick cloud of sand. "Go back and tell Lu Xiaoming, no need to offer a bounty on me. I will go look for him at the Myriad Spirit City in 10 years. Huang Xiaolong left on the 10-winged Pegasus, but his voice reverberated in the air. The late 10th Order Emperor Realm expert watched Huang Xiaolong disappear on the horizon in awe and fear. His knees nearly buckled, remembering the power of Huang Xiaolong's axe. A long time later, after he was absolutely sure that Huang Xiaolong had left, he dared to flee the island in a fluster. The Myriad Spirit City was where the Radiance Knight Corps headquarters was located. Huang Xiaolong was bound to go to the Myriad Spirit City after he had gotten the other half of the Radiance ancestors' inheritance. It wasn't a bluff saying that he would go to Myriad Spirit City. Then again, Lu Xiaoming alone was not important enough for him to make the trip to the Myriad Spirit City. After getting the Radiance ancestors' complete inheritance, he would be the Radiance world's true lord. Hence, he would go to the Myriad Spirit City to take over the command of the Radiance Knight Corp. Based on the Heavenly Hall's induction in his body, Huang Xiaolong continued flying southward on the 10-winged Pegasus. Perhaps the news of Huang Xiaolong slaughtering close to 50,000 experts with a single axe had spread. Therefore, despite coming across quite a number of experts after that, no one dared to block Huang Xiaolong's way or attack him. 200,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones were very tempting, but life was far more important. Judging from the strength Huang Xiaolong had shown, they couldn't treat him as the average low-level Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, mid-level Emperor Realm experts were disdainful of a 200,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones bounty. Thus, for a while, no one looked for Huang Xiaolong's trouble. While Huang Xiaolong was journeying further down south, on an island somewhere on the Sea of Radiance, Lu Xiaoming's face was twisted with rage. 10 years? Good. I'll wait to see if you have the guts to appear in the Myriad Spirit City in 10 years. As long as that punk appeared at the Myriad Spirit City, Lu Xiaoming vowed to make that punk experience a living worse than death. 5 days passed. As they were crossing above over a sea region, Huang Xiaolong had the 10-winged Pegasus stop. Within a several billion li radius of this part of the sea, no island or radiance beasts could be found. But there was a faint but constant flow of destructive energy. It's likely in this spot, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. A light flashed from his body as the Heavenly Hall flew out. After the Heavenly Hall flew out, it emitted brilliant golden rays of light. Sacred golden lights rippled in circles towards the sea below. In the end, it stopped several hundred li further up. Huang Xiaolong was following closely behind the Heavenly Hall to another part of the sea. He looked down. A soft glow glimmered from his forehead as he opened his blue spectre eyes. Under the blue spectre eyes' blue glow, everything that was concealed in the vicinity appeared clearly in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Sometime later, Huang Xiaolong's gaze was fixed at a point several li ahead of him. After some thought, he also summoned the Heavenly Hall's 14 Radiance Angels and the 4 odd beasts, ordering them to attack the point several li away. Under the 14 Radiance Angels and 4 odd beasts' consecutive attacks, the light and shadow array laid out by Dun Ei and others was soon broken, revealing the array of origin underneath the sea. The array of origin, the 10-winged Pegasus exclaimed. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. He grinned. Little guy, didn't think you would know about the array of origin. The 10-winged Pegasus curled his lips and snorted in disdain. There is nothing in the Radiance world that I don't know of. Then, he looked wide-eyed at the 14 Radiance Angels and added, but 14-winged Radiance Angels still exist in the current Radiance world? This was the first time he had seen one. Little guy, there are still a lot of things you don't know, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Then, he ignored the 10-winged Pegasus and arrived above the array of origin in a flicker. Looking at the 100 core points of the array, Rays of light glimmered from Huang Xiaolong's hand as he took out 100 Radiance Divine Stones. Huang Xiaolong already knew that he would require 100 pieces of Radiance Divine Stones after obtaining the Heavenly Hall's inheritance in Hell. Thus, he had been collecting Radiance Divine Stones from there on. Huang Xiaolong's hands were moving swiftly in the air as 100 pieces of Radiance Divine Stones fell accordingly onto the Array of Origin's core points. He subsequently summoned the 100 undead nether guards and allocated each one to an array core point. Simultaneously, he activated the entire Array of Origin. Dazzling lights from the Array of Origin soared to the sky. The sea surface suddenly divided to the sides as a giant object flew out. It was exactly the other half of the Heavenly Hall. Looking at the emerging Heavenly Hall, Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh in relief. The joy in his heart was hard to suppress. The other half of the Heavenly Hall, the other half of the inheritance. Only after refining the other half of the inheritance would he get the Radiance Ancestors' complete inheritance and become the right and just Radiance World's ruler. Huang Xiaolong walked forward and stopped in front of the Heavenly Hall's main door. The Radiance Divine Scepter appeared in his hand, and he inserted the other end of the scepter into the groove of the door. A burst of dazzling lights lit up the door as it slowly creaked open. The moment Huang Xiaolong stepped into the Heavenly Hall, inside the Radiance Sacred Temple, the Radiance Lord Dun Ei's expression sank. He said to Brightness Emperor Lan Ji, "The light and shadow array was broken just now." He had left behind a marking on the light and shadow array. If the array was broken, he would sense it immediately. Brightness Emperor Lan Ji's face tensed immediately as he shouted, "It's Huang Xiaolong?" "It's most likely Huang Xiaolong." Radiance Lord Dun Ei's eyes turned frosty. "I hadn't expected him to break the light and shadow array in such a short amount of time. Doesn't that mean the other half of the Radiance Ancestors' inheritance would?" Brightness Emperor Lan Ji was extremely agitated. "No, Huang Xiaolong must not be allowed to get the other half of the inheritance." Yet Radiance Lord Dun Ei remained seated calmly. "Senior brother, if we don't stop him now, it'll be too late," Brightness Emperor Lan Ji screamed. "Please issue an order, senior brother. Deploy 100 billion soldiers to siege and kill Huang Xiaolong. Powerful as Huang Xiaolong might be, he cannot fight against an army of 100 billion. We must kill him before he successfully refines the other half of the inheritance." Siege and kill. Suddenly, Dun Ei snickered mockingly as he looked at Brightness Emperor Lan Ji. "You are capable of besieging and killing Huang Xiaolong?" Before Huang Xiaolong broke through to Emperor Realm, the 9 giant corpse tribe's old ancestor Shiming and Qiu Archdevil joined hands, yet they failed to kill Huang Xiaolong in the Devil World. Even when they failed to kill him, can you? Brightness Emperor Lan Ji was embarrassed by Dun Ei's words and could not find any retort. "Even if we won't be able to kill him, we could stop him from refining the Radiance Ancestors' other half of the inheritance." Brightness Emperor Lan Ji went on stubbornly. "As long as Huang Xiaolong can't get the Radiance Ancestors' inheritance, we still have a chance. At the same time, we can delay Huang Xiaolong while waiting for the reinforcements from the 9 giant corpse tribe's experts." They had expected Huang Xiaolong to come there, so they had got in touch with the 9 giant corpse tribe early on. Dun Ei shook his head. "Shiming is still forging the Grand Mist treasure artifact Blade of Death, so he won't be able to come here personally. Without Shiming, it's useless no matter how many 9 giant corpse tribes experts they send over. Then, are we going to sit and watch Huang Xiaolong get the other half of Radiance Ancestors' inheritance?" Brightness Emperor Lan Ji almost roared out his unwillingness. His hatred towards Huang Xiaolong had long passed the point of reconciliation. His Brightness Emperor Palace would not be destroyed if it wasn't for Huang Xiaolong, and he wouldn't need to flee and hide in the Radiance world like a beaten-down dog. It doesn't matter even if Huang Xiaolong really gets the other half of the Radiance Ancestors' inheritance and acknowledged by the Radiance world's pure origin energy. Dun Ei sneered coldly and went on. "I have the Radiance Divine Seal in my hands. As long as I hold the Radiance Divine Seal, I am the Radiance world's Radiance Lord. Huang Xiaolong's dreaming if he thinks he can make me hand over the Radiance Divine Seal. Moreover, The Radiance Divine City is infallible as it's built using various divine materials by the Radiance Ancestor. It's comparable to a Grand Mist treasure artifact. Even if Huang Xiaolong steps into Sovereign, he won't be able to break past the Radiance Divine City's defenses. As long as I remain in the Radiance Divine City, it's not Huang Xiaolong's turn to swagger in this Radiance world. Dun Ei's grim voice echoed through the hall. That was also his last line of defense. The Radiance Divine City was also known as the strongest fort in existence, and some even compared it to the ancient Heavenly Court. Thus, Dun Ei was confident that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to do anything to him even if he got the other half of the inheritance. But it's a pity. The Radiance Ancestor has left a word that whoever obtains his inheritance, that person would be the master of the Radiance Knight Corporation. Dun Ei sighed hopelessly. In other words, after obtaining the full inheritance, Huang Xiaolong could take over the Radiance Knight Corp, and that meant half of the Radiance world's power. In the meantime, above the Sea of Radiance, Huang Xiaolong had disappeared into the Heavenly Hall through the door in a flicker. Similar to the first time, the moment Huang Xiaolong passed through the Heavenly Hall's door, he was entirely enveloped by a gentle radiant light. It was so comfortable that his soul wanted to groan in pleasure. Based on his previous experience, Huang Xiaolong proceeded with more familiarity this time. He quickly sat down and circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium to absorb the sacred light's energy. This was the Radiance world's pure origin energy, and its preciousness was comparable to the Grand Mist aura. The moment Huang Xiaolong started absorbing, the Radiance origin energy began to rush toward him and entered his body, reaching every part of him. He was the sacred light itself. While Huang Xiaolong refined and absorbed the pure Radiance origin energy, the 100 undead netherguards removed the 100 Radiance Divine Stone from the core points per Huang Xiaolong's earlier instruction. The array of Origin's power stopped circulating when all the Radiance Divine Stones were removed from the core points. The Heavenly Hall's door slowly shut itself, and the Heavenly Hall once again sunk to the hidden space at the bottom of the sea. Subsequently, the Radiance Angels and 4 odd beasts executed methods to hide the array of origin and then concealed themselves in various corners in the vicinity. They waited for Huang Xiaolong to come out after obtaining the complete inheritance. Calmness returned to the surrounding sea. While Huang Xiaolong was refining the other half of the Radiance Ancestor's inheritance, a piece of shocking news spread out from the Radiance world. What? The Son of Light has broken through to mid-level Emperor realm in one fell swoop, advancing to 4th Order Emperor. Impossible, right? The Son of Light hasn't been cultivating for more than 30,000 years. Realer than gold, when the Son of Light was breaking through, there were many Emperor realm pontiffs present. The Son of Light is our Radiance world's #1 genius. His talent has superseded the past Radiance Ancestor. He would definitely be able to control the Radiance Divine Seal and take over His Highness Archbishop's position. He will unify our Radiance world. Also, our Son of Light has put up a battle stage at the Reverence Moon Divine City. He has invited talented peers of other worlds for a battle. Anyone below the bone age of 100,000 years can challenge him. It can be any disciple who meets the criterion, from the Divine World, Hell, Devil World, Buddha World, or even the Demon World. For real? Challenging the whole universe's same generation's geniuses? That? I've heard the Divine World's Heavenly Prince Dijing has the #1 Heavenly Tao Godhead. There is another terrifying individual called Huang Xiaolong with 3 King of Supreme Godheads. Not to mention, the Buddha world's Puti is said to be the reincarnation of a great Buddha. Could our Son of Light defeat him? What's Huang Xiaolong considered as? He merely got better luck than others, getting hit by the Lord of Hell's inheritance. Although his cultivation speed is shocking, it's all piled up by treasures. His foundation is definitely not stable. Not to mention, Huang Xiaolong has only advanced to Emperor realm for a short time. How is he a worthy opponent for our Son of Light? Much less the Heavenly Prince Dijing and Buddha world's Puti. The battle stage will be put up for a decade. Let's see if that Huang Xiaolong, Heavenly Prince Dijing, and that Puti would dare to challenge. The Son of Light had been cultivating for less than 30,000 years, yet he had already reached the mid-level Emperor realm. He has also issued a challenge to the younger generation of geniuses from the Divine World, Hell, Buddha World, Devil World, and Demon World. The news caused a big stir. In a short time, geniuses from various worlds made their way to the Radiance World to challenge the Son of Light. The Divine World's heavenly court. When the heavenly prince Di Jing heard the news, he harumphed coldly. That Son of Light has merely cultivated for 20,000 years more than me. There will be a day where I'll pinch him to death like an ant. But at his current strength, Di Jing had to admit he could not defeat the Son of Light unless he too advanced to Fourth Order Emperor realm. At that level, he could probably defeat the Son of Light. Even though he had the first-ranked Heavenly Tao Godhead, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the Son of Light was highly talented as well. I've heard that Huang Xiaolong went to the Radiance World. A light glimmered in Heavenly Emperor Di Jun's eyes as he went on. If the other half of the Radiance ancestor's inheritance falls in his hand, it will be even harder to suppress him. Hearing that, the Heavenly Prince Di Jing suddenly said, "Father, in a few days, I'm going to the City of All Heavens." Heavenly Emperor Di Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? Do you want to go to the City of All Heavens?" "No, absolutely not. Although you've already broken through to Emperor Realm, it's still too dangerous for you to go to the City of All Heavens. It's too risky. 90%. You're going to lose your life." Heavenly Prince Di Jing shook his head. "I know the City of All Heavens is dangerous, but if I don't go, I will never be able to defeat Huang Xiaolong. Especially if Huang Xiaolong obtains the other half of the Radiance ancestor's inheritance. His strength would far surpass mine. The City of All Heavens is my only hope." Heavenly Emperor Di Jun looked at his son Di Jing's determined face and sighed helplessly. "Are you absolutely sure that you want to go to the City of All Heavens?" The City of All Heavens was a taboo. A taboo for the Emperor Realm experts from the entire universe, even Sovereign Realm experts. Heavenly Prince Di Jing nodded his head solemnly. "The City of All Heavens. I'm bound to go there." He paused slightly, then added, "Father, please rest assured. I have the Heavenly Tao Godhead and Heaven's Tao physique. I won't die so easily." His gaze sharpened. "Huang Xiaolong isn't dead yet. How can I die first?" Di Jun let out another sigh. "All right then, prepare well in these 2 days. I'll send Yan Tianqin and a few others to escort you to the City of All Heavens." It was a long way to reach the City of All Heavens, and the journey was laden with many dangers that even an average high-level Emperor Realm expert's strength could not guarantee he could arrive safely. With Di Jing's First-Order Emperor Realm strength, it was certain that he wouldn't make it to the City of All Heavens alone. This was also why Heavenly Emperor Di Jun had Yan Tianqin's group of several peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm experts escort Di Jing. Understood. This time, Di Jing did not refuse. He was aware that he wouldn't reach the City of All Heavens safely by himself at his current strength. His eyes turned frosty and sharp as he said, "Huang Xiaolong, your death is near. I will kill you when I come back from the City of All Heavens." The Radiance World. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, everyone's attention was on the Radiance World's Son of Light, who had put up a battle stage, challenging the universe's same-generation geniuses. During these 4 years, there had been numerous geniuses from other worlds who had answered the Son of Light's challenge on the battle stage. But none of them was his match. In fact, in these 4 years, none of the challengers were able to last more than 3 moves from the Son of Light. The majority of them were defeated in 1 move. Worse still, some didn't even last 1 strike. First Order and a small number of Second Order Emperor Realm disciples were completely suppressed by the pressure exuded by the Son of Light to the point that they were lying face down on the battle stage. Hence, in these 4 years, the Son of Light's reputation was catching up to Huang Xiaolong's, and there was a trend of surpassing Huang Xiaolong. Anyone among the younger generation below 100,000 years of bone age who can take 10 moves from me, I will worship them as my master. After the battle stage had been set up for 4 years, the Son of Light issued a public announcement. 10 moves. The announcement roused another wave of furor through various worlds. But this also provoked the ire of many Supreme Godheads and King of Supreme Godhead geniuses of the younger generation. Some successors of ancient sects and forces began making their way to the Radiance World's Reverence Moon Divine City to challenge the Son of Light. They wanted to determine who was better. However, another 4 years passed. Whether it was Supreme Godhead Geniuses or King of Supreme Godhead Geniuses, regardless of which Emperor Palace or ancient sects these geniuses hailed from, none of them were able to last 10 moves from the Son of Light. At this time, Huang Xiaolong was still refining the other half of the inheritance inside the heavenly hall at the bottom of the Sea of Radiance. He was completely unaware of the outside happenings. The layers of sacred golden light enveloping Huang Xiaolong opened like blooming petals, and at the center, he was the god of light and radiance, the supreme existence above everything. It was as if the entire Radiance World's radiance was gathered within Huang Xiaolong. The light from his body soared to the heavens, bringing radiance to every corner of the world. It even passed the boundary of the heavenly hall, flowing outwards to the Sea of Radiance. The 16 wings on Huang Xiaolong's back spread out and almost doubled in size. On each wing, radiant runes glimmered, and each rune contained incredible radiance energy. Soon, every ray of sacred light within the heavenly hall rushed into Huang Xiaolong's body with strong momentum, and loud hissing noises came from his body. Suddenly, the sacred light that had gathered around Huang Xiaolong exploded. Then, a barely audible sound of something shattering came from within Huang Xiaolong as his momentum escalated. The exploded rays of light condensed into shadows of radiance angels around Huang Xiaolong like they were his guardian angels. Another month passed. Huang Xiaolong completely absorbed every last ray of sacred light inside the heavenly hall. When the last ray of light entered Huang Xiaolong's body, a divine radiance rune emerged on his forehead. This divine radiance rune resembled the ancient character for bright. At the same time, it also resembled the shape of the radiance world that had shrunk many times over. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes. Radiant light danced inside his pupils, reflecting the entire Sea of Radiance and more, as well as all the islands on it. Huang Xiaolong could see every corner of the Sea of Radiance clearly despite sitting inside the heavenly hall. Huang Xiaolong took the time to check his internal condition. A while later, he stood up with a satisfied expression. Now that he had refined the other half of the inheritance, he had obtained the Radiance Ancestors' complete inheritance. The Radiance rune on his forehead was proof that the Radiance World's origin energy had recognized him. He was the Radiance World's Lord. Moreover, after obtaining the full inheritance, not only his physical body but even his 3 supreme godheads had improved by 10 folds, maybe even more. The only thing that depressed Huang Xiaolong was that his cultivation had merely advanced to the early second-order emperor realm after refining the other half of the inheritance. If someone learned that Huang Xiaolong had broken through from early first-order emperor realm to early second-order emperor realm in less than a decade, they would probably cry to his death. Re-emerging above the Sea of Radiance, Huang Xiaolong gathered the heavenly halls with a wave of his hand. As the 2 heavenly halls floated in front of him, Huang Xiaolong's hands quickly formed a set of seals. Gradually, both heavenly halls emitted brilliant lights as they began to merge into one entity. The heavenly hall's outer appearance did not change after merging, but its aura was several times more powerful. The array of origin flew up from its position and imprinted on the heavenly hall's floor, integrating into the heavenly hall. The array of origin was one of the Radiance World's most powerful array formations. After it integrated into the heavenly hall seemed more oppressive. Pity! Huang Xiaolong shook his head as he looked at the heavenly hall in front of him. Despite the integration of the 2 halves of heavenly hall into one entity and the array of origin, it still fell short of reaching the level of a Grand Mist treasure artifact. Then again, even though this complete heavenly hall was not at the level of a Grand Mist treasure artifact, it was probably the most powerful amongst top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifacts. Huang Xiaolong retrieved the heavenly hall into his body and mounted on the 10-winged Pegasus in a leap. Their figures disappeared into the horizon in blurry afterimages. The Radiance Angels and 4 odd beasts followed closely behind them. The Myriad Spirit City was located on the Myriad Spirits world surface together with the Radiance Divine City. They were known as the Radiance World's 2 holy cities. The Myriad Spirits world surface was one of the Radiance world's biggest world surfaces, and the Myriad Spirit City occupied 1/3 of the Myriad Spirits world's land surface. One could imagine how big the Myriad Spirit City was. Huang Xiaolong looked at the heights of Myriad Spirit City that loomed over the land from afar. He merely stopped for a brief few moments before nudging the 10-winged Pegasus forward towards the Myriad Spirit City. Huang Xiaolong did not conceal his aura deliberately. Hence, the moment he entered the Myriad Spirit City, the Radiance Knight Corp Bishop Lu Xiaoming received a report from his subordinate. Lu Xiaoming was thrilled upon receiving his subordinate's report. Killing intent flashed across his pupils. Punk! It's astounding that you've got the guts to show up. Very good. Let me see what tricks you have up your sleeve that you have the confidence to show up here in the Myriad Spirit City. This time, Radiance Lord Dun Ei also won't be able to save you. Lu Xiaoming marched out from the palace with anticipation. Since Huang Xiaolong was there, he couldn't let him run away. Huang Xiaolong strolled through Myriad Spirit City streets on the 10-winged Pegasus, which attracted a lot of attention. It's a 10-winged Pegasus. Could it be the same one that appeared in the vicinity of Sea of Radiance a few years ago? Correct, it's the same one. This black-haired young man killed the indestructible pontiff with one punch, and he even sent Bishop Lu Xiaoming flying with one palm strike. Bishop Lu Xiaoming issued the bounty of 200,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for his capture. It's him? Has he gone mad? How dare he show up here at Myriad Spirit City? Is he tired of living? He's more arrogant than our Son of Light. I've heard that the Divine World's Heavenly Prince Di Jing has not dared to answer the challenge. Everyone is also wondering which corner that Huang Xiaolong is hiding, not daring to come out. Also, the Buddha World's Puti has not dared to accept the challenge as well. Our Son of Light is really the strongest person of the younger generation in the universe. Of course, our Son of Light has put up the battle stage for almost 9 years now. Still, no one has successfully lasted 10 moves from him. Even if Di Jing or Huang Xiaolong come, they would fail like the others before them. They know that they are not our Son of Light's match. That's why they did not show up to accept the challenge. The various churches' experts on the streets conversed excitedly. These words stoked Huang Xiaolong's curiosity. Son of Light? Battle stage? Huang Xiaolong stopped a young man in front of him on the street and inquired about the Son of Light putting up a battle stage. When the young man saw the 10-winged Pegasus below Huang Xiaolong, he nearly jumped back in alarm. He awkwardly squeezed a smile. That one? He stalled, debating if he should get as far away from Huang Xiaolong as possible or answer Huang Xiaolong's question. Huang Xiaolong threw him a spatial ring and said, "Answer my questions to my satisfaction, and these 10,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones are yours." The young man's hands and legs shook as he stared at the spatial ring in his palm. He was just an average low-level heavenly monarch. Forget 10,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Merely 1,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones was an exorbitant sum for him. Is this really for me? The young man stammered. Huang Xiaolong nodded in affirmation. The young man gulped audibly and managed. A little over 8 years ago, our Son of Light put up a battle stage at the Reverence Moon Divine City, challenging all the younger generation's geniuses. Anyone below 100,000 years of bone age can battle him on the battle stage. But to date, there hasn't been anyone who could last 10 moves from the Son of Light. No, in fact, no one could last more than 5 moves. Our Son of Light made an announcement a few years ago, stating that anyone who could take 10 moves from him, he would worship that person as his master. Oh! Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as he asked, "So, is your Son of Light very strong?" The young man raised his chin, full of pride as he replied, "Of course, our Son of Light has only been cultivating for less than 30,000 years, yet he's already a 4th-order Emperor Realm expert. I've also heard that our Son of Light's cultivation of Radiance Divine Tome has reached the 12th floor. He can easily kill a 5th-order Emperor Realm expert." Huang Xiaolong was genuinely surprised to hear that. Less than 30,000 years and he is already a 4th-order Emperor? It seems like this Son of Light was indeed a rare monstrous genius. This level of talent is as strong as Di Jing's. However, Di Jing has the heavenly Tao Godhead, and the number 1 heaven's Tao physique. Could the Son of Light have 2 King of Supreme Godheads? Huang Xiaolong believed that the Son of Light's cultivation would not reach a level comparable to the heavenly Prince Di Jing's with 1 King of Supreme Godhead. Now, there's still a little over a year from the stipulated 10 years. If Huang Xiaolong, the heavenly Prince Di Jing, or Buddha World's Puti do not show up, then our Son of Light will become the undisputed strongest person amongst the younger generation of geniuses. There was an unmistakable pride and shared glory in the young man's tone. In the few years since the Son of Light had put up the battle stage challenge, he had defeated numerous geniuses from various worlds. None of his challengers were able to last more than 5 moves. His undefeated streak was a source of pride for the Radiance World's experts. Senior, Bishop Lu Xiaoming is deploying experts from the Radiance Night Corp and would arrive very soon. I think you should leave Myriad Spirit City as fast as you can. The young man couldn't help saying to Huang Xiaolong towards the end. Perhaps it was for the sake of the 10,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones that he cautioned Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the young man's robe and stated, "You're a disciple of the Purple Flame Church?" The young man hesitated but answered honestly, "Yes, my name is Andrew. My master is the Purple Flame Church's Archbishop." Huang Xiaolong nodded. The Purple Flame Church was one of the stronger churches of the Radiance world. Merely judging from their strength, the Purple Flame Church was definitely within the top 1,000 amongst the Radiance world's countless churches. Additionally, it was not attached to the Radiance Lord Dun Ei or the Radiance Night Corp's rule. Wait till I kill Lu Xiaoming. I will make a trip to the Purple Flame Church when I get time in the future. At that time, I might have to trouble you when I want to see your Purple Flame Church's Archbishop. The young man, Andrew, was clearly taken aback. Then his face turned red, as he looked slightly embarrassed as he waved his hands in the air, not knowing what to say. Huang Xiaolong merely waved Andrew away. Seeing his response, Andrew hastened away as if he had received an amnesty. After all, Lu Xiaoming and his team of Radiance Night Corp would be arriving soon. Whoever stood close by Huang Xiaolong at this point was literally looking to get killed. Huang Xiaolong watched as Andrew hurried away in a fluster, and he didn't really mind his attitude. He continued heading towards the Radiance Night Corp's headquarters, riding on the 10-winged Pegasus. While Huang Xiaolong made his way to the Radiance Night Corp's headquarters, Lu Xiaoming was rushing towards Huang Xiaolong's location, leading a group of Radiance Night Corp's experts. Lu Xiaoming was cautious, knowing that Huang Xiaolong wasn't a soft persimmon. Therefore, he invited his master, Abra. Abra was the Radiance Night Corp's Archbishop, a mid-9th Order Emperor Realm expert. Other than his master Abra, there were a dozen more Emperor Realm pontiffs. These pontiffs all served under his master Abra. Abra, Lu Xiaoming, and thousands of experts all uniformly rode on sky dragon horses, galloping down the streets, scaring all other churches' disciples to retreat to the sides. The Sky Dragon horse was one of Radiance World's divine beasts. Even though it was not a high bloodline divine beast, it was quite pricey. This also showed how wealthy the Radiance Night Corp was. These Sky Dragon horses had the strength of 10th Order God King Realm and above. A handful of them had the strength of low-level to mid-level Heavenly Monarch. As these Sky Dragon horses' auras were completely released, it immediately attracted attention, and some of the weaker cultivators on the streets felt overwhelmed. Before Huang Xiaolong actually saw Lu Xiaoming's group, he already sensed the powerful momentum of Lu Xiaoming's army of thousands moving towards him. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense spread out, covering several 100 million miles radius, capturing the presence of Abra, Lu Xiaoming, and others. Unfortunately, Xianxia isn't here. Huang Xiaolong sighed to himself. The old little cow loves nothing more than fighting. As the thought crossed his mind, the 10-winged Pegasus continued towards the Radiance Night Corp at a steady pace. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong felt the tremors coming from the ground, tremors caused by thousands and thousands of galloping Sky Dragon horses. A dozen breaths passed, and the several tens of thousands of Sky Dragon horses, Abra, Lu Xiaoming, and the rest entered Huang Xiaolong's line of sight. At this point, there was only Huang Xiaolong on the street. Others had long fled far away. Lu Xiaoming's army stopped 1,000 meters from Huang Xiaolong, while Lu Xiaoming's sky dragon horse trotted a few meters forward. He stared coldly at Huang Xiaolong. His sonorous voice rang in the street. "Punk, you've got some guts to come here to our Radiance Night Corp's myriad spirit city. Today, no one can save you, even if you say you're friends with the Son of Light." Son of Light. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help chuckling. Who is the Son of Light other than someone qualified to carry my shoes? He paused for a split second, then added, "I too want to tell you that even Elon can't save you today." Impudent. Insolent. As Huang Xiaolong actually dared to speak the name of their Radiance Night Corp commander Lord Elon without honorifics. All the Radiance Night Corp members behind Abra were outraged, and they reprimanded Huang Xiaolong. Abra, Lu Xiaoming, and other Emperor Realm experts' faces sank, and all their murderous auras were locked onto Huang Xiaolong. Abra nudged the sky dragon horse under him forward. His icy gaze never left Huang Xiaolong. "Brat, on the way here, I was thinking of sparing your life if you showed willingness to turn over a new leaf by begging for pardon on your knees, and vowed to serve me as a warrior. But now, even if you beg on your knees, you've already missed your chance." On the way over, Abra had indeed thought about this. Since Huang Xiaolong had easily defeated Lu Xiaoming in one move above the Sea of Radiance in the past, Huang Xiaolong's battle strength was simply amazing. Thus, Abra had thought of subjugating Huang Xiaolong. If Huang Xiaolong had kneeled to him and vowed to serve him, Abra would have spared his life. Huang Xiaolong couldn't resist snickering after hearing Abra's words. "You want me to serve you? I wouldn't even consider you as a candidate for being my slave with your qualifications." Abra was merely a mid-ninth order emperor. "You're courting death." Abra's eyes widened in fury, and his aura turned violent in an instant. "Master, your status is too noble to deal with little clowns like him. Please allow this disciple to make him kneel before you to receive your punishment." At this time, Bishop Barnett moved out from behind Abra and volunteered. Though Barnett was of the same bishop rank as Lu Xiaoming, he was significantly stronger than Lu Xiaoming. He was a late Fourth Order Emperor Realm expert. Abra's oppressive aura converged slightly as he suppressed the killing intent roiling in his heart. He nodded at Barnett and agreed. "All right, go break and cut off his legs for me first to make him kneel to me." "Yes, master." Barnett approached Huang Xiaolong on his sky dragon horse mount. Lu Xiaoming and the rest remained on standby behind Abra. Experts spectating from afar stirred in excitement. "Who is that kid? He is simply too arrogant. He dared to say our Son of Light is merely qualified to carry his shoes. This kind of reckless and ignorant rascal should not be killed immediately, but slowly tortured to death. That is the best lesson for him. That's right. Better yet, nail him to the spot and let the sun dry him out day in and day out into a dried corpse. Lord Barnett, kill this stupid pig." Someone in the crowd instigated. To Radiance World's younger generation, the Son of Light was the sky's limit, the invincible idol in their hearts. So how dare Huang Xiaolong blaspheme their idol by comparing him to someone that carries another's shoes? In a sentence, Huang Xiaolong had provoked public ire. Barnett stopped roughly 100 meters from Huang Xiaolong and scrutinized him in a condescending manner as he spoke. "Kid, did you hear that? Say, how do you think I should torture you after cutting off your legs? Should I nail you here and let you slowly turn into a dried corpse as they suggested?" But Barnett barely finished his words when a small chaos axe whistled across the air towards him. The moment the little chaos axe appeared, it sent a ripple through heaven and earth. The whole myriad spirit city's experts' hearts palpitated without knowing why. Barnett merely saw a gleam of light, and the world came to a standstill in that moment. When he looked down, there was a cut that went all the way down to his crotch from his head. His body split into two. That moment felt like forever, yet it seemed like barely a breath's time had passed as Barnett's two halves fell to the ground. Glaring rays of light burst out from the cut across his body, as well as the sky dragon horse under him. The shouts and yells for Huang Xiaolong's torture from the spectating crowd came to an abrupt stop. The surrounding church's disciples stared stupidly at the street where the two halves of Barnett's corpse fell. Lord Barnett! A few breaths later, the Radiant's Night Corps members finally reacted. Their voices reverberated in the street. Abra came to his senses, and he glared at Huang Xiaolong with intensified killing intent. Even so, his killing intent failed to hide the shock in his gaze. What was that just now? In that split second when that small axe struck, it was too fast. So fast that he could merely catch a blurry shadow of it. Kill this animal. Avenge Lord Barnett. Lord Abra. Please give the order, we must kill this little beast. The captains and senior captains under Barnett hollered with raging fury, but before they could take any action, the little chaos axe appeared again, drawing a streak of light across the air. Wherever the streak of light passed, the captains, senior captains, and knights fluttered weightlessly into the air, disintegrating into particles of light as they landed on the ground and disappeared from the world. The lights disappeared and there were a few more corpses on the street. These were the senior captains, and knights who had been shouting to kill Huang Xiaolong the loudest. How could the majesty, the Nether King, be challenged this way? How could the majesty of the Radiance Lord be blasphemed? Little beast, you're courting death, Abra bellowed as he leaped off his sky dragon horse, and his palm struck down on Huang Xiaolong. A bright shining palm appeared, casting a shadow over half of the Myriad Spirit City. It seemed like the entire Myriad Spirit City would sink into the earth if Abra's palm really struck down. Huang Xiaolong's gaze hardened listening to Abra shouting another little beast. A soft light rippled from his body as a 14-winged Radiance Angel flew out at a terrifying speed straight at Abra. The 14-winged Radiance Angel shattered Abra's palm strike in the blink of an eye. Then, his palm slit across Abra's neck like the sharpest blade. Abra could only watch the 14-winged Radiance Angel slit his throat with fear and despair. At the center of Myriad Spirit City stood a huge, sacred manor, enshrouded in radiant light. It exuded supreme majesty and holiness. Little sparkles of light elves whizzed happily above the manor. This was the Myriad Spirit's Divine Manor, also known as the Radiance Night Corps headquarters. At this time, at the main hall of the Myriad Spirit's Divine Manor sat a woman of peerless beauty. 12 wings were spread out on her back, exuding an inviolable majesty that filled the huge main hall. This beautiful woman was the Radiance Night Corps commander Elon. She was also the strongest person of Radiance Night Corp, hailed as the most powerful person of Radiance World. Suddenly, Elon opened her eyes, and the 12 wings folded to her back. In the next moment, Bishop Mo Shifa walked in anxiously and knelt on one knee before Elon. Corp Commander, bad news. Archbishop Abra was killed moments ago. What? Elon was shocked, and she demanded, "You're saying Archbishop Abra?" "Yes, just now. Inside our Myriad Spirit City," Bishop Mo Shifa answered apprehensively. Inside the Myriad Spirit City, Elon rose briskly from her seat. Right at this time, several hundred people entered the main hall. These were the Radiance Night Corps archbishops and bishops who had rushed over upon hearing the news. The Radiance Night Corps had close to 100 archbishops, and amongst the several hundred people that entered the main hall, 40+ of them were archbishops. All the archbishops within the Myriad Spirit City were present in the main hall. The rest of the archbishops were stationed at otherworld surfaces. Abra was killed. On top of that, he was killed within the Myriad Spirit City. When these archbishops heard the news, all of them rushed over to the headquarters main hall. Something of this magnitude had never happened before. What is going on exactly? Elon sternly demanded an explanation from Bishop Mo Shifa. Her thoughts were in a mess. Mo Shifa reported, "It's the same person who took away the 10-winged Pegasus above the Sea of Radiance. This person injured Bishop Lu Xiaoming at that time and then ran away. Bishop Lu Xiaoming had issued a 200,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones bounty for his capture. But who'd have thought that this person would actually run here to our Myriad Spirit City?" When Bishop Lu Xiaoming got the news that this person has entered Myriad Spirit City, he informed Archbishop Abra of the matter. So, Archbishop Abra led a team to capture this person. But Archbishop Abra was killed by an expert by that person's side. Mo Shifa's voice reverberated in the main hall. Elon, the archbishops and bishops got the gist of the matter. Elon was aware of the conflict related to the 10-winged Pegasus above the Sea of Radiance, but that was a small matter in her eyes. Who knew it would ferment to today's outcome? Other than Archbishop Abra, Bishop Barnett was killed too. Also, that person has killed several of our senior captains and knights, Bishop Mo Shifa added. The present archbishops and bishops were outraged and inwardly astonished at the same time. He's mad. How dare he come to our myriad spirit city and kill our Radiance Knight Corps archbishop and bishop? In the main hall, Archbishop Hillier's outraged voice rang sonorously. Not even the Radiance Lord Dunai would dare to act so wantonly on our territory. I will bring a group and capture this bastard right now. He must not be allowed to run. I agree. Regardless of this person's identity, he must die today. On top of that, he is not to have an easy death. Capture him. Put him up on the city walls. Then flay his flesh piece by piece and behead him for all to see. Let everyone know the dire consequences of provoking our Radiance Knight Corp. Another archbishop, and C strongly seconded. Both Hillier and Nc were late 10th Order Emperor realm experts. Among the Radiance Knight Corps archbishops, their strengths could be ranked within the top 10. Elon's blue eyes gleamed a frosty light as she said to Hillier, Nc and the rest, this matter might not be so simple. Order the people below to activate the city's grand formation and lock down the whole Myriad Spirit City. After Elon ordered for the Myriad Spirit City to be locked down, she turned and asked Bishop Mo Shifa, "You said Archbishop Abra was killed by an expert by that person's side? Do you have detailed information about the experts by his side? How many experts he has on his side?" Bishop Mo Shifa concisely recounted the event to Elon and everyone else present. "You mean Abra was killed by the other side's expert in one move?" Elon exclaimed in shock after she finished listening to Mo Shifa's recount. So were Hillier and C and the rest. Abra was a mid-9th Order Emperor realm expert. Someone that could kill Abra in one strike would, at the very least, have the strength of a mid, probably even late 10th Order Emperor. Yes, Abra was killed in one strike. However, those present at that time merely saw a blurry white figure flicker, and Archbishop Abra was already dead. That white figure vanished without a trace. Bishop Mo Shifa answered, "Whether there are any other hidden experts by his side, we cannot be certain of that for now." Elon's pale white eyebrows wrinkled as she frowned. "Corp Commander, we request to take on the capture of this person." Hillier and Nc stepped out simultaneously. But Elon shook her head. "No need, I will go myself." "What? Go personally?" Everyone was surprised at Elon's decision. It had been several 100 million years since their corp commander had taken action. But right at this time, an unfamiliar voice rang in the main hall. "No need. I'm here." Everyone was alarmed and looked towards the door immediately. They could see a black-haired young man approaching on a 10-winged Pegasus. "It's him. It's him. He killed Archbishop Abra." Bishop Mo Shifa yelled and pointed at Huang Xiaolong. Hearing that, all the outraged archbishops and bishops rushed towards Huang Xiaolong and encircled him. Huang Xiaolong continued forward towards the corp commander Elon on the 10-winged Pegasus, as if he could not see the ferocious archbishops and bishops encircling him. More accurately, he was heading straight to the Radiance throne at the center of the main hall. Noticing Huang Xiaolong's intention, the Radiance Knight Corp exchanged doubtful glances. Is something wrong with this kid's brain? After killing Archbishop Abra and several others, he actually has the guts to show up at the Myriad Spirit's divine manor. On top of that, he strolled into the main hall leisurely on the 10-winged Pegasus as if he is taking a walk through the streets. Elon too was frowning at this sight. As Elon did not give any orders, the Radiance Knight Corp merely encircled Huang Xiaolong. "Who are you?" Elon questioned. Her icy stare was fixed on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong did not respond to her question. He stopped at the front of the main hall, and just as the present archbishops and bishops were about to attack in anger, 16 pure radiance wings spread out from Huang Xiaolong's back for all to see. At first it was 2 wings, then 4 wings, 6 wings, 8 wings, 10 wings. In the beginning, Elon and the others weren't concerned at all. But when Huang Xiaolong's 12 wings spread out, all of them were dumbfounded. Currently, in the entire Radiance Night Corp, Elon alone had 12 wings. And Elon was an existence that had surpassed the Emperor realm. When Elon, Hillier, and the rest regained their senses, another pair of wings spread from Huang Xiaolong's back. 14 wings. Hillier, other archbishops, and bishops trembled, filled with disbelief. Even Elon's eyes were rounded in astonishment. But that was not the end, as 2 wings extended out from Huang Xiaolong's back. It's 16 wings. Hillier, and C, and others quivered. Unprecedented. 16 wings. When all 16 of Huang Xiaolong's wings were spread out, unrestrained holy rays of light shone from his body. Boundless radiance energy washed over everyone in waves. Not even the myriad spirit divine manners array formation could block his brilliance. The light from his body soared straight to the sky. It was visible from every corner of the city, and also from every corner of the myriad spirit world surface. A dazzling, warm, and holy light full of vitality. You are. A thunderclap sounded in Elon's mind as a thought emerged from her memory. Huang Xiaolong had obtained half of the Radiance ancestors' inheritance in hell. A crepuscular radiant rune mark emerged between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows. When this rune mark appeared, everyone in the hall felt a terrifying pressure that came from the core of their souls. This kind of pressure forced them to kneel on their knees. Even Elon, who had broken through to the sovereign realm, failed to resist this pressure. The rune mark of the Radiance World's Lord, Elon exclaimed sharply. Hillier and C, and the others trembled even harder. The rune mark of the Radiance World's Lord. Doesn't that mean? Elon greets your majesty, Radiance World Lord. While still in immense shock, Elon suddenly bowed and respectfully saluted Huang Xiaolong. We greet your majesty, the World Lord. Hillier and C, and the rest did not dare to hesitate. All of them hurriedly performed the salutation ceremony towards Huang Xiaolong. In the main hall, several hundred figures were on their knees. Stand up, Huang Xiaolong said as his gaze swept over the main hall. Thank you, your majesty. Everyone stood up after thanking Huang Xiaolong. However, due to the pressure caused by the radiant rune mark on Huang Xiaolong's forehead, none of them dared to look directly at Huang Xiaolong. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong considerately retrieved his radiant rune mark. Only then did everyone in the main hall feel better compared to the suffocation they had experienced in the past few minutes. I believe everyone has already guessed that I am Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't waste time with nonsense and cut into the subject directly. When I was in hell, I obtained the Lord of Hell's inheritance, and became Hell's Nether King, the ruler of Hell's 3 worlds. By some fortuitous adventure, I also managed to obtain the Radiance Lord's complete inheritance, which has made me the Lord of Radiance World. I understand that part of you can't believe and accept I am saying. Or some of you are even unwilling to acknowledge and submit to me, the King of Hell. If any of you are unwilling to serve me as the new Radiance World Lord, you can leave now. I will not force you. Huang Xiaolong's words reverberated in the main hall. All the archbishops and bishops in the main hall kept silent. In all honesty, since the news of Huang Xiaolong obtaining half of the Radiance ancestors' inheritance had reached their ears, many of them had engaged in secret discussions. They had wondered if Huang Xiaolong were to really obtain the Radiance ancestors' complete inheritance, would they be willing to serve the King of Hell? After all, the Radiance world and Hell had always been at odds like fire and water. Now, the ruler of Hell wants to command them? Many of them were indeed unwilling to accept it. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the faces of those in the hall, taking note of their expressions. I will say it one last time. Those of you who are unwilling to submit to me, you can leave now. However, I hope you won't appear at Dun Ei's doorsteps after leaving here. Huang Xiaolong's voice turned a degree colder at this point. After some days, I will be attacking the Radiance Divine City, and every single person seeking allegiance with Dun Ei after leaving the Radiance Night Corp will be exterminated. Huang Xiaolong's murderous voice pounded like a hammer on everyone's heart. Before this, a few of the archbishops and bishops had contemplated seeking allegiance with Dun Ei after leaving the Radiance Knight Corporation. It was granted that it was easier to take shade under a big tree. Dun Ei held the Radiance Divine Seal. Thus, on the surface, he was the Radiance Lord. As everyone fell into prolonged heavy silence, Hillier suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Huang Xiaolong, you yourself said that anyone who is unwilling to serve, you can leave. He couldn't be bothered with using any honorifics at this point. Hillier's attitude stupefied everyone. Elon was the first to react and reprimanded Hillier. Hillier, you're acting presumptuous. Do you want to betray the Radiance Knight Corp? Huang Xiaolong raised his hand and stopped Elon. He said to Hillier, that's right, I've said so. If you're unwilling to serve me, you can leave now. Without another word, Hillier turned around and began walking towards the door. And C hesitated briefly, then cupped his fists at Huang Xiaolong and turned around to leave just like Hillier. Subsequently, four more archbishops turned and left. Seeing that Hillier and C and four other archbishops had chosen to leave, the bishops under their command also followed them and left without a second thought. All in all, more than 60 people in the hall left. Huang Xiaolong looked at the remaining 400-plus people and nodded as he said, very good. I have never badly treated the people who serve me. Huang Xiaolong casually flicked his hand, and shiny pellets of divine pills and low-grade chaos spirit stones fell in front of each person in an orderly manner. These brilliant sun divine pills are your reward. Each bishop will receive 100 pellets, and each archbishop will get 500 pellets. Additionally, each person will receive 1 million low-grade chaos spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong announced. The archbishops and bishops were flabbergasted. Ecstasy rushed up to their hearts after hearing this. All of them quickly knelt in gratitude. Many thanks for your majesty's rewards. These top-grade Grand Mist Brilliant Sun Divine Pills couldn't be bought with spirit stones. At the same time, all of them were astounded as they looked at the high pile of low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Even Elon was agape with surprise. Huang Xiaolong was giving 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones per person. There were more than 400 people receiving them. That was well over 400 million Chaos Spirit Stones in total. Elon felt like fainting due to this ginormous amount. Even if she were to count the low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones inside the Radiance Knight Corp's treasury down to the last piece, she wouldn't be able to add up to 400 million. Huang Xiaolong turned towards Elon and said, recall all the archbishops and bishops stationed outside. The same rule applies. If they are unwilling to serve me, they can leave. There is no need for them to come back here. Yes, your majesty. Elon complied respectfully. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Elon was completely trustworthy. It proved the Radiance ancestors' trust in her when he had left the Radiance Knight Corp in her loyal and capable hands. At this time, Archbishop Hillier and C and the others packed up their things and left the Myriad Spirit City. Brother Hillier, what is your plan? And C asked. Hillier seriously answered, go to the Radiance Divine City. What? The Radiance Divine City? And C was truly shocked. You really plan to? Hillier confirmed. Yes, in truth. I have been in touch with the Brightness Emperor Lanji for a long time now. He said that Lord Dun Ei is delighted to have me on his side. He paused for a second, then added, moreover, Lord Dun Ei has promised the position of Right Radiance Envoy once the Radiance Knight Corp is defeated, and he has unified the Radiance world. He would put me in charge of 100,000 world surfaces. And C and the other 4 archbishops and bishops exchanged a look of astonishment. If Brother and C is willing to come with me, Lord Dun Ei would be delighted as well. He surely won't treat you badly. Hillier tempted, and C was hesitant. Brother Hillier, are you really certain Lord Dun Ei can unify the Radiance world? Hillier chuckled in response. I will tell Brother and C a secret. Lord Dun Ei has successfully rallied the support from several of the Reverence Moon Academy's deputy dean's support. For real? And C and the others all showed shocked expressions. As archbishops and bishops of the Radiance Knight Corp, they naturally understood what the Reverence Moon Academy represented. Moreover, Lord Dun Ei has reached an agreement with the 9 Yin Giant Corpse tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming and Patriarch Shi Wushuang. Not only that, but he also got support from the Devil World's Qiu Archdevil. Hillier chuckled smugly as he went on. What's a mere Huang Xiaolong? As long as Lord Dun Ei's preparations are sufficient, he can deter the Radiance Night Corp and unify the Radiance world with various forces' unified support. And C and the others were hit by several bouts of shock by the information Hillier revealed. Several of the Reverence Moon Academy's deputy deans, Shi Ming and Qiu. This? What do you think? Hillier tempted again. We just need to go to Lord Dun Ei's side. And after Lord Dun Ei wrestles the power from the Radiance Night Corp and unifies the Radiance world, all of us will become meritorious heroes. Our names will resound through future generations' minds. And C and other archbishops exchanged a glance. Fine, we will head to the Radiance Divine City with Brother Hillier. And C gritted his teeth and decided. Hillier smiled from ear to ear at C's agreement. Good. Let's hurry to the Radiance Divine City now, brothers. You will know in the future that you made a wise decision today. Hillier took out a flying ship and everyone boarded it. The flying ship headed straight towards the Radiance Divine City. The next day, Elon came and reported to Huang Xiaolong. Your Majesty, Hillier and C, and the rest flew to the Radiance Divine City after leaving. It seems like they are planning to seek allegiance with Dun Ei. Should we cut them off halfway and deal with them once and for all? Huang Xiaolong shook his head nonchalantly. It's all right, let them go. It's sufficient to leak the word that I have gotten the Radiance ancestors' complete inheritance. Additionally, prepare an identity for me at the Reverence Moon Academy. I will make a trip to the Academy soon. Huang Xiaolong naturally had his reasons for ordering Elon to leak the news that he had obtained the Radiance ancestors' complete inheritance. It was unnecessary to keep this matter under wraps now that he had obtained the complete inheritance and was already acknowledged by the Radiance world's origin energy. He wanted to let everyone in the Radiance world, especially the church forces, know that he was now the rightful Radiance world lord. Huang Xiaolong anticipated that once the news spread, quite a few of those super church forces, who had been maintaining a neutral stance, would probably seek allegiance under him. Even if most of them chose to remain neutral, those that leaned towards Dun Ei's side would think twice. Elon understood Huang Xiaolong's intention for ordering her to leak the word that he had obtained the complete inheritance. But when she heard that Huang Xiaolong planned to go to the Reverence Moon Academy, she was genuinely shocked. Your Majesty, you want to go to the Reverence Moon Academy? Watching Elon's expression, Huang Xiaolong smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm going to the Reverence Moon Academy to look for something. I will leave once I find it. Elon silently heaved a sigh of relief. I thought Your Majesty is heading there because of the Son of Light's Battle Stage Challenge. The Reverence Moon Academy was naturally located at the Reverence Moon Divine City. The Son of Light had put up his battle stage at the Reverence Moon Divine City to challenge various forces' younger generation's geniuses, stirring up a storm through the big worlds. Elon knew this. Hence, when she heard Huang Xiaolong was planning to go to the Reverence Moon Academy, she thought his target was the Son of Light. Recently, this was the most discussed topic in the Radiance world. People were saying that Huang Xiaolong was a coward, and he had no guts to show up in the Reverence Moon City to accept the challenge. Moreover, they also said that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't last more than 5 moves from the Son of Light even if he had the guts to show up. Huang Xiaolong's lips curved into a smile as he asked, That Son of Light is a student of the Reverence Moon Academy? Elon nodded. Yes, he is a student of the Reverence Moon Academy's Imperial Courtyard. Furthermore, he is the most talented student of the Academy since its founding. Thus, he is extremely valued by the several deputy deans of the Academy. People say that even the current Reverence Moon Academy's dean only has good things to say about him. She was hesitant before continuing. Therefore, Your Majesty, when you're at the Reverence Moon Academy, it's best if you don't run into a conflict with the Son of Light. Huang Xiaolong flashed her a bright grin and said, Don't worry, I am good-tempered. Elon secretly rolled her eyes, hearing that. Good-tempered? That's why you slaughtered several hundred Emperor Realm experts at the Nethersea. So good-tempered that you destroyed the entire Fiend God Emperor Palace? And in the Devil World's famished Devil Ancient battlefield, you even killed the Black Killer Sect's Chief Chui Huajia and several hundred experts. It'll be fine as long as he doesn't provoke me. I won't kill him. At the very least, I won't kill him before I attack the Radiant's Divine City. Huang Xiaolong paused for a second, then added as his gaze turned cold. But if he takes the initiative to provoke me, you can't blame me. A helpless wry smile rose to Elon's face. Then she spoke solemnly. The Son of Light. His talent is not lower than the last Radiance ancestor. Some people say that he is even more talented than the Radiance ancestor was. The Son of Light setting up this battle stage challenge is likely to be Dun Ei's idea. He wants to borrow the Son of Light's hand to lure your Majesty out. If your Majesty accepts the battle stage challenge, the Son of Light can openly and righteously kill you. Huang Xiaolong responded with a soft smile. Looks like Dun Ei has high confidence in the Son of Light. Do you also feel the same, that I am no match against the Son of Light? Elon did not know how to answer that. She carefully chose her words. Although the Son of Light is a monstrous genius, he's still incomparable to your Majesty. However, he has been cultivating for almost 30,000 years, whereas your Majesty hasn't even been cultivating for 1,000 years. Huang Xiaolong understood what Elon was trying to say. So, do you think that I am not the Son of Light's opponent? Currently? A few years back, before the Son of Light broke through to 4th Order Emperor Realm, he had a record of killing 5th Order Emperor Realm Radiance beasts. That was only the strength he had exposed on the surface. Elon stressed. Seeing Elon was still doubtful, Huang Xiaolong merely smiled and did not continue with the topic any longer. He changed the subject. I've heard it has been many years since the Reverence Moon Old Man has appeared in front of everyone. Elon nodded. Ever since the Radiance ancestor went missing, Senior Reverence Moon stopped appearing in public. But Senior Reverence Moon should still be at the Reverence Moon Academy. As Elon spoke about Senior Reverence Moon, there was reverence and awe in her eyes. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong learned about the Radiance Night Corps situation from Elon. Elon left 2 hours later. Huang Xiaolong fell into contemplation as he watched Elon walk out of sight. His purpose for going to the Reverence Moon Academy was indeed to take something. After he had obtained the Radiance Ancestor's full inheritance, he had also gotten some of the Radiance Ancestor's broken memories. In the past, the Radiance Ancestor had left something at the Reverence Moon Academy. The thing the Radiance Ancestor had left behind was an amazing treasure. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't have bothered to make the trip personally. With the item the Radiance Ancestor left behind, the Radiance Night Corps' overall battle power would double. This was the main reason why he had decided to collect the item the Radiance Ancestor had left at the Reverence Moon Academy before proceeding to attack the Radiance Divine City. In fact, before coming to the Radiance World, Huang Xiaolong had learned some things about the Radiance World from his master, the King of Grand Mist. On the surface, the Radiance World was governed together by Elon of the Radiance Night Corp and the Radiance Divine City's Dun Ei. However, this was not the truth. Other than the Radiance Night Corp and Radiance Divine City, there were several tens of super church forces that did not fall under these two parties' governance. Several tens of super church forces formed a powerful force that could fight against the Radiance Night Corp and Radiance Divine City at the same time. However, other than the Radiance Night Corp, Radiance Divine City, and the several tens of super church forces, there was another super special existence, the Reverence Moon Academy. Before coming to the Radiance World, his Master King of Grand Mist had cautioned him many times to be careful of the Reverence Moon Academy. More precisely, he had cautioned him to be careful of the Reverence Moon Old Man. There was a myth that the Radiance Night Corp was created by the Radiance Ancestor and Reverence Moon Old Man. After the ancient Heavenly Emperor had joined hands with the Buddha world to wage war against the Radiance world, the Radiance Ancestor had disappeared. Subsequent suppression from the Divine World and Buddha world on the Radiance world had forced the Radiance world out of 6 Great Worlds ranks. Then again, despite the Divine World and Buddha world's latter suppression, they had failed to destroy or conquer the Radiance world. This was made possible by one person, And this person was none other than the Reverence Moon Old Man. At the mention of Reverence Moon Old Man, his Master King of Grandmist's expression was solemn like Huang Xiaolong had never seen before. His master had only one comment: unfathomable. As far as everyone knew, the Reverence Moon Old Man's strength was no weaker compared to the Radiant's ancestor. Because of the Reverence Moon Old Man and the Reverence Moon Academy's existence, the Radiance world had continued to exist until today. In the past, when the Nine Giant Corpse tribe had attacked the Divine World, he had kept away from the Radiance world. The reason for this was the Reverence Moon Old Man. Thus, when speaking of the Reverence Moon Old Man, even the Radiance Night Corps commander Elon, who had broken through to the Sovereign Realm, was apprehensive and respectful. Reverence Moon Old Man. Huang Xiaolong spoke the name. His fingers lightly tapped on the arm of his seat. 1 month went by quickly. During this month, other than consuming Brilliant Sun Divine pills as he cultivated inside the Myriad Spirits Divine Manor, Huang Xiaolong researched array formations and alchemy. In recent years, Huang Xiaolong researched array formations and alchemy whenever he had free time. Some of the archbishops and bishops stationed in otherworld surfaces returned to the Myriad Spirits Divine Manor to pay their respects to Huang Xiaolong. However, some people like Hillier and C, and the others opted to leave the Radiance Night Corp and sought allegiance with Dun Ei at the Radiance Divine City. The final tabulation came out, adding Hillier and C, and the others who had left earlier to this calculation. A total of 17 archbishops and 213 bishops had sought allegiance with Dun Ei. Elon was infuriated by this result, and her killing intent almost solidified the air around her. These traitors! Terrifying blue flames danced in Elon's pupils. Your Majesty, please give me the order. I will deal with them one by one personally. Huang Xiaolong nonchalantly waved his hand while saying, Now is still not the time for you to act in person. Wait until I return from the Reverence Moon Academy. We'll flatten the Radiance Divine City once and for all and eliminate Dun Ei. It's not too late to deal with these traitors after that. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong did not put the matter to heart, Elon couldn't help but speak. Your Majesty, our Radiance Night Corps strength was originally at par with the Radiance Divine City. But now, with Hillier and C, and the others' betrayal and joining the Radiance Divine City, our overall strength is now weaker by 1/10. This has also affected our knights' morale. Huang Xiaolong listened to Elon's anxious and concerned reminder. He smiled and said, How about this? Make an announcement. Just say our Radiance Night Corp is currently looking for 18 people to fill the positions of archbishops. Anyone who can successfully get the position and is willing to serve within the corp will get 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. What? 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? Each person? Elon's heart skipped a beat from shock. 18 people, that meant 180 million. She really could not figure out how Huang Xiaolong has so many low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Even if Huang Xiaolong was the Hell's Nether King, how the hell did he get his hands on so many low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? Watching Elon's expression, Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly. I believe a lot of people would come for an interview because of the 10 million Chaos Spirit Stones. Wouldn't they? Elon responded with a wry sentence. That is for certain. No doubt people would be swarming to their door once the news got out. 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Even for the Super Church Forces Pontiffs, this was an exorbitant sum. But we will only accept 10th Order Emperors. These 18 archbishops' positions can be filled by 10th Order Emperor realm and above. Huang Xiaolong went on. Additionally, make another announcement. I will provide each Super Church Force with 200 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones if their pontiffs join Radiance Night Corp. What, 200 million? Elon shrieked sharply. Her voluptuous bosom shook from excitement, and Huang Xiaolong saw white skin flashing before his eyes. It wasn't strange that Elon lost her composure to this extent. Even a Sovereign Realm expert would be hard-pressed to take out 200 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. 200 million? Even if the Super Church Forces were to slaughter their entire domesticated herd of hog beasts, they still wouldn't be able to gather 200 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. 200 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones was certainly an amount that could send the super church forces into a frenzy. It took Elon quite a while to calm down, but she still looked at Huang Xiaolong with doubt. Your Majesty, is that for real? 200 million? You? She really wanted to ask if Huang Xiaolong had that many low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. This was not something to joke about. Once the news was released, it couldn't be taken back. If the Radiance Knight Corp failed to take out the set amount of low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, wouldn't they become the butt of everyone's jokes? It would certainly anger the super church forces that had the intention of joining them. Huang Xiaolong laughed as he asked, "Do you think I'm joking?" Huang Xiaolong took out a spatial ring and threw it at Elon. Elon caught it by reflex. When she opened the spatial ring's restriction, the mountains of low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones left her agape with astonishment. There are 10 billion low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones inside this spatial ring. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Use it for now, and look for me if it's not enough. Elon could only look at Huang Xiaolong with wide-eyed astonishment. 10 billion. She was holding 10 billion low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones in her hand. At this time, Huang Xiaolong took out another spatial ring and threw it at Elon again. This ring has 1 billion low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. It's for you. Elon had commanded the Radiance Knight Corp for hundreds of millions of years. She had put in a lot of effort and hard work. Huang Xiaolong naturally would not treat her badly for her loyalty and accomplishments. Elon grasped the spatial ring with 1 billion low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones in her hand. She was filled with such a blissful feeling from head to toe that she got an impulse to offer herself to Huang Xiaolong in gratitude. Being stared at by Elon's burning gaze, Huang Xiaolong shifted uncomfortably. These two matters will be handed to you. You can just report the results to me later. Add another condition to the announcement that we will only accept archbishops and bishops who come within the next 4 months. We won't accept anyone after that. Elon was stupefied. Then, she took a deep breath and nodded. Understood, Your Majesty. Half an hour later, Elon stepped out from the hall and made the necessary preparations as she released these two astounding pieces of news. As she had expected, when the announcement spread, it shook the whole Radiance world and other great worlds. What? They are recruiting 18 archbishops. Only 10th Order Emperor Realm experts and above will be accepted. And each person would get 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. No matter which superchurch joins them, they would be given 200 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. This won't be true, right? Has Huang Xiaolong gone insane? Maybe we've gone insane, have we? It seems like we're the ones who have gone mad. The flat river world surface was one of the bigger world surfaces of Radiance World. The Superchurch Peaceful Origin Church's headquarters was located here. The Peaceful Origin Church's strength ranked within the top 5 among so many churches. Everyone, what are your opinions regarding the 2 announcements the Radiance Knight Corp Commander Elon has released? The Peaceful Origin Pontiff looked at the archbishops in the hall. I think this matter is ludicrous. Even if Huang Xiaolong is the King of Hell and has obtained both the Lord of Hell and our Radiance ancestors' treasures, he can't possibly take out so many low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Archbishop Cold snorted, shaking his head. That's right. He is going to give 200 million to each superchurch. Only an idiot would believe that. Another archbishop sneered. I don't believe Huang Xiaolong can take out several 100 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. There is no power in the entire universe that can take out that much Chaos Spirit Stones. Even if the Heavenly Court's Emperor Dijun sells his underwear, it's impossible. Everyone laughed mockingly. But the Peaceful Origin Pontiff's eyes glimmered as he fell into contemplation. In the Radiance Divine City, Dun Ei held a big banquet to welcome Hillier and C and others who came to seek allegiance with him. The hall was in a festive atmosphere until a bishop suddenly ran into the hall in a fluster to report Elon's announcements to Dun Ei. What? Dun Ei's smile froze on his face. Suddenly, the rowdy hall quieted. Brightness Emperor Lanji burst out laughing all of a sudden and commented. I think Huang Xiaolong has spun himself into a cocoon. If he fails to take out that many low-grade chaos spirit stones, he will light up the several superchurches' wrath. Once they gang up on Huang Xiaolong, it will be enough to entangle Huang Xiaolong for a good while. That's right. When Huang Xiaolong fails to take out that many low-grade chaos spirit stones, we just need to fan the fire behind those superchurches. It would be strange if they don't hate Huang Xiaolong to the bone. Hillier snickered and added, maybe, under their rage, these superchurches will join our side instead. If that's the case, then Huang Xiaolong has helped us big time. That's right. This time around, Huang Xiaolong's running down a dead end on his own. And C snorted and laughed loudly. A little over a month later, although many people did not believe that Huang Xiaolong could take out such a large sum of low-grade chaos spirit stones, there were some superchurches that were willing to bet on it. Soon, there was news of the Bright Sun Pontiff's Church joining the Radiance Night Corporation. They had received 200 million low-grade chaos spirit stones on the spot. When this piece of news traveled, it stirred the masses. Humph, it's just 200 million. Our Radiance Divine City can also take out that much amount. Brightness Emperor Lan Ji sneered. What's so shocking about this? Moreover, the Bright Sun Church merely ranks in the 20s among so many superchurches in the Radiance world. However, a few days after the news of Bright Sun Church spread, another news soon followed. Frozen Sea Church has joined the Radiance Night Corp, and they also received 200 million low-grade chaos spirit stones. The Frozen Sea Church's power ranked 7th among the top superchurches of the Radiance world. Another 2 days passed. Crossing Flame Church also joined the Radiance Night Corp and got 200 low-grade chaos spirit stones. Almost every 2 days or so, there was news of another superchurch joining the Radiance Night Corporation. All these superchurches had also received 200 million low-grade chaos spirit stones on the spot. In a short 2 months, 9 superchurch forces had officially joined the Radiance Night Corp. 9 superchurch forces, that was equivalent to 1.8 billion low-grade chaos spirit stones. When Huang Xiaolong actually took out these 1.8 billion low-grade chaos spirit stones, it sent the whole Radiance world into a frenzy like boiling magma. What? This? How could Huang Xiaolong take out so many low-grade chaos spirit stones? Inside the Radiance Divine City, Dun Ei roared with rage as his face distorted with hatred. Among the 9 superchurches, one ranked within the top 10 superchurch forces. Although 9 superchurches joining the Radiance Night Corp was far from sending the Radiance Divine City into a panic, the addition of these 9 superchurches' power to the Radiance Night Corp couldn't be underestimated. Not to mention, it had only been 2 months so far. There was still another 2 months until the deadline Huang Xiaolong had stipulated. As time passed, there would only be more superchurch forces coming to seek allegiance under Huang Xiaolong's banner. Brightness Emperor Lan Ji forced a smile on his face. Huang Xiaolong obtained the Lord of Hell and Radiance Ancestors' treasures. Additionally, he also got the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasures after destroying it. He probably sold off a lot of his acquired precious to accumulate so many low-grade chaos spirit stones. However, it is for certain he won't be able to take out more than 1.8 billion. He's destined to be shamed. But the very next day, another piece of news circulated. The Horizon Church joined the Radiance Night Corp and got 200 million low-grade chaos spirit stones on the spot. The Horizon Church ranked in the top 5 in the Radiance world's superchurches. When this news spread, the furor intensified. This triggered a series of chain reactions. The top 3 superchurch forces could no longer sit still. As the news of the Horizon Church joining the Radiance Night Corp's ranks spread, the Peaceful Origin Church's headquarters main hall was enshrouded in heavy silence. Not long ago, the Peaceful Origin Archbishop Silda and others had mocked Huang Xiaolong, stating that he wouldn't manage to take out such a large sum of low-grade chaos spirit stones. Now, they were sitting in embarrassment and looked extremely uncomfortable as if there were needles in their seats. Everyone, make preparations. Tomorrow we will set off to the Myriad Spirit City. Peaceful Origin Pontiff ordered. Your Highness Pontiff. Archbishop Silda stood up anxiously and persuaded. Should we wait a bit and see how the things unfold? Even though several superchurch forces have chosen to serve Huang Xiaolong, it does not mean he can fight against Radiant's Divine City. I have heard that the Radiant's Divine City has gained the support from the several Reverence Moon Academy's deputy deans. Everyone was astounded by the weight of the information. Eldest senior brother Silda, is your information reliable? One of the archbishops couldn't help asking. Silda nodded with certainty. Absolutely reliable. If the Radiant's Divine City really has the support of several Reverence Moon Academy's deputy deans, the winning side would only be the Radiant's Divine City in the clash. Archbishop Wei Bai analyzed coldly. Silda turned to the peaceful Origin Pontiff again and said, "Thus, Your Highness, we cannot join the Radiance Knight Corp. We cannot serve Huang Xiaolong. Although 200 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones are very tempting, we might not live long enough to spend them." Peaceful Origin Pontiff's eyes flickered with hesitation. Originally, he had decided to join the Radiance Knight Corp, but he hadn't expected the Reverence Moon Academy's deputy deans to support the Radiance Divine City. Then, what do you all think? Should we remain neutral, or join the Radiance Divine City? Peaceful Origin Pontiff was swayed. Silda nodded. That's right. The senior Reverence Moon has not appeared for an unknown number of years. Now, the Reverence Moon Academy is basically managed by several deputy deans. Now that the Radiance Divine City has obtained their support, it means that the Radiance Divine City has obtained the entire Reverence Moon Academy's support. Even if we join a side, it should be the Radiance Divine City. As the number of super churches joining the Radiance Knight Corp increased, another news took the Radiance world by storm. The Radiance Divine City has received the unanimous support from the Reverence Moon Academy's deputy deans. In an instant, the super churches that were rushing to the Myriad Spirit City to join the Radiance Knight Corps halted their plans and swayed indecisively like the peaceful Origin Church. Subsequently, Radiance Divine City's Dun Ei released an announcement. Any super churches that come to ally with his Radiance Divine City would receive an equal share of the Radiance Knight Corp and Huang Xiaolong's treasures after he annihilates them. As expected, the news stirred and shook the Radiance world, and other super churches that were on their way to the Radiance Knight Corp turned around and headed in the Radiance Divine City's direction. When Elon reported this matter to Huang Xiaolong sneered, "Dun Ei is merely speaking empty promises. I can't believe there are people who believe it." Elon shook her head. "It is mainly because of the Reverence Moon Academy's deputy deans supporting Dun Ei. This is the only reason that swayed them to turn to Dun Ei's side. If this continues, the situation would be detrimental to us." Huang Xiaolong sneered. "Merely empty promises from someone who doesn't know how to speak them. Go, release the word, just say after we annihilate the Radiance Divine City, the Radiance Divine City's treasury would be equally divided among the super churches that joined our ranks. On top of that, within 3 years, the super churches, siding with me, will get another 200 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones after I annihilate the Radiance Divine City." Elon sucked in a breath of cold air, then said, Give another 200 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "What, are you reluctant? Don't worry, it's just low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones." Now that he had broken through to the Emperor realm, he could already condense Chaos Spirit Stones. Thus, the thing he didn't lack the most was low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. "The identity I had you arranged for me to enter the Reverence Moon Academy? Is it done?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Elon answered respectfully, "It is done. Does Your Highness plan to go to the Reverence Moon Academy today?" Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Huang Xiaolong indeed planned to head to the Reverence Moon Academy in a day or two. As the situation grew increasingly tense and urgent, he needed to get the item left behind by the Radiance Ancestor as soon as possible. Huang Xiaolong subsequently summoned the 2 14-winged Radiance Angels and asked Elon if she knew any method to let them break through to the Sovereign Realm. Elon pondered momentarily before saying solemnly, "There is a place that might give them an opportunity to break through to the Sovereign Realm." "Oh, what place is that?" Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up immediately. Originally, he was just trying his chance by asking Elon that question without harboring much hope. Who would have thought such a place existed? Elon went on, "I've heard that the Reverence Moon Academy has a Radiance Flame volcano that was obtained by Senior Reverence Moon. It's an amazing treasure. If a peak late 10th order Emperor Realm expert enters to cultivate inside the Radiance Flame volcano, it can significantly increase the chances of advancing to the Sovereign Realm. Huang Xiaolong was surprised. He knew that the Three Lives flower had this effect, but the Radiance Flame volcano did the same too. But only one Three Lives flower existed in the whole universe. Thus only one person could be lucky enough to consume it. However, from analyzing Elon's words, was there no usage limit to the Radiance Flame volcano? As long as you're a peak late 10th order emperor, if you cultivate inside the Radiance Flame volcano, you can increase the chances of breaking through to the Sovereign Realm? Huang Xiaolong asked in astonishment. Elon nodded and said, "That is so, but there is another condition to this. The person who wishes to cultivate inside this volcano must possess a radiance or light element godhead. For other elements godheads, there are limited benefits cultivating inside the Radiance Flame volcano. Moreover, even though the Radiance Flame volcano can increase the chances of a person breaking through to Sovereign Realm, the percentage of this chance depends on each person's talent. Based on their talents, if they cultivate inside the Radiance Flame volcano, what do you think their chances are?" Huang Xiaolong pointed at the two 14-winged Radiance Angels behind him as he asked. 12-winged Radiance Angel is 20%. Elon went on seriously. "I am not certain about 14 wings. Moreover, both of them have already reached the limit of peak late 10th order Emperor Realm. So, my guess is at least 40%. 40%. Huang Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat with joy. Although it was only 40%, which was less than half, it was still shocking. The thing is that although the Radiance Flame volcano is at the Reverence Moon Academy, it's deep inside the Academy's forbidden land. No one can go in there. Elon shook her head. Even the several Reverence Moon Academy's deputy deans are not qualified to enter the grounds. If your majesty wants to go there, you must obtain Senior Reverence Moon's permission. The problem was that Reverence Moon Old Man had not appeared in public for countless years. Thus it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to enter the Reverence Moon Academy's forbidden land. Even if Huang Xiaolong met the Reverence Moon Old Man by chance, it didn't mean that Reverence Moon Old Man would allow Huang Xiaolong to enter the Radiance Flame volcano. In the Reverence Moon Academy's forbidden land's depths? Huang Xiaolong repeated as a frown emerged between his brows. Watching the furrows between Huang Xiaolong's brows deepening, Elon quickly said, "Senior Reverence Moon has laid restrictions in the depths of the forbidden land. Even I won't be able to trespass into the grounds forcefully." Huang Xiaolong was depressed suddenly. He indeed had thought of breaking into the forbidden land by force if there was really no other choice. Huang Xiaolong already knew Elon's cultivation realm. She was at the peak early second order sovereign realm. If Elon also couldn't enter the forbidden land by force, he could only extinguish this idea in his mind. 2 days went by in a blink. Huang Xiaolong was ready to depart to the Reverence Moon Divine City. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong gave Elon a list of tasks and had her stand by for war. After his return, they would attack the Radiance Divine City. Huang Xiaolong left in the Heavenly Hall. When the two halves of the Heavenly Hall had integrated successfully, its flying speed had superseded the Nether King flying ship. As only Elon knew about Huang Xiaolong's trip to the Reverence Moon Academy, his departure did not alert anyone's attention. With the Heavenly Hall speeding across the air, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Reverence Moon Divine City roughly 2 months later. The Reverence Moon Divine City was located in the center region of the Radiance world. It was built in the air among the vast space of Radiance world as if it was a world surface on its own. It was constructed using moonlight tide rocks that were unique to the Radiance world. These rocks' sparkles seemed to last an eternity, and its light could be seen from billions of li away. From afar, the Reverence Moon Divine City was an eye-catching sight. Yet from a close distance, its glow was soft and gentle to the eyes as if one was bathed within comfortable moonlight. The Reverence Moon Divine City was more shocking than Huang Xiaolong had imagined. It was not a visual shock, but amazement that reached deep into the soul. Before this Reverence Moon Divine City, even a peak late 10 order Emperor Realm expert would feel small and insignificant. A powerful late 10th order Emperor Realm expert could shatter a supersized mainland with one punch and reduce a megapolis into dust. However, This reverence moon divine city gave a feeling of immemorial indestructibility, and no power could shake it even for a fraction. Huang Xiaolong rode the 10-winged Pegasus into the reverence moon divine city. The reverence moon divine city was a prosperous, bustling city. Various church forces, disciples, and experts could be seen at every corner of the streets. Huang Xiaolong also saw many disciples of the top 100 emperor palaces, as well as disciples from the Buddha world. There were even disciples from Hell's powerful forces. I've heard that the Fire World's Son of Fire arrived at the city a few days ago, but he too lost to our Son of Light. Moreover, he was subdued by our Son of Light's talent, and now worships the Son of Light as an elder brother. The Son of Fire is not the only one. There is also the Dragon Lord's young lord, and the Buddha world's Yelu. On top of that, Hell Ghost World's Fengdu City's young lord Qin Huangzhong. Azura World's Misty Palace's young Miss He Jingyi have also arrived. Conversations of others on the streets flowed into Huang Xiaolong's ears. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly surprised. He was amazed that Qin Huangzhong and He Jingyi were visiting the city. It seems like the Son of Light's battle stage had truly impelled various worlds' geniuses over. Because Huang Xiaolong's mount was a 10-winged Pegasus, he attracted a lot of eyes on the street. He's actually riding on a 10-winged Pegasus. Who's this kid? I recognize him. A few years ago, he killed the indestructible pontiff with one punch through the chest at the Sea of Radiance. He even sent Bishop Lu Xiaoming flying with one slap. After that incident, Bishop Lu Xiaoming offered a 20,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones bounty for his capture. If I remember correctly, didn't he go to the Myriad Spirit City some time back? He actually fled the Myriad Spirit City in one piece. It's that kid, because what took place subsequently was barred by Elon. The news of Huang Xiaolong killing Lu Xiaoming and Abra did not spread out. Still, the sight of Huang Xiaolong killing indestructible pontiff with one punch at the Sea of Radiance was too shocking, garnering him a mild, notorious reputation. This kid actually dared to show up here in the Reverence Moon Divine City after killing indestructible pontiff. I've heard that a group of indestructible church's experts are in the city right now. Huang Xiaolong did not pay these conversations and gazes any attention, and he continued towards the Reverence Moon Academy on the 10-winged Pegasus. However, not long after Huang Xiaolong entered the city, a group of people was approaching with ferocious air from the other side. Judging from the emblem on these people's battle robes, most of these people belonged to the indestructible church, while others were the experts invited by them. "What's up?" Huang Xiaolong asked calmly. A middle-aged man walked out from the opposite group with his icy stare fixed on Huang Xiaolong. "Punk, don't act like the fool here. You killed His Highness, indestructible pontiff. Do you choose to commit suicide or die on your knees?" Huang Xiaolong was indifferent as he responded, "You all better get lost now." "What the hell?" The faces of the indestructible church's experts and the experts they had invited were all purple with rage. "Punk, you're ready to die? Get down here to die. I'm going to chop you into pieces." The indestructible church's experts' furious yells rang through the street. The middle-aged man raised his hand, quieting the screaming indestructible church's experts and the others. His gaze was icier than before as he directed his words at Huang Xiaolong. "I have taken over the indestructible church's pontiff's position. My first task is to let your head roll off your neck and extract your soul as offerings to appease our Lord Indestructible Pontiff. I don't believe you can hide inside this Reverence Moon Divine City forever. Let's go." The indestructible church's experts all glared fiercely at Huang Xiaolong before leaving. The Reverence Moon Divine City had rules that everyone needed to follow. Not even the indestructible church dared to violate the city's rules and kill Huang Xiaolong on the streets. But it would be different once Huang Xiaolong stepped out of the city's perimeter. Huang Xiaolong merely glanced briefly at the leaving indestructible church's group, letting them leave without any intention of stopping them. After the group of indestructible church's experts left, Huang Xiaolong continued onwards on the 10-winged Pegasus to the city's southern side. The Reverence Moon Academy was located on the south side of the city. This kid could still keep his calm. Had it been me, I would be in a panic thinking about how to escape. There are indestructible church's disciples in the Reverence Moon Academy. Moreover, the indestructible church is very close to teacher Shibolai of the inner courtyard. If the indestructible church uses this connection, this kid would be kicked out from the Reverence Moon Divine City in no time. Once he's kicked out from the city, the indestructible church's people would make him wish he was dead instead. Other surrounding experts shook their heads as they watched Huang Xiaolong continue onwards leisurely on the 10-winged Pegasus. The corners of Huang Xiaolong's mouth curved up slightly in a cold sneer. The inner courtyard's teacher, Shibolai? The Reverence Moon Academy was divided into the outer courtyard, inner courtyard, and also the imperial courtyard. Naturally, the students of imperial courtyard were among the academy's strongest, and could give him some small troubles. Since the Reverence Moon Academy was located on the south side, and Huang Xiaolong had entered the Reverence Moon Divine City through the northern side city gates, it took him a day to reach the academy. Hence, close to dusk, he entered an inn and rented an independent yard to himself. Huang Xiaolong decided to rest there for the night and report to the Reverence Moon Academy the next day. The identity Elon had prepared for him was of a new student recruited into the imperial courtyard. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had wanted Elon to arrange an inner courtyard teacher's identity for him. However, to become an inner courtyard teacher required passing through several layers of assessments, and lastly, it required a deputy dean's approval. Even with the Radiance Knight Corp's influence, their hands could not reach so deep as to arrange the identity of an inner courtyard teacher. However, shortly after Huang Xiaolong entered his independent courtyard, an uninvited guest came knocking at his door. "The Son of Fire wants to visit me?" Huang Xiaolong looked at the inn staff who had come to report to him. "Yes, Lord, do you want to?" The staff inquired, testing if Huang Xiaolong wanted to go out and welcome the Son of Fire personally. But Huang Xiaolong's answer stupefied the staff. "Then you go bring him in." The staff suggested carefully, "Lord, that person is His Highness the Son of Fire, Lin Tianrui." You see, do you want to go out to welcome him?" It was the Son of Fire Lin Tianrui they were talking about. Even the city mayor of their Reverence Moon Divine City would greet Lin Tianrui personally. "There is no need. Since he wants to pay me a visit, you can lead him in." Huang Xiaolong responded nonchalantly. Not to mention Lin Tianrui, even if the ruler of Fire World was here himself, it was not necessary for Huang Xiaolong to go out and greet personally. The inn staff blanked for a second and wavered for a while before retreating away. The staff did not notice the flicker of doubt in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. What was Lin Tianrui's goal behind paying him a visit? He had no connection with any forces in the Fire World. On the other hand, after coming out from Huang Xiaolong's courtyard, the staff braced himself as he approached Lin Tianrui and said, "Your Highness Lin Tianrui, that lord ordered me to lead you in." Lin Tianrui was obviously surprised. "He really only ordered you to lead us in?" "Yes, Your Highness Lin Tianrui." The staff nodded honestly and dared not look at Lin Tianrui. This angered the Fire World's experts behind Lin Tianrui. "That punk! Who does he think he is? Our Son of Fire Lin Tianrui came personally. How dare he not come out to welcome him? Truly ridiculous. At any other time, with his identity, he's not even qualified to carry His Highness' shoes." One of the guards snorted angrily. "Your Highness, I will go grab that punk out and have him welcome Your Highness on his knees." Another guard clamored. Lin Tianrui raised a hand, quieting everyone. But a cold light glinted in his eyes as he said, "There is no rush. He is putting himself on a pedestal. So let me see if his pedestal is strong enough." With that, he stepped into Huang Xiaolong's courtyard. Seeing that, the inn staff hurriedly sped up to lead the way while Lin Tianrui's guards followed. When they entered the main hall, Lin Tianrui and the others saw Huang Xiaolong seating on the master's seat. Despite their arrival, Huang Xiaolong continued sitting leisurely and acting haughty. This was like pouring oil over the guard's anger. On the other hand, Lin Tianrui merely looked calmly at Huang Xiaolong. "So, you are Aoli?" Lin Tianrui spoke first. Aoli was the identity Huang Xiaolong was going to use as the newly recruited student of Reverence Moon Academy's Imperial Courtyard. It seemed like Lin Tianrui's information network in the Radiance world was not bad, since he was able to find out Ao Li's identity in such a short time. Just state your purpose for today's visit. I have always been a person who dislikes beating around the bush. Huang Xiaolong did not respond to Lin Tianrui's question and stated in a straightforward manner. Between him and Dun Ei, one side was bound to die. Since this Lin Tianrui worshipped Dun Ei's son, the son of light, as his elder brother, Huang Xiaolong didn't see the need to show courtesy. Insolent. One of Lin Tianrui's guardians, a second-order Emperor realm ancestor, snapped at Huang Xiaolong for his disrespectful attitude towards Lin Tianrui. Lin Tianrui raised his hand and stopped his guards. All right, in that case I won't waste time with nonsense. I've heard that you have a 10-winged Pegasus. Bullseye. Huang Xiaolong snorted inwardly. Before meeting Lin Tianrui, he had been guessing Lin Tianrui's purpose. Lin Tianrui was really targeting the 10-winged Pegasus. You want to buy my 10-winged Pegasus? Huang Xiaolong looked at Lin Tianrui with a hint of playfulness. Lin Tianrui let out a contemptuous sneer. Buy? I think you have misunderstood something here. You have offended the indestructible church, and I come here today is to give you a suggestion. I know that my elder brother requires the horn of a 10-winged Pegasus, or higher, to forge an item. If you voluntarily offer the 10-winged Pegasus to my elder brother, perhaps, he could take a little bit care of you. With his care, the indestructible church naturally won't come looking for trouble with you. You want me to give me 10-winged Pegasus to the Son of Light for free, and then seek for his protection? Huang Xiaolong couldn't contain the laughter bubbling up his chest and laughed loudly. What's so funny? I understand a 10-winged Pegasus is very valuable. But no matter how valuable it is, it cannot be compared to one's life. You've offended the indestructible church. Surely you understand that you alone have insufficient strength to fight with them, whereas my elder brother can save your life. Then again, if you want to become my elder brother's follower, merely a 10-winged Pegasus is still a far cry from sealing the deal. If you can take out enough treasures, I can recommend you to my elder brother to become his subordinate. Lin Tianrui went on. After all, there are countless Emperor realm experts serving under my elder brother in the entire Radiance world, and not everyone has this kind of opportunity. Huang Xiaolong was speechless as he listened to Lin Tianrui's rubbish. Lin Tianrui actually wanted him to follow the Son of Light? On top of that, he had to take out enough treasures to win this opportunity, since merely a 10-winged Pegasus was not enough? Huang Xiaolong raised his hand to cut off Lin Tianrui from babbling further and said, All right, I already know your purpose in coming here. You can leave now. After seeing Huang Xiaolong brush them off without even considering his suggestion, Lin Tianrui's face darkened, and his voice hardened. I advise you to consider my proposal. A creature like the 10-winged Pegasus is not someone with your identity can possess. It doesn't mean that you are completely safe within the boundary of Reverence Moon Divine City. Huang Xiaolong smiled coldly. Are you threatening me? Lin Tianrui nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and said, You can assume that I am. Even if the indestructible church does not kill you, many people will take action against you because of the 10-winged Pegasus. Not to mention, if others learn that my elder brother wants a 10-winged Pegasus to refine something, and whoever offers it to him would be accepted as his follower, I believe many mid-level to high-level Emperor realm experts would not hesitate to kill you and offer the 10-winged Pegasus to my elder brother. This time, Lin Tianrui's voice was flat. According to him, he had merely stated the obvious facts. Huang Xiaolong slowly got up from his seat and looked tauntingly at Lin Tianrui. To tell you the truth, I do have a lot of good things. Some are even more valuable than the 10-winged Pegasus, and for a fact you can try snatching these things from my hand right now. Lin Tianrui dazed for a second. What, you don't believe me? Huang Xiaolong casually extended his hand to the void. A spiritual vein resembling a heavenly dragon appeared from the void, exuding robust spiritual energy. Lin Tianrui and his guards were flabbergasted by the rich spiritual energy, and their shocked gazes locked onto the spiritual vein. This is a high-grade chaos spiritual vein. Lin Tianrui stammered foolishly. The experts behind Lin Tianrui were already dumbstruck. They were looking at a high-grade chaos spirit vein. How many years had it been since such a spiritual vein was discovered? After destroying the Fiend God Emperor Palace, Huang Xiaolong had also collected the treasures within the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury. And within these treasures, there was only one high-grade chaos spiritual vein. The Fiend God Emperor Palace had gripped most of the divine world in terror for several hundred years. With that, they had accumulated huge wealth through ransacking other forces, yet they only possessed one high-grade chaos spiritual vein. One could not begin to estimate the value of this high-grade chaos spiritual vein. High-grade chaos spiritual vein was not something that could be bought with spirit stones. For one thing, no auction house in the myriad of worlds had ever auctioned anything of this magnitude. Correct. A high-grade chaos spiritual vein. With a wave of Huang Xiaolong's hand, the high-grade chaos spiritual vein vanished in the void. He looked at Lin Tianrui meaningfully and asked, "How about it? If you kill me now, not only that 10-winged Pegasus is yours, but you can even get that high-grade chaos spiritual vein." Lin Tianrui stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. For a split second, killing intent nearly dominated Lin Tianrui's reasoning. He almost gave in to the overwhelming impulse of killing Huang Xiaolong on the spot to snatch the 10-winged Pegasus and that high-grade chaos spiritual vein. Even though doing so would violate the Reverence Moon Divine City's rules, the high-grade chaos spiritual vein was worth it. With his identity, the Reverence Moon Divine City would give him a small penalty at most, but they won't want his life. Still, Lin Tianrui suppressed his impulse to kill Huang Xiaolong. It was because when he was about to attack, he strongly felt danger, the danger with the taste of death. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong's was unsettlingly calm, as he had even dared to display a high-grade chaos spiritual vein without any scrupulous, encouraging him to snatch it. "Your Highness, we?" A 10th Order Emperor Realm ancestor behind Lin Tianrui took a step forward and inquired. His underlying meaning of having Huang Xiaolong killed was obvious. Lin Tianrui had brought 20+ people with him. One amongst them was a 7th Order Emperor, 3 mid-level Emperors, 5 high-level Emperors, and the rest were Heavenly Monarch Realm Guards. More importantly, on the surface, Huang Xiaolong was merely a 2nd Order Emperor Realm. In these ancestors' eyes, it was only a matter of a split second if they wanted Huang Xiaolong's life. Lin Tianrui raised his hand, stopping everyone from taking further actions. "Let's go." Lin Tianrui took another glance at Huang Xiaolong as he commanded his group. Then he simply turned and left. Others had no choice but to follow after him. After stepping out from Huang Xiaolong's courtyard, the 7th Order Emperor Realm ancestor was still unwilling to give up. He approached and spoke in a lowered tone. "Your Highness, we could have dealt with him just now. If we can get a complete high-grade chaos spiritual vein, we can cultivate numerous Emperor Realm experts." He was telling the truth. With high-grade chaos spiritual vein, it would be easier for peak late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm to break through to Emperor Realm if they could cultivate with high-grade chaos spirit stones. "I agree, Your Highness. Once the word about that punk possessing a high-grade chaos spiritual vein spreads, it would be much more troublesome for us to act." A 6th Order Emperor Realm ancestor chimed in. Lin Tianrui shook his head and stressed. "He dared to expose that he has a high-grade chaos spiritual vein to us. It means that he is not afraid of us making a move. Although I don't know where his confidence stems from, we cannot act recklessly." A while later, Lin Tianrui and his group entered a luxurious mansion. A young man of an extraordinary bearing and a pretty face stood with his hands clasped at his back inside the hall. Yes, a pretty face like someone who had walked out from a painting. This young man with extraordinary bearing was none other than the Son of Light, Dun Hao. The person hailed as the most talented genius of the Radiance world's younger generation. On top of that, due to the long streak of victories on the battle stage over various worlds' experts, his reputation had risen to Huang Xiaolong and the Heavenly Prince Dijing's heights. "Elder brother." Lin Tianrui walked into the hall and stopped a few steps from Dun Hao. Aoli refused. Dun Hao turned around, and his eyebrows rose slightly in surprise. In truth, Lin Tianrui had sought to meet Huang Xiaolong under Dun Hao's exhortation. That punk is extremely brazen, Lin Tianrui went on. A cold light glimmered in his eyes as he recounted the details to Dun Hao. Dun Hao reacted strongly, hearing that high-grade chaos spiritual vein? Yes, that kid is likely not so simple, Lin Tianrui added. Dun Hao smiled. It was a little alluring and a little mesmerizing. Brother, with your identity as the son of fire and me as the son of light, why would we need to be afraid of a mere second-order emperor? So what if he's not simple? In the whole wide universe, there are many not-so-simple characters. Then, the elder brother intends to? Lin Tianrui asked. Dun Hao solemnly said, we don't need to take action. Just release the word that I need a 10-winged Pegasus to refine something. There would be people that help us do the work. What about that high-grade chaos spiritual vein? Lin Tianrui asked. Don't leak any word about that for now. Dun Hao decided after some thought. Lin Tianrui nodded his head. Rest assured, brother, with your fire world joining us in eradicating the Radiance Night Corp and unifying the Radiance world, what is one high-grade chaos spiritual vein? We will think of a way to deliver 2 high-grade chaos spiritual veins to your hands. Dun Hao said confidently. Moreover, we would also help you flatten some of the fire world's thorns, so you can unify the fire world. The solemnity between Lin Tianrui's brows disappeared as he smiled. I thank elder brother here in advance. Dun Hao then changed the subject. How are things progressing with the dragon world's Ao Ping? Lin Tianrui shook his head. Ao Ping is 100 times more arrogant than Aoli. I have visited him 3 times, and he has refused me all 3 times. His tone was so brazen. If I wasn't the son of fire, I think I might have been thrown out of the residence by his people. But his words drew a long laugh from Dun Hao. It is almost granted that his identity comes with arrogance. We are people that do big things. Don't put these small characters to heart too much. How about this? You can make arrangements for him to come over here. I want to see him. Lin Tianrui was shocked and hesitated. I am afraid he won't come to see elder brother. Dun Hao let out another laugh as he said, don't worry about that. Pass this item to him, and he will come to see me. He took out a piece of tree bark and gave it to Lin Tianrui. This tree bark's surface resembled a dragon's scales, with faint dragon chi curling playfully around it. Is this a piece of the ancestral dragon tree's tree bark? Lin Tianrui was genuinely amazed. Dun Hao confirmed, correct. This is a tree bark from the ancestral dragon tree. I have a complete tree branch in my hand. Therefore, he will come to see me. Lin Tianrui was elated looking at the piece of tree bark and said, if Ao Ping agrees to our alliance, with the dragon world supporting us, vanquishing the Radiance Night Corp is a certainty. Dun Hao shook his head. Merely Ao Ping agreeing is not enough. We need the dragon world ruler's agreement. That is the most crucial thing. However, with his son Ao Ping leading the persuasion, making that happen is much easier. He then put the ancestral dragon tree's tree bark into Lin Tianrui's hand and sent him off. Go now. Lin Tianrui nodded. All right, I'll go see Ao Ping now. He turned and left the hall in hurried steps. Watching Lin Tianrui hurrying away, Dun Hao muttered under his breath. Wait until we annihilate the Radiance Night Corp and unify the Radiance world. It's time to deploy the army to the Fire world. And after we conquer the Fire world, the Radiance world will rise to the ranks of the 6 big worlds again. Unfortunately, Lin Tianrui, who was in a hurry to carry out Dun Hao's order, did not hear Dun Hao's soft mutterings. As the night's darkness dissipated, dawn arrived. Huang Xiaolong resumed his journey to the Reverence Moon Academy on the 10-winged Pegasus. Stepping onto the streets once again, Huang Xiaolong distinctively felt the restrained ill intentions from various individuals. It was akin to a group of wolves preying on a little lost lamb. The son of light Dun Hao requires a 10-winged Pegasus to refine something. Whoever offers it to him can become his subordinate, which means unlimited cultivation resources in the future. Under Huang Xiaolong's divine sense coverage, some low whispers entered his ears from different corners. Huang Xiaolong sneered. As expected, that son of light really had the word leaked out. I heard that Hell Ghost World's Fengdu City's young master Qin Huangzhong would challenge the Son of Light Dun Hao on the battle stage today. Qin Huangzhong is the #1 genius of Ghost World. There are rumors that Qin Huangzhong passed through the Ghost World's ghost path, going all the way to the end, and got a shocking inheritance, which increased his strength exponentially. Some say that he killed a late Third Order Emperor Realm Hell Beast a while ago. I wonder if he could last 10 moves from the Son of Light. One of the conversations from a nearby restaurant caught Huang Xiaolong's interest. Qin Huangzhong actually passed the Ghost World's ghost path. The Ghost World's ghost path was equivalent to the Devil World's Devil Tower. After the Heavenless Archdevil Lord, there had not been anyone who could reach the top of the 9th floor. The Ghost World's ghost path was similar. The ghost path was the most perilous place in the Ghost World. Ever since the ghost path had come into existence, only one person had ever successfully passed through it, and that person was Huang Xiaolong's master, the Lord of Hell. Who would have thought that Qin Huangzhong had the ability to pass through the ghost path as well? It looks like Qin Huangzhong was more talented than he had estimated previously. It was sure that Qin Huangzhong was better than Song Li Tao, whom Huang Xiaolong had swallowed. Under the coveting gazes of many, Huang Xiaolong continued onwards to the Reverence Moon Academy at a leisurely pace. Though many were extremely tempted to take action, most of them were hesitant to violate the Reverence Moon Divine City's laws. Hence, none of them dared to attack Huang Xiaolong in broad daylight. The entire Reverence Moon Academy's gates were built with rare giant radiance meteorite rock that had been uniformly carved. This radiance meteorite rock was 3,000 meters high and several kilometers wide. This radiance meteorite rock was probably the oldest and biggest meteorite rock with the light element. On the topmost part of the city gates, someone had inscribed the words, "Reverence Moon Academy with Supreme Power." These words emitted a pearl-like iridescent glow that reached the sky. At the same time, everything outside of this iridescent glow seemed to have lost its color. The Reverence Moon Old Man had written these 4 characters. It was said that these characters contained the esoterics of great Taos. Still, in the years since the Academy's establishment, no one had been able to comprehend the great Taos within these 4 characters. Even the #1 person amongst the Radiance World's younger generation merely comprehended the Taos contained in the first 3 characters. Huang Xiaolong stood in front of the Academy's gates. Unbeknownst to others, threads of white light danced in his pupils. "What are you doing?" Right when Huang Xiaolong was comprehending the great Taos within the 4 characters, the students standing guard at the Reverence Moon Academy barked at Huang Xiaolong. "No one is allowed to stop for a long period in front of the main gates." Huang Xiaolong took a quick glance at the student and exuded pressure from his body. The several students retreated a few steps in a fluster. Just when the several students wanted to reprimand Huang Xiaolong again, Huang Xiaolong threw a token towards them. This token was common-looking. Its surface was carved with the shape of a moon, and under the moon was the word Imperial. The students' faces tightened when they saw this token. "Looks like it's the senior brother who was newly recruited into our Reverence Moon Academy. We did not know this earlier. I hope senior brother can overlook this matter." One of the students braced himself and said as he returned the token to Huang Xiaolong in a cautious manner. Students that were recruited by the Reverence Moon Academy were all highly talented. These students fell into the group of people that the inner courtyard students couldn't afford to offend. Huang Xiaolong collected his token and did not pursue the matter with these students. He walked straight into the academy. Soon after entering the Reverence Moon Academy, a student responsible for welcoming Huang Xiaolong arrived. The student respectfully led Huang Xiaolong to the Crescent Moon Hall's main hall. The Crescent Moon Hall was where all new outer courtyard and inner courtyard students reported and had their identities verified. They also obtained their students' tokens and respective courtyards' robes here. Upon entering the Crescent Moon Hall's main hall, Huang Xiaolong scanned the surroundings. Many new students were waiting in line to verify their identities and obtain their student tokens. However, these all were students of the outer courtyard and inner courtyard. The student led Huang Xiaolong deeper into the inner hall. An Imperial Courtyard student like Huang Xiaolong did not need to line up. The student led Huang Xiaolong into the inner hall. He had him wait for a moment for the teacher who was going to go through the procedures with him. The student left after that. Huang Xiaolong didn't wait for long before an old man entered with 3 other people. It looked like this old man was the person in charge of verifying his identity. One of the 3 people following behind the old man was clad in dragon-patterned battle armor, with a conspicuous red dragon in front of the armor. Among the remaining 2 people, one was a human, and the other was a single-winged angel. The human was someone from the Radiance world's old, ancient tribes. In the Radiance world, other than the angel race, there were humans, beasts, and a myriad of ancient races. The single-winged angel belonged to the angel race. There were more than a dozen kinds of angels. For example, the battle angel was one of them. There were also seraphims, holy angels, night angels, and so on. Naturally, there were also strong and weak distinctions between angels, and the single-winged angel's strength could be graded as middle-lower with average talent in the whole angel race. The old man smiled at Huang Xiaolong as soon as he entered and greeted, "You are Aoli, right? Finally, everyone is here. The 4 of you are the newly recruited students of the Academy's Imperial Courtyard. Let me quickly introduce you to others, Aoli of the Mad Angel race." The old man pointed at Huang Xiaolong and then introduced others to Huang Xiaolong in return. Huang Xiaolong was surprised to see that the person wearing the dragon battle armor was actually the son of Dragon World's ruler, Ao Ping. The human, called Bada, was the Stoneman race's young lord, and the single-winged angel Xiali, she was the single-winged angel race's princess. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly inwardly. It seems, amongst the 4 of them, his surface identity as a member of the Mad Angel race, Aoli, seemed ordinary. Lastly, the old man introduced himself to the 4 people. He was one of the teachers of the Imperial Courtyard, a peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm expert called Claude. Claude subsequently went on to verify Huang Xiaolong and the others' identities, as well as assess every person's godhead. Huang Xiaolong's godhead was a light element king of supreme godhead. Ao Ping's godhead was also a king of supreme godhead rank, whereas the Stoneman race's young lord Bada and single-winged angel race's princess Xiali both had supreme rank godhead of high ranking. The former was in the top 50, and the latter was in the top 60. The Reverence Moon Academy had very high demands on students they recruited into the Imperial Courtyard. Apart from the absolute requirement of being an Emperor Realm expert, their godhead had to be of supreme rank godhead and above. They also needed to have a bone age below 100,000 years, or they were required to be students with unique godhead and talents. For example, students with any of the top 3 Emperor rank godheads could also enter the academy if they passed the Imperial Courtyard's assessment. After everyone got to know each other, Claude led Huang Xiaolong and the rest out of the Crescent Moon Hall's inner hall and flew towards the Imperial Courtyard. On the way, Claude briefly explained the Reverence Moon Academy's regulations. In short, students of the Imperial Courtyard had quite a level of authority and enjoyed many resources that students of the Outer Courtyard and Inner Courtyard did not. Then again, these resources were negligible in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He had entered the academy for one reason only, the item the Radiance ancestor had left there. He was planning to leave the academy after acquiring that item. Of course, during this time, he was also planning to try and find a way to enter the Radiance Flame volcano. If the 2 14-winged Radiance angels could break through to Sovereign Realm, then both would help him greatly, whether it was for attacking the Radiance Divine City or fighting against the 9 Giant Corpse tribe. Half an hour later, Claude led Huang Xiaolong and the rest into another space where the Imperial Courtyard was located. A natural chaos-grade space, and the Radiance Flame volcano was located in the very depths of this space. This natural chaos space was extremely vast that it would take a peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm expert more than a month to fly a complete circumference. Huang Xiaolong looked around. In this natural chaos space, mountains stretched towards the horizon, majestic waterfalls and winding rivers ran across the land, and streams of rich chaos chi flowed ceaselessly upwards from the earth. During this time, Huang Xiaolong even spotted a few rare spiritual beasts that were hard to find outside. He even saw several Qilins. Although these Qilins were incomparable to his Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin, it was shocking enough for Huang Xiaolong. There were also 2 8-winged Pegasuses. This was only the tip of the iceberg of Reverence Moon Academy's foundation. There had to be undeniable reasons the Reverence Moon Academy could exist for so long and still attracted the younger generation's geniuses to cultivate there. For instance, someone like Ao Ping. With Ao Ping's identity and status, what couldn't he get if he wanted a good cultivation place? However, Ao Ping had still enrolled in the Reverence Moon Academy's Imperial Courtyard to cultivate. In truth, Ao Ping was not the only example. Many experts were once students of the Reverence Moon Academy, namely the Fengdu city's Castellan Qin Fan, who was hailed as the strongest person in the ghost world. To name a few more examples, the Devil World's current Dragon Bear race's Patriarch Song Yuanzong, Heavenly Punishment Archdevil, and even Chiyu Archdevil were once students of Reverence Moon Academy. Claude brought the 4 students to the highest peak at the center of the Imperial Courtyard space. After all 4 had received their identity tokens, robes, and some cultivation resources, Claude arranged each of their accommodations and cultivation peaks. As a student of the Imperial Courtyard, each of them was allocated an individual mountain peak as their residence and cultivation place. Huang Xiaolong and Ao Ping, as the 2 new students with the King of Supreme Godheads, were given peaks closer to the main mountain peak, where spiritual energy was richer and abundant. Coincidentally or not, they became neighbors. After Claude left, Ao Ping suddenly turned to Huang Xiaolong and said, "Although you are an Imperial Courtyard student with the King of Supreme Godhead, you still need to be careful of the Son of Light." Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. "The 10-winged Pegasus," Ao Ping pointed out. So this was the case. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "I will." When Ao Ping turned to leave for his own cultivation peak, he heard Huang Xiaolong's voice. "A mere Dun Hao is not worthy for me to put to heart." Ao Ping's footsteps stopped, and he turned back towards Huang Xiaolong, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A moment later, he shook his head and laughed. "It's not that I look down on you, but you are far from being Dun Hao's opponent. Whether it is the Radiance Divine City backing Dun Hao or Dun Hao's own strength, he far surpasses you in these 2 aspects." Huang Xiaolong grinned as he suggested, "What about a bet between the 2 of us?" "What are the stakes?" Ao Ping asked curiously. "Dun Hao has set up a battle stage challenge. If I can defeat him within 10 moves, you will be my follower," said Huang Xiaolong. Light exploded in Ao Ping's eyes, like the rays were solid entities, as his gaze locked onto Huang Xiaolong. It looked like he was trying to see through Huang Xiaolong. In these years, how many geniuses of the myriad worlds had lost to Dun Hao? Until now, no one had been able to last 10 moves from Dun Hao, yet Huang Xiaolong actually claimed he would defeat Dun Hao. On top of that, defeat Dun Hao within 10 moves. Realizing that Huang Xiaolong was not joking, Ao Ping responded slowly, "What if you lose?" Huang Xiaolong took out the high-grade chaos spiritual vein with a turn of his wrist. Before Ao Ping's astonished expression, he said, "If I lose or fail to defeat Dun Hao, this high-grade chaos spiritual vein and the 10-winged Pegasus are yours. On top of these, I will give you 100 million low-grade chaos spirit stones." 100 million. Ao Ping watched Huang Xiaolong take out a spatial ring and saw mountains of low-grade chaos spirit stones inside it. He couldn't speak for a long time from being awestruck. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help grinning when he did not receive Ao Ping's answer after waiting for quite a while. He said, "What's the matter? Don't have the guts to bet." Ao Ping's gaze burned with curiosity as he continued to stare at Huang Xiaolong, and he asked, "Who are you really?" Huang Xiaolong responded, "Who I am is not important. How about it? As the young lord of Dragon World, you don't even dare to bet." Ao Ping inhaled deeply and breathed out, "You don't have to stimulate me." A brief pause later, an overwhelming power burst forth from Ao Ping's body. The dragon might spread in the 4 directions of the peak and onwards to the surrounding mountain peaks. His momentum immediately alerted other students of the Imperial Courtyard. "This is Dragon World's Ao Ping, our Imperial Courtyard's new recruit. What a strong pressure. This Ao Ping has already cultivated to mid-3rd order Emperor Realm. Although it's mid-3rd order Emperor Realm, his momentum is comparable to a mid-4th order Emperor Realm expert." Some of the older students exclaimed in surprise. Standing closest to Ao Ping, Under his overwhelming pressure, Huang Xiaolong remained unaffected. The corner of his robe didn't even flutter. Seeing Huang Xiaolong was unaffected in the slightest, Ao Ping's eyes narrowed, but he nodded appreciatively and said, "I have to admit, you are stronger than my earlier estimation. Perhaps you would last 10 moves against the Son of Light." "What?" Ao Ping said that kid could last 10 moves against the Son of Light? "Who's that kid?" "He is also a new student of our Imperial Courtyard. It seems he too has a king of supreme godhead like Ao Ping. But I think Ao Ping's words are too exaggerated. That kid's cultivation is merely at the early Second Order Emperor realm. How can he last 10 moves against the Son of Light?" Some of the old students voiced contrary opinions. Ao Ping spoke again. "However, I don't think you can win against Dun Hao, much less defeat him within 10 moves. So, I will make this bet with you." "What, win against Dun Hao? On top of that, defeat him within 10 moves?" Ao Ping's words caused a stir among the old students. Although they did not know the ins and outs of Ao Ping and Huang Xiaolong's conversation, they understood the gist of it. Ao Ping and Huang Xiaolong were making a bet, betting whether Huang Xiaolong could defeat Dun Hao. Strictly speaking, it was defeating Dun Hao within 10 moves. Say, is there something wrong with that kid's head? In the entire universe, no one among the younger generation has been able to reach 10 moves against the Dun Hao so far. Yet he has the guts to bet he would defeat Dun Hao within 10 moves. Awesome. Also naive. Who does he think he is? He merely has a king of supreme godhead. There have been enough king of supreme godhead cultivators challenging Dun Hao in the last few years, but all of them were defeated. Hell's Fengdu City's young Lord Qin Huangzhong didn't last either. Dun Hao defeated him in 6 moves. An old student's voice reverberated in the air. Huang Xiaolong remained calm despite the endless jeers from all around and contracted the bet with Ao Ping. Watching Huang Xiaolong and Ao Ping make a contractual bet, all the Imperial Courtyard's old students shook their heads. After that, Ao Ping looked at Huang Xiaolong and said, "I believe the news about this bet would soon reach Dun Hao's ears. He has many dogs in the Imperial Courtyard, and these dogs will definitely come looking for your trouble and even pummel you badly. So, I think you better hide for a while." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "No need." With that said, Huang Xiaolong turned and returned to his own peak. Ao Ping looked at Huang Xiaolong's back as he left, falling into contemplation. But he soon shook it off, muttering under his breath, "This brat is madder than me." Although Ao Ping was confident that he could last 10 moves against Dun Hao, he was not mad enough to think that he could actually defeat Dun Hao. As for defeating Dun Hao within 10 moves was nothing but a fantasy. Truthfully, even though Ao Ping thought that the Mad Battle Angel's Ao Li wasn't capable of defeating Dun Hao, anticipation grew in his chest. As Ao Ping had estimated, the word about the bet between him and Huang Xiaolong traveled fast. It spread through the Imperial Courtyard, Inner Courtyard, and Outer Courtyard in less than half a day. The first reaction of all the Reverence Moon Academy students when they heard this news was that the Mad Battle Angel's Ao Li had gone insane. No one thought Huang Xiaolong could defeat Dun Hao, much less defeat Dun Hao within 10 moves. That was simply a ludicrous thought. At this time, in the core area of the Imperial Courtyard space, on a huge mountain peak stood a humongous palace. Inside the palace's hall sat 4 old men. Each of these 4 old men exuded awe-inspiring auras. Especially, the 2 old men seated at the center were exuding undisguisable momentum of sovereign realm experts, despite converging their auras. These 4 were none other than the Reverence Moon Academy's deputy deans, the 4 people with the highest authority after the Dean Reverence Moon Old Man. One of the old men with long eyebrows at the center, Bai Hui, shook his head. "This new student named Aoli deserves an extra point for courage. None of us dare to claim that we can defeat Dun Hao if we were to suppress our cultivation to the early Second Order Emperor realm." The old man seated next to Bai Hui, Bin Gu, harumphed coldly, "Extra point for courage? I think ignorant of the immensity of the sky describes him better. He thinks he's invincible because of a king of supreme godhead." The old man sitting on the furthest left, Ban Ku, laughed as he said, Anyone with a king of supreme godhead would inevitably possess some defiant traits and unruliness. Honestly, there is nothing bad about this. Just let Dun Hao polish his rough edges. Temper his temperament a little. Bai Luo, sitting on the furthest right, grinned. It probably won't come to Dun Hao's turn to grind him. His followers in the imperial courtyard like Brennus and Carey are more than enough to deal with Aoli. Who knows? Maybe Aoli won't even have the guts to walk up the battle stage at the end of the day. Sparring between students was a norm in the Reverence Moon Academy. As a matter of fact, competition among the imperial courtyard students was encouraged. As long as no one died or maimed, the academy generally did not interfere. Inside a luxurious mansion in the Reverence Moon Divine City, when Dun Hao, Lin Tianrui, and a few others were enjoying some geocentric milk elixir offered by a church's pontiff, a subordinate came in and reported about Aoli and Ao Ping's bet. It caused everyone to cough out the geocentric milk elixir in shock. Lin Tianrui was slightly red from choking on the elixir. Defeat Dun Hao within 10 moves. Lin Tianrui secretly stole a glance at Dun Hao's reaction. A sinister sneer rose up the corners of Dun Hao's lips. Defeat me within 10 moves? This Aoli? I think I'm beginning to like him a little. He looked at one of the young men present and asked, "You know what to do, right?" This young man was also an imperial courtyard student of Reverence Moon Academy called Kaylee. He was one of Dun Hao's many followers who was highly talented, and he was already a late Third Order Emperor realm expert. Kaylee smiled, responding swiftly, "Rest assured, senior brother Dun Hao, I'll make sure that kid learns what's the difference between heaven and hell, and that there are jokes he can't afford to make." Dun Hao nodded his head in satisfaction. "Keep his life and don't cripple him, or those 4 old men would come for us. It would be troublesome for me to explain. Don't be careless." It's said that even the Radiance Knight Corpse Lu Xiaoming lost to him. Kaylee laughed unconcernedly. Lu Xiaoming is just an average late Third Order Emperor. He is nothing to shout about. Don't worry. I'll make sure that kid is still breathing when I'm done. I didn't expect Aoli to be one of the Imperial Courtyard's new recruits. One with a king of supreme godhead. Lin Tianrui snorted. No wonder he was so fearless, and arrogant to boot. Imperial Courtyard student Kaylee smiled. Too bad. He didn't sort out the situation. Assuming that he can step on everyone without repercussions relying on his king of supreme godhead. Are you confident of defeating that kid within 10 moves? I want you to defeat Aoli within 10 moves. Dun Hao stated domineeringly. Since Aoli had the guts to make a bet that he could defeat Dun Hao within 10 moves, he wanted Kaylee to defeat Aoli in 10 moves. Dun Hao wanted Aoli to eat his own words and lose his reputation. Kaylee was taken aback, then spoke solemnly. Aoli defeated Lu Xiaoming with 1 move, proving his battle strength is higher than an average Second Order Emperor realm cultivator. However, if I resort to some ancient divine arts, I still have the confidence to defeat him within 10 moves. A smile bloomed over Dun Hao's face. Good. As long as you keep it within 10 moves, my Radiance Divine Spear is yours. Kaylee was delighted hearing that. Really, truly? Rest assured, senior brother Dun Hao, I will do my absolute best to defeat that kid within 10 moves. Dun Hao's Radiance Divine Spear was a mid-grade Grand Mist spiritual weapon, and it was something Kaylee had been dreaming of for a long time. Then, I'll head back to the Imperial Courtyard immediately. Kaylee stood up in a hurry. Dun Hao waved his hand, laughing at Kaylee's urgency. What's the hurry? It's getting dark. Moreover, today is the first day the new students report to the academy. It's the first day, and you're going to make him miserable? Wouldn't that be too rude? Let him simmer in pride for a day. You can meet him tomorrow. For sure. I'll listen to senior brother Dun Hao. Huang Xiaolong took a tour around the palace mountain peak arranged for him by the Reverence Moon Academy. His palace residence was wide and spacious, consisting of 10 to 12 buildings. It took over most of the land surface of the mountain peak. There were more than a dozen cultivation, alchemy, and study rooms. There was even a training hall. Though the palaces were spacious, they were basically empty on the inside. They lacked many furniture and other items. For instance, the cold jade bed for meditation, and plants and flowers needed to be planted. Purchasing these things would eat up some of his time. Huang Xiaolong decided not to buy them, but rather spend his time strengthening the entire palace's defensive array formations. Since some years back, Huang Xiaolong had been studying formation arrays. His grasp of formation arrays had improved significantly. Although he had only casually strengthened the existing array formations, the palace's defensive array's power was twice as strong. Compared to daytime, everything was much quieter in the darkness of the night. Standing on the mountain peak, Huang Xiaolong was looking in the southeast direction. The items left behind by the Radiant's ancestor were supposedly inside a mountain on the southeast side called Boundary Ancestral Mountain. The Boundary Ancestral Mountain was the place the Radiant's ancestor had cultivated and resided in the Reverence Moon Academy. However, the Boundary Ancestral Mountain was also a forbidden land, guarded by experts. Even students of the Imperial Courtyard couldn't enter. How was Huang Xiaolong going to enter the Boundary Ancestral Mountain and get the items left behind by the Radiant's ancestor? Huang Xiaolong frowned, but he understood that he couldn't rush this matter. He had just entered the Imperial Courtyard. It would ruin the big picture if he acted recklessly. Huang Xiaolong only knew a little about the items the Radiant's ancestor had left behind. It included numerous Radiant's divine armors and Radiant's divine spears. The number of divine armors and divine spears could fill an entire world surface. Huang Xiaolong had no idea how many divine armors and divine spears there were precisely, but they were more than enough to re-equip the entire Radiant's Night Corps from head to toe. Apart from the divine armors and divine spears, there were countless top-grade Grand Mist grade divine pills, and there was a possibility that these top-grade Grand Mist pills were better than the Brilliant Sun divine pills. And there were also probably some low-grade, mid-grade, and even high-grade Chaos spiritual vein. Then again, these pills and spiritual veins were not what Huang Xiaolong desired the most. Huang Xiaolong deduced that the Radiant's ancestor had left behind more precious things among the trove of treasures, such as the Origin treasure. Maybe level 2 Origin treasures like the Purple Grand Mist Aura and the Three Lives flower. Then again, this was merely Huang Xiaolong's deduction. Whether there was really any Origin-level treasure among them, it remained to be verified after Huang Xiaolong found the Radiant's ancestor's treasure. The night receded peacefully, and the first ray of dawn soon peeked over the horizon. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on a protruded boulder on the mountain peak at an arm's length away from a cliff that was thousands of meters high. Gentle sunlight over the mountain peak added a unique layer of glow to Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong, who was still meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth curved up in a cold sneer. Here finally, for figures were flying towards his mountain peak at high speed, without converging the surging momentums from their bodies. Their strong momentums immediately alerted the students on nearby mountain peaks. It's Kaylee, and also Brennis, George, Beers. The four of them are followers of the Son of Light Dun Hao. It looks like they're looking for A.O. Lee's trouble. A good show's coming. Let us make a bet what's going to happen? I bet that A.O. Lee's arms and legs will be crippled, and his face would probably be beaten flat. Arms and legs crippled? Son of Light Dun Hao has already released the word that A.O. Lee would be packed up until he cannot take care of his daily life. At least, he would be bedridden for several years. So having his arms and legs crippled are light injuries. Other students hurried out from their residences and stood high in the air to spectate from afar with anticipation. Though sparrings were the norm in the Imperial Courtyard, it had been quite a while since something this interesting had happened. Moments later, Kaylee, Brennis, and the other two stopped in the air above Huang Xiaolong's allocated mountain peak. Kaylee peered condescendingly at Huang Xiaolong. Upon seeing that Huang Xiaolong had remained seated cross-legged without any intention of acknowledging their arrival, he sneered, "Are you Aoli, who was bragging about defeating senior brother Dun Hao? That too within 10 moves?" Huang Xiaolong stood up and said, "If there are no other new students named Aoli, then it's probably me." Kaylee sneered coldly, "Kid, why don't you go take a look in the mirror? See what kind of stuff you're made of. Are you qualified to utter those words and claim that you can defeat senior brother Dun Hao? You're not even qualified to carry senior brother Dun Hao's spear." I will defeat you within 10 moves, and serve you up as the world's ugliest pighead. The spectating students in the distance let out whoops of laughter. But senior brother Dun Hao said, if you offer up that 10-winged Pegasus, and also that item you have, then we'll just break your legs. Kaylee added, or, I'll break your middle leg into 18 sections and turn it into 18-section staff. Let's see how you're going to use it in the future. Another wave of laughter came from old students. One move, Huang Xiaolong suddenly stated. One move? Kaylee was baffled, unable to figure out what Huang Xiaolong was saying. Then, Huang Xiaolong suddenly leapt into the air and appeared in front of Kaylee in a split second. He punched straight at Kaylee's head before Kaylee could realize what was happening. Kaylee was shocked. Aoli's speed was too fast. Watching Huang Xiaolong's fist enlarge in front of his eyes, Kaylee bellowed. Glaring light burst out from his body and soared skywards, resembling an ancient god of light, as he swung out his fist to meet Huang Xiaolong. Boom! Their fists collided hard in midair as if two great chaos mountains had slammed into one another. The surrounding space shook violently as destructive force swept out. There were bursts of bright lights from the surrounding mountain peaks as defensive formations were triggered. Brennus and others saw what happened when Huang Xiaolong and Kaylee's fists collided. Kaylee's fist cracked then exploded into a mist of blood, whereas the speed of Huang Xiaolong's fist was unaffected, and it smacked straight on Kaylee's face. Kaylee's head twisted to the side, as his entire body spun as he flew out towards one of the mountains in the distance. He just looked like a strayed rocket. The mountain peak rumbled and shattered. Rocks and gravel shot to the sky, raising a cloud of dust as he crashed. Kaylee was half buried into the belly of the mountain. The impact had nearly split the mountain in half horizontally. What? This? Some of the spectating Imperial Courtyard students were clearly shocked agape, looking at Kaylee's sorry state. Even Brennus and others who had come with Kaylee were astounded, and their faces paled unnoticeably. Ao Ping had just left his cultivation palace to watch how Huang Xiaolong was going to handle Kaylee's group's harassment. He was greeted by the sight of a half-buried Kaylee. For a second, his head went blank, unable to register what had happened. While everyone was still astounded, Kaylee, who was half-buried in the mountain's belly, jerked slightly. Bright light enshrouded his body as he managed to struggle out from the rubble. All eyes were once again on Kaylee, and gasps sounded in the air. Kaylee's face looked like it had been hit by a high-grade Grand Mist spiritual weapon, as one side of his head was sunken while the other side was swollen into a pig head. One of his eyeballs had exploded from the force of Huang Xiaolong's punch. As the light over Kaylee's body glimmered, his face quickly restored its shape. Huang Xiaolong watched Kaylee heal without launching another attack. Aoli, you fucking animal, shameless. You actually used an underhanded trick and sneak attacked me. Kaylee raged as his body expanded in size, turning into a 1,000-zhong giant. Glimmering radiant runes emerged around him, merging into a protective barrier. It was an ancient divine armor belonging to the ancient god of light. I'm going to kill you. He roared as his eyes turned scarlet as a giant axe appeared in his hand, chopping down at Huang Xiaolong. Looking at the 1,000-zhong giant Kaylee, Ao Ping was shocked and blurted out, "Spiritual divine art." Spiritual divine art was one of the most powerful divine arts of ancient Radiance world. Ao Ping had heard his father recount his experience after watching a sovereign realm expert executing the spiritual divine art. That person had turned into a 10,000-zhong tall giant, and he had left a gaping hole through a large world surface with one palm strike. The spiritual divine art exponentially increased one's power and defenses simultaneously when executed. With Kaylee's ability to transform into a 1,000-zhong tall giant, his explosive and defensive powers were at least doubled. It's actually the spiritual divine art. With this, Kaylee's strength rivals many peak late Fourth Order Emperor realm experts. Judging from the Imperial Courtyard students' exclamations as they recognized Kaylee's divine art, it showed how powerful this divine art was. While everyone gasped in shock, Huang Xiaolong struck at Kaylee's giant axe with his bare hand. What? That Aoli's gone mad. Has he? Does he want to directly collide with Kaylee's giant axe? That giant is a low-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact. Its power is comparable to a mid-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact with Kaylee's god force infused with it. This Aoli is getting ahead of himself. He must think that he's really strong? He merely succeeded just now because he sneak-attacked, catching Kaylee off guard. That is the only reason he sent Kaylee flying. Many of the spectating students snorted in contempt. Dun Hao had a great deal of influence in the Imperial Courtyard, and as a matter of fact in the Radiance world. Thus, these Imperial Courtyard students naturally wanted Kaylee, Brennus, and those representing Dun Hao to win. Better yet, they wanted to teach Aoli an unforgettable, lifelong lesson. Huang Xiaolong and Dragon World's AO Pings bet on whether Huang Xiaolong could defeat Dun Hao in 10 moves had angered many Imperial Courtyard students. All of them had felt that Huang Xiaolong was simply too arrogant for his own good. By this time, Huang Xiaolong's palm had already collided with Kaylee's giant axe. In the moment of collision, an obscured opulent light flickered across Huang Xiaolong's palm. Kaylee immediately felt an overwhelming surge of energy rushing up from his giant axe, and his flesh actually cracked from the impact, making him lose the strength to hold onto the axe. His grip loosened, and the giant axe fell to the ground. Huang Xiaolong's palm continued to strike forth. Kaylee's sight darkened, and a thunderclap jolted his mind, threatening to split his head as he was sent flying a second time. Kaylee smashed into the slope of the same mountain and fell upside down. Once again, everyone's heads turned towards that particular mountain. Their gazes were fixed on the giant axe's jagged blade and the crack lines running all over it. They sucked in a breath of cold air. That was a low-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact, yet it could not withstand one strike from Huang Xiaolong's palm. Even a low-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact had cracked from the impact, and it looked like it could crumble to pieces at any second. Does that mean Huang Xiaolong's physical body was harder than a low-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact? They had never ever heard of any low-level Emperor Realm expert's body achieving this degree of toughness. Probably, not even a 10th Order Emperor's physique was this terrifying. The corners of Ao Ping's mouth twitched in speechlessness at the quality of Huang Xiaolong's physique. Now, he finally understood why Aoli dared to make such a bet with him. Aoli was brazen, but he had the capital to be brazen. Huang Xiaolong walked in the air until he reached Kaylee. More than half of Kaylee's body was buried in the mountain, and the lower half of his body was dangling in the air. Huang Xiaolong raised his foot and mercilessly kicked at the intersection between Kaylee's inner thighs. A sharp but muffled scream came from the depths of the mountain and reached everyone's ears. Huang Xiaolong added another kick, then another, until the count reached 18. 18 section staff. Huang Xiaolong's icy voice sounded. Then another kick completely sent Kaylee's entire body into the mountain hole. 19 section staff. Huang Xiaolong turned around, his hands clasped behind him as he walked towards Brennus. Brennus and the other two, who accompanied Kaylee, paled slightly. Although Brennus was a peak late Third Order Emperor and was a little bit stronger than Kaylee, the difference in their strengths was not that significant. Aoli, do you know what you're doing? Brennus suppressed his apprehension and shouted. Both Kaylee and I are the right-hand and left-hand men of Senior Brother Dun Hao. Are you aware of the consequences of offending Senior Brother Dun Hao? There will never be a place for you in the entire Radiance world. Hand over the 10-winged Pegasus and that treasure on you to Senior Brother Dun Hao. I can plead for you in front of him. However, Brennus had just finished speaking when Huang Xiaolong sent him flying with a smack on the face. The force made his neck turn several times like a spiral. Noisy! Huang Xiaolong sent Brennus staggering back with another kick. Lastly, he sent another kick at the remaining 2 Imperial Courtyard students and drove them into the ground. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over the spectating Imperial Courtyard students in the surroundings. Who was making a bet just now that Kaylee is going to cripple my arms and legs? These students' faces paled as they swiftly shook their heads and scattered in various directions as fast as they could.